Good morning, all. Welcome to the Liveability Standing Committee meeting for the month of September. Welcome to councillors, staff, and our guests from CTC, other guests from the community. I'd like to now open the today's meeting with the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Okay, I don't believe we have any requests for leave of absence today. We have Councillor Jones online. Welcome, Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mayor. Morning.
Now go to Councillor Duff. Would you please provide the recognition of our traditional owners? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank
you, Councillor Duff. Councillors, any conflicts of interest to disclose to the meeting in relation to today's agenda? No? If you do come across something throughout the course of the meeting, please feel free to notify the Chair. Okay, we have two deputations today. And welcome to those providing such. I would first of all just like to move a procedural motion that we attend to item 5.2 as the next item on the agenda, as we have Mr John Morris online, and then we'll go to 5.1, which is the deputation from our group at CTC with Kate. So I now move a procedural motion that we attend to item 5.2 as the next item on the agenda. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Okay. Councillor Jones, you in favour? Thank you. Those against? Councillor Shoemaker's against. Thank you. Okay. That's been carried 6 votes to 1. Right. Well, John, have we got you there?
Yeah. Good morning, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, John, and welcome. So, John, we've set aside 15 minutes for you to provide a deputation, and hopefully we can get the technology working. But welcome, and we're very much looking forward to your report on the floods damage update. So we'll go to you now. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Can everyone see my screen?
Yeah, John, we've got your screen.
Coming up. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for having me this morning. What I briefly wanted to touch on this morning was just obviously the events and activations that Council's undergone since November and December last year. So as you're aware, we've had 5 events since December 21. And then we've had December, January, February, April event, the May event, and then more recently in the new financial year, the July event. So this timeline just shows the overall reconstruction cycle that Council has to go through under the DRFA guidelines. As you can see, we have an event here and then an emergency works period after the event for 90 days, which also provides Council an opportunity to do some permanent reconstruction works within this period, and then seek reimbursement at a later time. As you can see, Council has 90 days to complete these emergency repairs just to make roads trafficable, and then we gather the data and prepare a submission to be able to undertake full reconstruction works over the next 2 years. So just following on from that, so for Council, for the last 5 events, Council's obviously had an event and then moved into this response stage where they've undertaken emergency works and some immediate reconstruction works and have started doing damage collection around the region, and then another event has come. And so we've had to restart this process again, and we're back at the start collecting all the data from around the region. And we've essentially repeated this process now 5 times in the region. At the moment, Council is in the data collection and submission phase, now more recently with the July event. So that phase is driving around the region, picking up the damage, documenting the damage, taking photos and coordinates, and then bringing all this information together to build a submission and lodge with QRA. And that's where the scope is then approved by QRA, and council then has 2 financial years to go and complete this work. So that involves, I'll go to the next slide, which shows the timeline a little bit better, but that council's in this phase here. So they have 2 years to go and go to market, seek prices, and then reconstruction. So at the moment, as it stands, 4 out of the 5 events, council has until the end of June 2024 to complete these reconstruction works. And the event that occurred in July then has to be closed out by June 2025. So obviously this has been a lot of work for council. It can be a large body of work outside of BAU activities for a council just for one event, and obviously acknowledging that we've had 5 events for council to go through this process. It's an extremely large body of work, so I just want to commend council on their process that they've completed to date, and we'll continue to work with council through this. Does anyone have any questions on the timeline of how this process is undertaken? So obviously we've had the event, we're preparing submissions, and then from end of June, 1st of July, we now have 2 financial years to go through the submission and the reconstruction process. Is there any questions on that? No?
I don't think so, John. Just in terms of the 90 days, John, that initial 90-day period, if a council was in a position where, due to lack of availability of contractors, is there any scope to, or is it, are we able to get an extension on that 90 days in all practicality, or is that something that's normally not considered?
Yeah, look, it's a great question. Generally, there's no blanket EOTs given to that 90-day period. However, the 90-day does start from when you have access. So if areas are significantly wet and council can't get out there, then the 90 days does start until they have access to that area. If council is struggling with resources, then we can still ask the question on an EOT. It's not to say that you won't get one, but it's generally, there's generally not blanket EOTs given out to that process.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. And that's what I had to present today. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I'll just go to the floor and see if there's any questions from councillors before we wrap up. No? Okay. Yes, Councillor Duff.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanted to know about the betterment projects. Are they something that can be, like, what's the timelines with the betterment projects?
Yeah, good morning, Councillor Duff. So betterment is tied up in this process here, so the submission building. So when council staff driving around the region and picking up the damage and collating that, they can then record sites which council may wish to do betterment on, and those areas or submissions are then included with the standard submission of the reconstruction works. So they need to go part and part with the damage. So a piece of infrastructure has to be damaged under the event to be able to apply for betterment on top of that component. And so council's doing that process at the moment, and it has gone throughout the region and starting to scope up some of those areas.
So is it?
So that's two financial years as well. So it's the end of 2024.
So through you, Mr. Mayor. So just so that those betterment projects should be done as part of the reconstruction, not later on. They're actually meant to be part of that whole process.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think
that's correct.
Yeah, I think we might have put some in, and then with the intention of putting some in later. But you were saying that that's not acceptable. That needs to be part of the whole process. So you do it as part of the fixing up the job, you do the betterment as well, not later. You can't come back.
That's correct. You can put your submission. So submissions close the end of March. So council has up to the end of March to lodge all of their submissions, including betterment. So you can lodge them in stages. However, you can't do any of the actual reaper works on those sites unless you're going to do the betterment at the same time. So you can't do the reaper component and then come back and try and do betterment or apply for betterment retrospectively. It needs to be done in conjunction.
Oh, thank you. That's good information because I didn't realise that.
You're welcome.
Thank you, John. I'll just go to Acting CEO Peter O'May.
Yeah, John. Yeah, Peter, and I think that's been a change in process from over the years. I think council was used to it was basically the old school where you had to return it to the pre-flood condition standard. But yeah, it does make a lot more sense and it's more efficient to actually do those betterment works when you are doing the restoration rather than doubling up. So yeah, I think that has been a change. So yeah, we do welcome that.
Yeah, that's correct, Peter. So it's not for all works. So council applies for betterment on top, and then those projects are approved to for that scope to be approved as bettering that asset. Betterment comes along under large events, and it's a different bucket of money from different funding sources. So it's still not the standard. It's not the standard process. So the standard process is still reinstating assets like for like, and then applying for betterment to do that betterment component on top of that.
And John, of course, betterment's certainly become, I suppose, been elevated in terms of its importance and priority now. Because it seems that we are, the predictions are that we're going to have much more rainfall moving forward now, particularly over the next 6 months. But it looks as though we are likely to continue to see these flooding events into the future, these more extreme flooding events in the future. So for, I guess for many councils, the betterment is about making sure, particularly that we're getting those drainage systems in order, upgrading our drainage systems so that they can cope with those heavier flows of water that we're now experiencing.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Mayor, and that's correct. I guess every council's got different challenges in their region of what's posing risks to their infrastructure. So it definitely provides a good opportunity to make your infrastructure more resilient. Obviously, we don't want to have to come back and keep reinstating the same assets each year. So we do have some tools where we can heat map around the region and see some of the key areas that have been re-damaged repeatedly and a damage index, and we can use those to help source out betterment projects as well.
Thank you, John. I don't think we've got any further questions.
Mr. Mayor, just one if possible.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah, through you. John, in regards to that betterment projects, the ones, I know the Mayor's just mentioned drainage and all that, but the ones that I would think would be high priority would be the culverts and causeways, concrete causeways and that sort of stuff on our rural roads that continually get washed out with flooding. Would that be a fair comment that would be a one that we seem to want to hone in on and concentrate more around on those causeways, culverts?
Yeah, absolutely. I've already driven around with council and identified some of those areas with council as well. So there is a list that council is putting together of those locations, and they're actually quite advanced on that already and that damage capture and where those sites are. So that's correct.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, John. Certainly we have identified, as you have, that there's a number of those gravel roads, unsealed roads where we have gullies washed out, where concrete inverts would certainly mitigate the damage into the future. So they certainly would form an important part of that overall drainage network alongside those table drains and tail drains that are so critical.
Absolutely.
Well, John, can I say thank you very much? It's been wonderful to have you with us this morning. And I imagine you've got a busy day, so we'll let you go about your day. And once again, thanks for your time and keep up the great work. I know it's an extremely hectic time for you at the moment, not just with our council, but many others.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you everyone for having me.
Thank you, John. Okay, recommendation is that council note the floods damage update presentation from the Queensland Reconstruction Authority. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Duff. Any speakers? To the vote, those in favour? Councillor Jones, we might just go get a yes or a no from you. Yes, we've got Councillor Jones. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I'd now like to welcome Kate McCormack from the CTC Safer Communities Program to provide her deputation. Welcome, Kate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, South Burnett Regional Councillors and Council staff. My name is Kate McCormack and I'm from CTC Safer Communities Program. So what is the Safer Communities Program? It might sound like we're a vigilante community watch group. We are not. At the core of what we do is change the internal story for what it means to be a young person growing up in the South Burnett. So providing activities and events that make young people aged 12 to 24 make their upbringing here in the South Burnett more enriched and more connected with the community. So it's a 2-year program funded by the Australian Federal Government through the Safer Communities Fund, Round 6 Early Interventions Grant Stream. So that funding kicked in May this year, and that funding will conclude in May 2024. So we're already several months in. It will be run across the South Burnett as well as Yarraman and Goomeri. So because they are feeder communities into the South Burnett, we feel that it's very necessary that those young people are included in the program because they do in turn come here for education and for job opportunities once they've finished their high schooling education. So basically, it came about, the funding came about thanks very much to Jennifer Poynton for your help and support in achieving this grant money as a way to reduce youth crime and antisocial behaviour in the community. But of course, our program is for any and all 12 to 24-year-olds that live across the South Burnett region. So ideally, the goals are to reconnect young people with the community through these activities. So Courtney and myself are overseen by Nick and Kirsten, who are down the back. And Courtney is the youth worker who works alongside me to deliver the program. So she accompanies me and we go out in our little CTC car and we do the activities together as a team. So it's not just one person, it's a team effort. And yeah, we aim to work with community members to deliver these programs. So it's not just a CTC delivered program. We reach out to a lot of community groups from all sorts of things, from sports groups to beekeeping groups and everything in between. It's a very vast and I guess it's a different way to deliver social work. So lots of groups are involved and have been reaching out to us to be a part of the Safer Communities program. So far, we have delivered 9 youth hang afternoons to roughly just over 100 participants across Kingroy Skate Park, Sherbrooke Skate Park and Wandai Skate Park. So we provide afternoon tea, games, music, fun, a handball competition, some prizes, and we're finding these afternoons are a great chance to engage with youth of all ages and for them to put a face to the name and to help them reconnect with services that they may not be aware of. And yeah, just to hang out with the kids and have fun at the skate park. So we're trying to change the narrative of the skate parks from an antisocial place to hang out and misbehave to one where you can make friends and positive memories from growing up in the South Burnett. We've also had several creative workshops, including 3 terrarium classes, a piggy cupcake decorating class for Bacon Festival, a kokedama making workshop, and an air drying clay class, which was led by local artist Bronwyn Lakeford Martu. So this participant here, Akasha, is 17 and she comes all the way from Coventry to do our creative workshops. So that's an hour there and an hour back, and we provide that transport to her through our funding. So we try to reach out and get to the clients who are living remotely and rurally because they deserve to take part in these sort of activities just as much as kids in Kingaroy, Nanango, Mergen do. Thanks, Bree. We've also done 7 self-defense classes this term. So that's delivered through Karate for Kids. Mem Kelly is our instructor, and we're learning lots of safe techniques and I guess holds and grabs to get out of dangerous situations. We've also done several cooking classes in Mergen and in Kingaroy, and we've also partaken in the Pig Jam Battle of the Bands Day, on the weekend, the Black Butt Avocado Festival. We just partnered up with Your Town to deliver an Are You OK Youth Night. We've got a close working relationship with South Burnett Regional Council's Youth Council, thanks to all the hard work by Margie Hams. And we are doing a really wonderful mental health workshop on the school holidays, which Margie helped organise. So it's very vast and very big program from all the spectrums. So, you know, we do everything from money management and finance to fun go-karting sessions and candle making workshops. So from practical to the fun, it's a very wide-ranging program. We're also receiving our Love Bites training for staff members from CTC. So once we've received this training, we'll be able to deliver safe relationship counselling and support sessions to a large part of the region. And that's that slide. But we still have a lot of ideas and a lot of long-term programs we want to deliver. So one of the things we're very passionate about is a youth-led art project in the community, somewhere that the public can see the positive work that the young people are doing in this community, whether that be on the rail trail or maybe transforming some of the skate parks. That would be something, a lasting memory from the program to deliver to the community. We're also hoping to deliver some discos and pool parties in the summer holidays. We also have partnered with PCYC to bring back bite nights. So that will be taking place at the Mergen Pool over the September school holidays. We have big plans for a small town skills day. So that's going to our smaller townships such as Cumbia, Crawford, Warroola and Tingora, and delivering days where the youth in that town can learn skills from community members that they'll be able to take on through life. We also are really passionate about delivering a farmer for a day experience. So this provides young people who have a passion for the ag sector a chance to have a hands-on day taking part in some ag workforce related jobs and tours. So if anyone's got some connections there that might be able to help us, that would be great. What we need from council, this is where we come to you and we ask for help, because nothing can be achieved without the community's help and assistance. We would like to find a way to streamline the booking system to use the local parks and facilities. We want to have youth hangs happening in all of the skate parks around the region on a regular basis. And right now the booking process takes Courtney about 30 minutes. So if we could find a way to streamline that so we can spend more time with the kids and less time in the office, that would be wonderful. We'd like to approve spaces for some of those youth-led murals and larger scale artworks. Reduce or waive the fees and costs involved with the use of the pools. I know not all of the pools in the region are owned by the South Burnett Regional Council, I understand that. But currently for the cost of the Bite Night programs, it is looking at using an enormous chunk of our funding to have those events at the pools. Money we don't really have. Use of council kitchen facilities for more cooking classes. Unfortunately, our kitchens at the youth park in Kingaroy are quite small and just for one-on-one cooking sessions, not for group-led cooking demonstrations. So if we could use the tea room, that would be a wonderful facility to use for larger scale cooking classes, and something in Nanango too, something like the Cultural Centre kitchen potentially would be a great space to do that. We'd also like the ability to advertise on council-owned spaces and notice boards and places where young people hang out, because we're finding the places where we've been putting posters maybe aren't as effective as they could be. So if we could have some council help with that, we'd really appreciate it. So that's it for our presentation. I hope you know a little bit more about what our program's seeking to do, and hopefully through a strong partnership with council, we can achieve a lot by the time May 2024 comes around. It is a limited time, there's not a lot of time, but I think we can achieve a lot in 2 years, and who knows, hopefully with the right attitude and the right potential, maybe there can be funding for something similar in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. That's a wonderful presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kate. Council, I'd now like to move a motion, if we can, please, Bree, that a report be brought to the October Liveability Standing Committee meeting. Addressing opportunities for council to support the CTC Safer Communities program, comma, specifically in relation to the items listed on today's presentation. In brackets, how can SBRC help? Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. I'll speak to that now. Thank you very much, everyone from CTC, for coming in. I see Margie there. It's great to see that you've got that working relationship already with our communities officer and Margie, and that you're working with so many organisations across the region. What a great initiative. And I think we're all excited as to what this can do for the youth of our region. The motion is effectively that we would have a report come back to this committee in a month's time that would outline how we can support you in the ways that you listed in that presentation today around the issues that you've identified. And we'd certainly welcome you to come back and sit in and listen to that conversation on the second Wednesday of the month in October. So I'd now like to commend that motion to the committee. Would anyone else like to speak? Yeah, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thank you, Kate. And can I just table, and to my fellow colleagues here in the chambers, certainly would love the opportunity to be able to help the kids, and they're not kids when they're 24 years old, but in the rural sector, and the South Burnett is a rural sector. So really look forward to working with you, and whatever we can do in the rural sector, and myself being a primary producer, and I'm sure Councillor Duff and Councillor Jones and my fellow colleagues here really look forward to the next 2 years being able to assist in some shape or form. So thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, great presentation. Really keen to help. Just a couple of things that I noticed in the presentation that there were no hangouts at Mergen Skate Park, so I think that could happen because that's a great skate park, highly utilised. And also the small towns skills days would be good if Proston was included in that. I noticed in your presentation you didn't include Proston. And I also thought we waived the bike nights. I thought that I'm pretty sure that Renee from the PCYC said that funding was waived at the pool for the bike nights, but if it's not, I was prepared to pay for it through my discretionary fund. So just whatever happens, we want to make sure that you get that for free. We also have some funding, and General Manager Romay would know about it, to paint the mural on the front of the Visitor Information Centre in Mergen. We got funding to do an Indigenous art there, so whether you could include the youth in that program, like get someone to an Indigenous artist to work with the youth to get that done, because we've actually got the funding for that. And as Councillor Henson said, keen to work with you. You guys have got big property out there, Dido Station, and if you want to do something with the rural side of things, keen to work with you on that. So really keen to support the project. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I know when the Safer Communities funding round came up, we were all sort of scrambling to get an application together and in place. And I know it's been some time since there's been investment like this in activities like these in our region. So it's just so exciting to see how much you've achieved already and how much more is in the pipeline for the future. I certainly would like to acknowledge Manager Leanne, who worked very hard with Jennifer to pull that application together. And I know I have been speaking with Kirsten and the CTC team to pull that application together in a hurry. And I'm just so grateful that we did get the funding. I would like to acknowledge Nick, Kate and Courtney for the incredible work you do at the skate park and your team there. I know, and across our region, it's wonderful to hear that you are providing transport to people who are living in rural areas and helping them to be able to access these workshops and these supports. And it's wonderful to see the really incredible role models, local role models that you're connecting our young people with, because I think there is a real need for that in our community. I'm just so excited about the work that you're doing, so very keen to be involved and support in any way that we can. And yes, I too have a number of properties across the region, so happy to provide opportunities to pack cattle or, pick avocados or whatever might be in the scheme. So happy to help out in any way that we can. And I just think this is a great positive project for the people of our region. And I hope that all young people get involved. And I know I've already checked out your enormous list of school holiday activities. I know my kids are excited about a couple, so I've slotted them in the calendar, and really do hope many other parents in the area take advantage of those opportunities. Thank you so much, and thank you for the presentation. Looking forward to the years ahead, and a continuation of that funding from the government will be something I think our council will need to advocate for. Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, the great work they've done already in this space is just congratulations to you guys. And I'm really glad that we have that close connection with Margie in this space as well. So, and that's going forward really nicely. Just a question with regards to some of that work through you, Mr. Mayor, whether it's possible if some of that work for a day could maybe be with our Parks and Gardens staff so they could maybe learn in that garden space. I don't know whether that would help, but I think with our Parks and Gardens, I just think that what a great opportunity to have some of these guys learning, and we might even get one of them apply for one of the traineeships later on. So, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. If we could just note that, Mr. CEO, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Okay, no further speakers. Oh, Councillor Jones.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Yeah, thank you. Look, support this motion, no worries at all. It's the list of requests for help that the CTC have asked. Look, this is a no-brainer. I don't even know. Look, I'm happy to support a report coming back, but for me personally, I don't think that we need to have a report. There's no real financial impact on any of the council or the ratepayers, and it's just a wonderful thing that CTC are doing. They've got the funding, and I just see that we do whatever we need to do to make it happen. So happy to support the motion, but yeah, just it's a process that we have to go through. But yeah, I'm committed to doing whatever we need to do to make it happen.
Further speakers? Okay, no, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. Thank you all. Well, again, thank you, Team CTC. Wonderful to have you all here. We imagine you've got plenty to do, so I'll allow you to go about your day, and it's been lovely to have you with us this morning. Have a great day. Thank you. Okay. Committee 6.1, minutes of the Liveability Standing Committee meeting held on the 10th of August 2022 can be found at page 8. Recommendation is that the minutes of the Liveability Standing Committee held on 10 August 2022 be received. We have a mover. Councillor Potter, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Henshin. Any concerns in relation to the contents of the minutes? If not, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Notices of motion 7.1. Community Health Transport Program at 38. Okay. Now, I know Councillor Potter's got a light on, but I just, first of all, I might just speak to this one. I put the notice of motion forward, and before we move it, just for some background, in talking with a number of residents throughout Kingaroy, there does appear to be excessive demand for the provision of transport from Kingaroy through the Nango Blackbutt, and perhaps picking up residents from the northern end of the Burnett as well, particularly to hospital visits for surgery and appointments. And I certainly acknowledge that there are other providers across the region who are doing this. So it is certainly not intended to take away from those providers, but to more so work with those providers to see whether or not there is in fact sufficient demand, if there's a gap in service, to take that up. If there isn't, that's fine, but if there is, perhaps to consider filling the gap that the other providers are unable to fill. But certainly the intention is to work closely with Graham House and anyone else who's working in this space to support rather than replace what they do. Well, anyway, well, Councillor Potter, I think you wanted to move an amendment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've sent the amendment through to Bree earlier. So I just want to, whether we add this to that, but I would like to schedule a meeting with interested stakeholders to discuss the current travel arrangements and investigate opportunities to collaborate and advocate for improved travel benefits for South Burnett residents. This would actually include places like Centrecare, Blue Care, Graham House, SB Care, CTC, and possibly the NDIS transport providers in our area. Graham House already have the funding for this particular thing, but I do realise that people do end up with an out-of-pocket expense unless they're classed as, they've got to be registered as specifically financially unable to do so. But yeah, I would like to move that amendment, please.
Okay. Councillor, would that add on to the existing motion, did you say? Or?
I actually think it could be, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so Bree, could we just blend the two, perhaps add that to the end of the existing? Perhaps we could put that at the start. What if we were to put that, insert that before the word, yes, as item 1. Thank you. Yes, so the intention would be then, Councillor Potter, to have that discussion with the stakeholders first, investigate opportunities to collaborate and advocate, and then following that to then progress community consultation and costings. Would that be, you comfortable with that? Okay, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Yes, Councillor Erkins, thank you. Councillor Potter, would you like to speak any further to the motion? Thank you.
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I've basically said my piece before with regards to if we can work together and see what we can do for our community. But I do believe that I think the advocating for the improved travel benefits for our residents within the South Burnett is something that you can probably take up and sort of move forward with as well anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the intent of the motion is good, and certainly I recognise that there are a number of people in our region who are having difficulty in actually being able to make those claims for travel subsidies. I know even the fact that there's actually not a person at the Kingaroy Hospital anymore accepting them directly. So I think what I would really like to see is that advocacy place that council role that council plays, and certainly is in your portfolio, Mr. Mayor, to really discuss with Queensland Health and Darling Downs Health and what can be done to better support residents actually to claim those benefits. I know this is about trying to provide actual transport, and I think entities like Graham House do a wonderful job in that regard. And I know that there are some even local people that I know around Blackbutt Banarkin who have helped out my relatives because they just can't travel that distance. So I think this is part of a bigger issue here in the South Burnett, that You know, we have an ageing population. We have a number of people travelling every week to access specialists and support outside our region. And I think, yeah, it would be interesting to take a look at how collectively we can work at making some improvements or recommendations to the government around how the needs of our residents here in the South Burnett. I am, though, just my only thinking around this is with our change in organisational structure and those sorts of things, I guess, and our resources, and I know our budget is very fine. I'm curious who, probably question to you, Acting CEO Peter, with this work, who would actually be responsible? Do we have the resources to help coordinate some of these meetings and outcomes? Does this go on the to-do list? I'm mindful it's in addition to our operational plan. So, but I know we do a lot of work in the health space. So I guess I just want to set our team up for success, and I'm just curious what that looks like.
Yeah. Through the chair. It is. Yeah, good question, Councillor Shoemaker. So yeah, it would be a communities team. It's good to say that we have a communities team, but we would actually, it would be something we would probably bring back as a amendment to our operational plan. So we would include it in. Certainly, our corporate plan identifies this is as a council core goal. But yeah, we would probably bring an activity back in a future amendment of the operational plan, just identifying it, particularly if it does, like organising the meetings and those sort of things would not be. But if it rolls over into a fairly intensive sort of studies and those sort of things, then we would have to look at identifying it as a particular activity and allocating resources to it. So yeah, I don't see too much of an issue kicking it off and trying to get the parties together, having those discussions that the team are meeting with a lot of these key stakeholders. Anyway, so, but yeah, we would sort of just like to identify it as an activity in our op plan so it doesn't get lost, and so we will bring that back.
Thank you, Peter. We'll go to Councillor Potter to write a reply at the end, but before we go to Councillor Potter, we'll get Councillor Jones. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just for my own understanding, the motion is actually to advocate and look for funding elsewhere. We're not looking as a council to fund this in any way, shape or form, are we?
Yeah, okay. Well, I might just speak to that. So I'll just read the rationale provided with my original motion, and was that was there are many specialist and hospital services for which local residents need to travel to Brisbane. Significant demand is unable to be met by existing service providers. As such, many low-income and elderly residents are not able to attend critical appointments, thereby having a detrimental effect on their health. It is proposed that Council fund a community transport program through the provision of a minibus and funding of operational costs with a volunteer driver and support driver scheme established to resource the program. Revenue to cover operational costs could be recovered by a transport fee of an amount less than or equal to the amount claimable under the Queensland Patient Travel Subsidy Scheme. So if I can just summarise, the concept that was put forward to me is that at the moment in Kingaroy there is a gentleman an elderly gentleman who's retired, who drives to Brisbane and back every day, 5 days of the week. He's taking people in his car, and what's been conveyed to me is this gentleman's burning out, and he can't meet the demand. So I guess the intention, I guess the proposal that came to me from some elderly residents was that would council consider purchasing and funding the operational costs of providing the bus, perhaps a 12-seater minibus, and that they would then look to establish a group of residents together who would collectively form a pool of volunteers and have a roster program where for a certain number of days a week, the bus would travel to Brisbane and back, perhaps do 2 drop-offs, perhaps at the Mater and the Royal Brisbane, for example, where there seems to be the most demand, and that there would be a support driver. So 2 volunteers would go each day, and that there would be a fee per fee per passenger that would be charged by council, which could then be paid out of their Queensland Patient Travel Subsidy Scheme, which I believe is about $130 to Brisbane and back at the moment. So obviously we would have to run costings around that, projected revenue, to see whether or not it could actually cover its cost. But the intention was to basically make it cost neutral to council by, I guess, subject to sufficient demand to get enough income from the patients, from those using the service from their travel subsidy scheme. Yeah. So we'll go to Councillor Duff then, and then back to Councillor Henson and then Councillor Potter. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I spoke to Marie from Graham House. She's in charge of the transport section of Graham House this morning, and she said there certainly is a gap. There's a lot of patients that they can't deal with. There's an overflow. There's just too many for them to manage. She was really keen to work with council to see how it could be progressed to actually to get more transport happening. But I'm just thinking with council, as it's probably not our core business, whether we'd be better to partner with someone like Graham House and work with them to actually manage it rather than actually council manage it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yeah, look, I'm concerned about this, and I certainly appreciate the needs of the people to get to the city, but if there's significant demand is unable to be met by the existing service providers, I would suggest that we would then be becoming competitive to those. And if there was that much demand, I would be reasonably concerned as to why those businesses aren't putting something in place if there is that demand for this service. And I fear that the cost of this, and our ratepayers are going to pick it up in some shape or form, that, and I'm not sounding callous here at all, but yeah, this concerns me because we all know that appointments in Brisbane don't necessarily all fit on the same day for people, and you suggest that it might be run 2 or 3 days a week. That will only fit the bill for some people that their appointments fit into that calendar or time frame. So yeah, I'm concerned about this, especially when, if there's that much demand there, why is it not being sourced? And as Councillor Duff has said, perhaps there's some more work needs to go in conversation with the ability to be able to support this in some shape or form, but not necessarily through council. And I think, yeah, as stating here that council fund a community transport program, I'm concerned with that. I'm very concerned with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I just indicate that the motion is simply for advocacy to happen, start conversations and reports to come back. So the intent is not to move a motion here that we go out and purchase a minibus. It is simply to do the costings. I've done some Ross costings, and my costings, based on the demand I've been told in terms of the number of people that are currently travelling in that car with that gentleman, this could actually be a profit-making venture for council if we wanted to, because at $130 per person per day, you've only got to get a couple of people on the bus each day to make it cover its cost. But I think we need to do a proper process. We need to do our due diligence, let the staff do the costings and do the estimates, and then come back with a report. And it might well be that it's 5 days a week. Yeah, but
thank you, Mr Mayor. Therein lies my concern that if it's going to be profitable for the council, we're competing with other businesses. So I'm just uncomfortable with that.
Well, I'm not suggesting that the intention's to make it profitable. I'm suggesting that you could set the fee so that you at least cover your costs. Yeah. Anyway, that's fine. Councillor Erkins, we'll go to you and then back to Councillor Potter to close. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. I see this as a service that is very much needed. I know that a lot of people don't actually qualify to go through Graham House. I know that a lot of people who are sick, who get on the bus and drive to Caboolture, and then they've got to get off the bus at Caboolture and get onto a train to get to hospital appointments. I think our ratepayers are the ones who are in need of this service. I think, as Councillor Duff said, working in with Graham House, who are actually a community organisation, I don't think they are actually businesses that we're competing with. And I do know that I have many, many calls from nursing staff in the Nanango area asking me, can I possibly organise someone to take someone who is sick to hospital visits for chemotherapy or whatever, because the times that they need to go don't fit in with some of the services that already run. So I think it's definitely something that we should be looking into. I think it's something that will benefit our community and our ratepayers. And I really support the motion and think we need to look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Potter to close.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With regards to this motion, can I just say in the operational plan, there is a section here that says engagement with local senior groups to develop strategies to facilitate a region for ageing in place and a meaningful community contribution seeking external funding. So I can sort of see it fitting in that area in the operational plan, but I do understand, Acting CEO Peter, that you're looking at putting maybe another bit in there. But look, with the Toowoomba bus, the Queensland Health do have a Toowoomba bus, and a lot of the people that do go on the bus maybe need carers, but then they've got to make that appointment time for that Toowoomba bus within those times. It's got to be between 10:30 and 1 o'clock before to make those appointments. So that is limited for them. So if there is a way we can do this, and working with Graham House, because I rang Marie and I phoned a few other providers yesterday as well, SB Care and that, so to actually get a few ideas and thoughts into this, which is why I put this amendment forward for this motion, because I do feel that if we can do something like this with our community groups that are already working in this space, we might come up with something completely different to sort of what we've discussed here today. So, and I do really think that this is something we do need to look at for the sake of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. Did you want to add anything, Mr. CEO?
Oh, it's through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I suppose just going to that point, Councillor Potter, is my intention was that the team would sort of work with those stakeholders and probably get to a higher level and look at potential options that come forward. So I didn't think we were in a position to actually do a full-on business case and scope it down. So the report I would see coming back in November might be sort of detailing around a lot of the issues and options. And it may well be that if there does need to be, we'll bring that to council, if there needs to be some specialist advice or some, so I see there'll be a number of elements as far as advocacies, definitely with Queensland Health and how the health transport, the benefits work. So, I do think there'll be a lot of work. So initially I see it sort of more that background, compiling the background information, potential options, what's currently available. So, I see that's sort of the state. And then from November, we can bring some information back to council and you can get direction from there. So, but we probably haven't got the capacity to actually do a full-on business case and establish a health transport system at this stage. But we just identify key players and options and go from there.
Okay, let's go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 8.1, and I'd now like to invite Councillor Potter to present her community development. Oh, sorry. Notice of motion for Goodger School. Thank you. I missed that one. 7.2, notice of motion for Goodger School, land reserve at 39. Okay. Who's prepared this report? Councillor Potter, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion that the committee recommends to council that the South Burnett Regional Council liaise with the state government to investigate the current trustee lease arrangements of the old Goodger School grounds to determine a suitable future management arrangement with report to be brought to a future standing committee meeting. And that until suitable management arrangements are determined, the council undertake required mowing of the reserve area. And I'd like to follow on from that. At the moment, I'm paying for the mowing of the Goodger School reserve land out of my discretionary funds. And it does take a bit of a chunk out of it each time. And because the trustees of the land are no longer with us, so it's left to the Goodger School Committee, which consists of the beautiful Mal Goodger, and he's not really in a position to be able to do that, to actually mow that land. And I just feel that as you're coming in from Goodger, you know, you go past the beautiful Goodger store with its beautiful artwork, straight into town, and you've got this old building, and half the time the grass is up around it. This is also the entrance to our wetlands area, and I do feel that we should be taking some responsibility of this area. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins, thank you. Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in support of this motion. I think, you know, I've driven past the Goodger School there for a number of years. It's a beautiful facility. The wetlands is there. I think it worries me that the trustees, you know, it's similar to other projects with community halls and things across the region. I think, you know, it worries me that our trustees have either passed on or are ageing, and yeah, I can see the site is way too much for Mr. Goodger to maintain. I think it's important that we do some work around this one because it is a site of historical significance for our region, and yeah, I'm fully supportive of the motion and starting some conversations around those trustee lease arrangements and what the future might look like. And I think it's important that we're discussing that with Mr. Goodger and whoever else in the area. So I guess my question, that's my thinking around it. My only question, General Manager O'May, is does this recommendation sort of meet the needs of your team to start that work and put it in the pipeline? I know there are many tenure arrangements similar to this that we're trying to progress. So just some feedback from you in relation to that.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so the team have actually already commenced those discussions and did initial investigations around and yes, as you said, a lot of these tenure arrangements are historical and need tidying them up. We as Councillor Potter said, the access to the reserve has always been a bit of a sore point because we are actually accessing it, the wetlands through these school grounds. So we have a vested interest in trying to clear up this one as well. But as you know, working with state government with these trustee lease arrangements can be quite time consuming. So yeah, the team have already made contact and are working with the department.
Further speakers? Councillor Henson? No? Okay. Any further speakers? Councillor
I
Erkins.
just don't know whether...
You need to stand. You
so
need to stand.
I don't know whether Councillor Jones is aware he's got his hand up or whether it's still up from last time.
Sorry,
No,
Councillor
I have
Jones.
re-put it up. Yeah, thanks through you, Chair. Look, this is a interesting one. Mr. Goodger is, I believe, the only person left in regards to the people with the lease around this. I also know that Mr. Goodger has been approached by members of the community in regards to purchasing the land and the building and wanting to restore the building, and Mr. Goodger wasn't overly excited about that. He still held great passion for whatever, and as Councillor Potter has alluded to and Councillor Shoemaker, they're ageing. I believe that Mr. Goodger, as I said, is the last one there. So something needs to be done. Yes, it's an historical site. We mow the grass and all the rest of it, but the building is an absolute wreck. There's windows smashed, they repair them and the windows get smashed again. So I don't know whether Councillor Potter is leaning towards, with that suggestion of that motion, council take over responsibility of it. I don't know whether that's another thing that we need to look at as costings and all that go forward. So yeah, it's an interesting one, but I do know that there was members of the public that were very keen to purchase. They were interested. They would even buy the land and the house. There were talk of moving the building to another property, which is only just around the corner and up the hill, and restore it and all that sort of stuff. And I think that might have been what put Mr. Goodger off. But there is some interest around that building, but how you move forward and what you do, I don't know.
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Jones. Yeah, that was probably part of our investigation, was to look at options. So one of the options may be to relocate the building. It wasn't certainly wasn't the intention for us to bring a report forward suggesting that council takes over the reserve as is and takes control of it. So yeah, there will be a number of options, whether it be realignment with the wetlands, or but yeah, part of it would be because the building is as said, the condition of it, and we don't necessarily need more assets to repair. So yeah, we would look at a couple of different options, or what the options are available there, but yeah, not necessarily just take it on as is.
Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. I just wondered, we've got here that there's a community group, the Garden of Learning, who have talked about taking this on, and I just wondered who the Garden of Learning and what their...
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so that was just a comment to a group that were looking at establishing a school somewhere. So that for that to happen, the tenure arrangements would need to be sorted out for this reserve as well, because it's actually, even though it's got an old school building in, the reserve isn't for educational purposes. So if a school wanted to go there, it actually there would need to be a change, because the reserve purpose is for public hall, I think, is for the reserve. So yeah, it's not as simple as it's an old school site that there could be a new school established there. So that would need to be resolved. So yeah, they're the issues we're talking to the department about.
So just to confirm, they're the group that came in here and spoke to us. Okay, so they weren't actually talking about using school buildings as in what we normally have our idea of a school building to my from my recollection. But I also wondered then, if we were to look at selling that land off, does that mean we no longer have access to the wetlands?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so, yeah, that's correct. So it is a reserve, so it's not our land; it's state land. So, but we want to make sure that, say, if we step completely away from this and let the state deal with it, then they potentially could sell it off to someone, and then we might be left with a landlocked wetlands reserve. So that's probably our interest or part of our interest in the site, is making sure we can secure access to the wetlands. So, and it just makes sense while we're doing that is to try resolve the tenure issue and so there is options going forward.
Okay, so as I see it, the motion is really just to liaise and find out what it is, but the main thing is for the council to take over the mowing arrangements, because at the moment Councillor Potter is paying for that. So I see that as a good thing, and I support that motion.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Look, I think Council moved a motion last year, which was pointed out to me on no uncertain terms by Acting CEO O'May, that Council moved a motion a while ago that they would not be taking on any extra properties through reserve land or something. I can't quite remember the motion, and I did not go back and check. I'm taking your word for it. So, but I really don't think that this is something we should be taking over, maybe, unless we need a piece for access. And I do believe that if we can get someone else, a community group, to take over, and we can work with that community group. And it's just a shame that it's actually reserve land for community hall, as opposed to education purposes, because that's what it used to be. Otherwise, the Garden of Learning probably would have been the perfect group to go in there, because they did actually approach the department, I believe, with regards to this, to see about taking that over, because, as I mentioned earlier, all the three trustees that are on the list have all since passed quite a while. So, and there's the only thing left is really the Goodger School Committee, but they really don't have any arrangements with the department. So it basically has just fallen back to nobody. So it's just like fallen between the cracks a little bit. So look, I really think that if we can help a community group in this space take this over without taking it over ourselves, that would be the best outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'll now move that we adjourn for morning tea. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Are those in favour? Carried unanimously. Favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, welcome back. We're at 8.1 where I'd like to welcome Councillor Potter to provide her Community Development, Arts and Heritage, Waste and Recycling Management and Library Services Portfolio Report at page 40. Thank you, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The Darling Downs and Westmoreton PHN has received funding to establish a Head to Health satellite in Kingaroy. Council has been participating in the co-design of the Head to Health hub, and through this co-design process, we are aiming that the Kingaroy satellite will provide a welcoming service with low stigma, soft entry to engagement with services through assessment, triage, warm referrals, and immediate short and medium term mental health support, particularly for people who may be experiencing crisis or significant distress. The South Burnett Regional Youth Council has accomplished one of their goals for their 12-month term, hosting an annual event aimed at young people aged 12 to 24. The Pig Jam, Battle of the Bands and Music Festival was a huge success, with 10 bands competing on the day, and at any one time we had up to 300 people watching our talented young performers. The Youth Council raised $2,700 in sponsorship from local businesses, which covered the costs of the prizes and most of the running costs of the event. Youth Council also took the opportunity to partner with other youth-focused organisations that work in the South Burnett, inviting CTC to provide free popcorn and slushies and Your Town to run the free sausage sizzle. Youth Council members also ran a free glitter bar on the day, which was very popular. Don't ask. The Pig Jam Battle of the Bands and Music Festival will now be a permanent event included in the annual Bacon Festival. Senior Citizens, in October is Seniors Month, and this year's theme is going to be Connect Fest, with groups wishing to register the events at www.queenslandseniors.org.au, and Council will be working with SB Care and the local senior citizens to host an event aimed at our local older community. The Council's round has closed, and applications will be assessed shortly and advised in the late October Council meeting. This is being done through the Arts, Culture and Heritage Committee, though, Mr Mayor. Waste and Recycling Management. The Waste Levy data reports for July have been submitted. These are Department of Environment and Science requirements, which are the Waste Levy data reports for July, which have been submitted, the annual waste survey data submitted, the annual volumetric survey data submitted, and the on-site operational purpose annual report has been submitted. The supplementary payment for the bog bins on the Bunny Mountains has been submitted. On the 16th and 17th of August, drone surveys conducted by the DES at Nanango, Wondai and Mergen landfill sites and Highsville transfer stations. An implementation program has been received for the waste collection contract to JJ Richards, and bins will be rolling out during a 3-week period starting in late November. The waste educator Envirocom have prepared a draft waste education strategy for the 22-23 period, focusing on the introduction of the yellow lid recycling bin. This strategy will be finalised during September, and a pre-rollout education activities will commence in October till November. Discussions have been held with Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council for processing of the commingled recycling material, and a formal request was sent requesting the cost proposal for processing of the recycling materials at their material recovery facilities. A detailed report has been prepared with action plan and timeframes, and that's included separately later on in the meeting. The Regional Waste Management Plan. South Burnett Regional Council is part of the Wide Bay Burnett, as well as the Darling Downs Southern West groups. Both groups are preparing a regional waste management plan with funding provided from state government. A consultant, ARUP, is engaged to prepare the plan for DDSW Group. Data collection from individual councils is complete, and a draft report is being prepared by the consultant. A consultant, SLR, is engaged to prepare the plan for the Wide Bay Burnett Group. An investment logic workshop was organised on the 25th of August in Gayndah, which was attended by the Coordinator for Waste Management. As part of the steering group working on these projects, I was nominated and elected as the representative of South Burnett Regional Council, and I have been invited to further groups of both of those. Thank you. Scrap metal stockpiles have been cleared up in Jurong, Braguda, Cumbia, Hivesville, Proston, Cloyna and Kingaroy during July and August with a total of 431.64 tonnes net of scrap metals were collected with earnings of 122,949. A waste information session was delivered at Jurong School on the 5th of August. And an e-waste recycling agreement has been extended for a further 2 years, ending on August 24. During financial year 21-22, a total of 25.9 tonnes of e-waste was sent for recycling from Blackbutt, Mergen, Nanango, Wattlecamp, Wandai and Kingaroy. As per the agreement, there will be no cost to council for recycling of eligible e-waste. This includes TVs, computers, music systems, etc. Green waste burning has ceased at Mergen and Wandai now, and the material will now be mulched once every 12 to 18 months on a trial basis prior to preparing a formal contract for mulching with a contractor. And a total of 1,026 ties were collected from Nanango and 1,080 ties were collected from Kingaroy. In August, total of 7 illegal dumping instances were recorded. 5 of them were at the unmanned transfer stations and 2 of them were at road reserves. The total volume of illegal dumping is estimated to be 30,800 litres, of which approximately 19,000 litres was cleaned up by council. Recruitment process for the Waste Compliance Officer position has been initiated. Funding received from the state government as part of the Illegal Dumping Partnership Program will be paused until the position is filled and illegal dumping investigations will be carried out with the available resources within the waste section. Long-standing illegal dumping from the Malar area has been cleaned up and a majority of the remaining access points in this location are also closed to prevent further illegal dumping. The thank you for not littering signs have been installed. The total cost for this clean-up of the illegal dumping at Malar area was $2,059. There are some photos there, but there are some better photos around. Those ones just show the illegal car bodies that have been around. Children's Book Week quick stats. The library staff concluded outreach sessions at Muffetdale, Topinga, Coolabunga, St Joseph's School and Wheatland School. And the Kingaroy Library hosted the local homeschooling group's annual Book Week celebrations, complete with a dress-up parade. The Proston Library welcomed the local playgroup and the library staff visited Mother Kate's in Wandai. We also were very lucky to have Tony Parks. So the South Bennett Libraries would like to say a big thank you to the best-selling author Tony Parks for visiting the library, the Kingaroy Library, on Monday the 22nd of August to speak about his latest novel, The Pride. And we did have a local resident that was quite thrilled to meet him because that was his favourite author. Local stories with Julie Berry. So during the past 2 years, local identity Julie Berry has been researching and writing about places of local significance. On Saturday, the 17th of September, at 10 a.m, Julie will chat about her research into Wengenville as the 4th instalment of the South Bennett Library's Local Stories series. We've also got a save the date. So we've got some creepy crawly slithery fun during the September school holidays as the crew from Urban Reptiles will host the Scaly visitors at the Kingaroy Library on Thursday the 29th of September from 10 a.m. The Urban Reptiles team have worked together for over 15 years and have a real passion for snakes and reptiles in Australia. Entry is completely free. So they're doing about 4 sessions over that 2-hour period. So they're going to do a session and then a break and then a session. And you're allowed to pat the reptiles. I'm so looking forward to that. The service desk installation at the Nanango Library to improve access for staff to collection and better assist patrons. The service desk has been installed at the Nanango Library. Comments for customers have been very positive, with many remarking how nice it is to have a library staff member on the floor for assistance with tech help, selecting books and other circulation services. Sustainability information sessions. The library staff have been talking with local group South Bennett Sustainable Future Network about hosting a series of information talks at our libraries about practical approaches to sustainability in the home and garden. These sessions will be publicised in the South Bennett Library's Facebook and Instagram pages for those wishing to attend. You're encouraged to keep an eye out for more information. Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I'd like to move that my portfolio report be accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pollard. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Speakers, Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Just a question, and I'm happy to take it on notice, Mr Mayor, but in relation to illegal dumping, some time ago a CON was put in relation to tyres on Strongs Road out in the Manyam area. Could that, and like I say, happy to take that on notice, that question on notice, Mr Mayor. We all saw that day we had a bus trip around and went up Strongs Road in relation to those truck tyres that were on the roadway there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to know, with regards to the funding for the Head to Health, where will that be, or is it just a satellite-based facility, or is it actually a physical building where people can go to? That's my first question.
That is a question I'm unable to answer at the moment. Until there's more work done in that space, I will have to take that one on notice through you, Mr Mayor. Acting CEO Peter O'May, I don't know whether you have an answer to that one.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so the Head to Health has those two components. So there is that phone support available for the Head to Health, but ultimately it is hope to have a facility where those services can be co-located and that. So yeah, there is two arms to the Head to Health. So initially that outreach service by the phone, but yeah, there is supposed to be building, and that's where council has, I think you'd be aware, put in for funding to for a facility. So we put in that grant funding, which we're not aware of the outcome of that to date.
Thank you. Further question. So through you, Mr Mayor. So the RADF, it says here that the rounds is closed and applications are now being assessed with outcomes to be advised in late October. So I got questioned at that art meeting that we had. Who is assessing those? Is it, do you actually have an RADF committee? And I noticed you said the Arts, Culture and Heritage Committee. Is that, which committee? Is that the Committee of Council, or who is assessing that? Because there's a bit of pushback from some people about that outcome.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the Arts, Culture and Heritage do assess the RADF grants like they did last time, and they are the ones that will be assessing, not council itself. It's the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, which is why they were formed. That's part of their, that's part of what they're to do.
Through you, Mr Mayor. So do you have an actual RADF committee?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the RADF committee is the Arts, Culture and Heritage Committee, so that's what they do.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think we need to provide that feedback to some of those people in the arts group, because they have no idea, and they were saying to me that they have no idea how that's being assessed, so I think we probably need to provide that feedback. Just on that one. Then I've just got one more. Sorry.
Can I just, through you, Mr Mayor, can I just reply to that? Some of those people at that meeting the other day are actually on the RADF committee, or on the Arts, Culture and Heritage Committee that actually do the RADF assessments. No, they do. They've been to meetings. They've been to meetings. So we haven't had a meeting since the last assessment was done. So that committee will be called very shortly, or emailed very shortly, with regards to meeting again for the next round of assessments that have just come in that close at the end of August.
And perhaps if I could just intervene there, please correct me if I'm wrong, acting CEO, but was my understanding that council had resolved that as part of the responsibilities of the Arts, Culture, Heritage Advisory Committee, which is an advisory committee of council, that they would take responsibility for the assessment of all future RADF applications. So that had gone through council. That was my understanding, council, yeah.
That's good. Perhaps we need some media around that, because I'm thinking that there's a lot of people that don't understand that process.
Councillor Duff, you're part of that committee.
Yeah, I know, but they're asking me, they said, what happened to our RADF committee that used to do it, and why aren't the RADF committee doing it? What they're sort of like concerned about the process and what's happening. So I just was providing that feedback to you because I
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CEO, could we write a letter to the South Bennett Arts Group outlining the process that Council went through with the community consultation around the formation of the Arts Cultural Heritage Committee and the terms of reference of that committee, including clarifying that they have been appointed by Council as the body with responsibility for assessing RADF applications. So we'll send a letter through to that group and that can be tabled at their next meeting. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That would be great. So the next one is, what is going to happen with the mulch material at the Wandai and Mergen waste facilities? That's another question through you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. CEO. Oh, sorry, Manager Lowell. Thank you.
Through the chair. Yes, look, the mulch facility, the mulch that is a result of our mulching out there at those facilities will be available for the general public, but it also will be looking at tenders in relation to commercial interest in relation to accepting mulch from council's facilities.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, is that the same process that happens in the other, like in Kingaroy and Nanango?
Through the chair, yes, that is correct, councillor.
Thank you. And the other question is, when we collect the tyres, where do they go? When we collect them from Nanango, all those thousands of tyres, where are we taking them and what's that cost?
Through the chair, look, councillor, I'll take that on notice and come back with some details, because the other question with notice on notice regarding tyres, I'll come back with some information on council on the costs and disposal and how we treat them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Manager. That'd be excellent. Okay, further speakers. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Potter, for your comprehensive report. It's clear there's a lot going on in our new communities department, which is very exciting. It's wonderful to hear, and I just wanted to acknowledge Minister Littleproud. It's wonderful to hear that work is progressing on that head to health. I know that's a really important outcome for our region, one that this council and our community has been advocating for a long time. So it's wonderful to hear that we are at least at the table in terms of co-designing the process, and I look forward to learning more about where that satellite will be and what that looks like. But I think we all know on the back of Are You OK Day last week and the many conversations in our community, your suicide prevention work, Councillor Potter, we know how important this facility is, so very much looking forward to learning more about it. Just wanted to congratulate the Youth Council. What a fantastic event their Pig Jam was, and certainly thank your team, Councillor Potter, for making that happen. The glitter bar was fun, and it's cool to see that there is so much amazing talent in our region. Also great to hear that the Senior Cits have an event coming up, and that there is so much work happening in the recycling space. I just wanted to reach out and say thank you to our waste team. I know I've seen them here at all hours of the afternoon and evening, and they're kicking some real goals there. And it's exciting to hear that green waste burning has ceased in Mergen and Wandai. I know that's something I was pretty keen to see us find a better way. So just wanted to thank you and your team for the portfolio report. I think there's so many great things happening in our region, and your report's just a reminder of how far we've come in the last couple of years and how much further we've still got to go. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Jones? No, you're okay. Okay. Anything to close, Councillor Potter? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 8.2 minutes of the Youth Council at 45. Recommendation is that Council receive and note the attached minutes of the Youth Council held on Tuesday, 9 August 2022. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers? No, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 8.3, Community and Lifestyle Operational Update. That is at page 49. And would we have an officer who'd like to provide a report? Officer Jennifer, thank you. If you could give us an introduction to the report, we'd be very grateful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been another busy month for the Community and Lifestyle team. The operational update has quite a lot of statistics across all our different sectors. Everything seems to be progressing fairly well. Cemeteries continue to be busy. Sorry. I just wanted to note a few things. You'll see that there is in the dams, particularly in the bookings, that year to date last year there was 711 versus this year, which is only 232. That's particularly in the unpowered camping sites. That's actually because our dams are full and because we've had a wet winter. So we're expecting a bigger uptake though as we go into next week with the September school holidays. So we're expecting bookings to increase. The Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Grants Program, we have our first officer on the ground this week. Our new community development officer has started. And our grants officer will be starting next week, so that's very exciting for us. We have the report for the local built small grants program in this agenda today. And we also have tomorrow night, Thursday night, we have our first hub in the pub based on agriculture innovation. So if you're available and like to come, it's up at the Carolee at 5:30. Yeah, please just jump on our social media and register. But yeah, very much looking forward to speaking with Emma Black, who is a young entrepreneur in our community. So very excited about that project. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. So it's recommended that the report be noted and received. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, seconder Councillor Henson. Speakers? Councillor Henson, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Duff. Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Could I just ask a question, and again, perhaps on notice? I had a couple of gentlemen ask me in relation to Gordon Brook Dam. It's closed to the public, but they're actually fish restockers, and they can't get access down there because the gates are locked. Is there a facility, or is there an opportunity for those gentlemen to perhaps contact council and organise to be able to get there to restock or stock Gordon Brook Dam with some fingerlings? Is that a possibility, or how can we go about that?
So in the past, they have made requests, and council does consider that. Tim, did you want to make mention of anything? Have you provided approval in the past for that?
Through you, Mayor. No, from that respect, that access is on the other side for where our treatment plant area is, so we actually don't have any control over that.
So could I suggest that if I was to contact these gentlemen back, that they can make contact with council and perhaps organise a day time to be able to access that facility to do that restocking? Yep.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions. With Ringsfield House, I noticed that the tender's closed today for the applications to be on that committee. Just wanting to know what the process now is to have the advisory committee in place, because NATTA has asked that it be open by January next year, that whole facility. So just wanting you to run us through the process from here.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. So as per the advisory committee's terms of reference, the nominations will now be correlated. They will be presented to a panel and recommendations brought back to council for endorsement. I haven't got a complete list yet, but we look like we may have, we do have nominations and some very good quality nominations as well, so that's very encouraging. And so once that committee is formed, then we can start the process of a first meeting and setting the agenda and working through the issues towards that opening date and what opening looks like, what that means.
Through Mr Mayor, just wanted to know the timelines of that, when that would be likely to happen.
So through you, Mr Mayor, I'd expect a report back to council in October, Liveability, with the recommendations, and just depending on all the participants' availability will dictate when our first meeting is.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And through you, Mr Mayor, just a question on the Heisel Progress Association, their lease. I know they were concerned about some of the wording. Has that been sorted?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, it hasn't been sorted as yet. I think going forward, a community engagement meeting out there with the group and with the full committee, I think will be beneficial to explain through some of the issues they've raised. I think it's about helping that group build capacity and understanding the licence agreement. We have made the concession, council has made the concession that they can have that whole portion rather than the part, which was initially proposed. The other issues they've raised are just technical licence issues that we're happy to work through with them to help them understand why those conditions are there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wondering what the timelines are around that particular meeting.
I haven't got a set timeline. I can just keep progressing as quick as I can.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just wanting to know what's happening with the Proston Shows Society. I know they put in a request to potentially lease the caravan park there. I'm just wanting to know where that's at.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, council hasn't received, certainly hasn't come to my office, the formal request from the society of what they're investigating or what they would like to lease. So until I receive that formal correspondence from the society, I can't action it.
To you, Mr. Mayor, I think that they actually sent through a lot of questions. Have they been answered and followed up, or?
Councillor Erkins, would you mind if you just pop your light off? Thank you.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, I haven't seen that correspondence. Happy to check council's records and follow up and provide feedback at the next Liveability meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Jennifer. Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if this is the right place to bring this up, but I did raise at one stage whether it would be possible to look at a discount for local residents at the dams. So I wonder if we could have, whether it's a report that we need of a time that the dams aren't so busy with tourism, that it may be possible, and maybe the costs that we can look at, costs to be able to give a discount to try and encourage our local residents to holiday local rather than losing them. And I understand they probably are going to be wanting to go in school holidays when it's possibly busy, but not necessarily so because it's close to them. Maybe we can encourage them to do long weekends and stay. So I don't know, is that right, that we can have a
Mr Acting
report?
CEO, your thoughts?
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, so Councillor Erkins, you have raised that, so it is just an outstanding action we do need to bring back to future meetings. So yeah, I think the team have just been a bit busy with the changeover of the department. So yeah, no, you already have a motion on the books to come back.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Okay, any further speakers? No? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you very much, Manager, for that excellent report. Okay, on to 8.4, Planning and Land Management Operational Update, and that's at page 56. Welcome, Manager Lyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, just the standard update for the environment and planning and environment area. Applications are still steady. We're receiving applications at a steady rate. Council will note that planning applications last year in the 2021-22 area were increased from the previous years. Similar steady applications for building and plumbing and private certification. Nothing untoward there. I just recommend for Council to note.
Thank you, Manager. So the recommendation is that the Planning and Land Management Operational Update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, secondly, Councillor Henson. Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Duff?
Through Mr. Mayor, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanting to flag the fact that I've had lots of concerns from different people about what's happening through the planning process, and I just wanted to flag that at the after we've carried this report, that I would like to move a motion around that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly note the announcements last night by the Premier around the housing summit to address our growing housing crisis, and certainly across Queensland and certainly being felt here in the South Burnett. I always enjoy these statistics, Manager Mike, because it gives us an opportunity to look at exactly how many dwellings have been approved, and I just wanted to check that I've got this right, but it looks like year to date for building applications, Class 1A, that is houses, dwellings, yes? So there's 15 that building applications, and a further, the 15 that have been notified there for private certification, are they the same number? Is it just 15 in total for the year to date? Or I just want to check exactly how many dwellings have been approved in the region since the beginning of this financial year.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, that the list, the table there is 15 applications privately certified, and it just happens to correspond with the 15 applications certified through the building department.
So that would be 30 in
30,
total. Yeah. So 30 houses have been, 30 dwellings have been approved since the beginning of this financial year in our region. Yep, and then we've also, I see there's 5 dwelling relocations that have been approved as well. So that's another 5 properties, another 5 properties in the house, another 5 houses. Can I get my words right? 5 houses that have been relocated in our region. Have I read that right?
That'd be correct. Applications for relocation, so they may not have been relocated to date,
and
but
then
there's applications.
Class 1 and 10A is a dwelling with a shed, is that right? So that's another 2.
That's correct.
And there's 5, so that's actually another 7. So in total, we're at 42 for the year to date.
That'd be correct, Councillor.
Yep. Thank you very much. I think it's really important that we always keep an eye on these statistics in line of the current housing crisis and how many new properties are actually being, how many new houses are actually being approved and constructed in our region. I know we've seen an enormous upturn over the previous 2 years, and it seems like from these figures that that's still continuing.
Thank you very much, Manager. Any further questions or observations? Oh, Councillor Atkins.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wondered, that block in Normanby Street, has anything happened about that? Because
through the chair, Councillor, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of that allotment.
that's the big block of land that's on the highway and runs into Normanby Street that caught on fire a couple of years ago. And when we changed the rules about mowing grass, that came into being that they needed to do that.
Through the chair, yes, Councillor. There were changes in our policies and procedures, but I'm not sure of that instance on that allotment and whether it has been cleared up. I can. So it hasn't been. I can take that on notice and have that attended to. Thank you.
Yeah. Through the chair, I was just to say, the Councillor Erkins has submitted a customer request on that block, so it'd be just a matter of following up where that process is at the moment.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, any further speakers? No? Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move, and I've sent it through to Bree, so it should be up on the screen, that the committee recommends to Council that a detailed monthly report listing all development applications received, the date received and the status of each application is provided as part of the agenda at the monthly standing committee meetings for the information of councillors, that all prospective applicants contacting Council in relation to planning matters are, as a matter of policy, to be offered a pre-lodgement meeting, and that councillors are to receive an optional invitation to attend these meetings, that correspondence to prospective applicants indicating that an application is outside council policy or likely to be declined is to include a copy to the relevant divisional councillor, that all application assessments are to be reported to council with an officer's recommendation for review and a decision by council, and this process to apply to any proposed changes to pre-existing planning approval conditions, for example, in brackets, negotiated decisions.
Okay, do we have a seconder for such? Councillor Erkins. Councillor Duff to speak to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Of late and over probably the last 14 years, we've had lots and lots of complaints about our planning process and concerns that when people go to the council, that sometimes to the planning section, it's sometimes not that it's not an easy process. It's also they find it difficult, they find it challenging, and there's concerns about well, just more of the opposite to a can-do attitude. I've had concerns from, and the other councillors would be aware of, a land developer in Kingaroy, problems in relation to an access to a road, an ATM in wanting to be put in Wandai, and just got knocked back, and I found out by chance that got knocked back. It didn't, councillors weren't involved. An applicant for Blackbutt wanting to undertake a subdivision expressed concerns to councillors. Someone in Mergen just recently wanted to put an ice cream van in front of the Visitor Information Centre just on a Sunday when the Visitor Information Centre is open, just to attract, because they have leftover ice creams from the day before, to just attract more people to our Visitor Information Centre. That got knocked back. I just found out that by chance. A negotiated decision. So we had there was a development application went through council, and then there was a lot of submitters, and then a negotiated decision was made, and now that submitter, all those what went through council was changed, and the submitter is frustrated because that was changed, and councillors never got to see that, so I don't understand how that happened. So just wanting to put this forward to try and get so that the councillors are sort of across what's happening, because I don't see how we can change policies or make policies relevant unless we're getting more information and not just finding out these things that are being knocked back just by chance. So that's why I'm wanting to see this whole process change. So I commend the motion. Thank you.
Okay, other councillors' thoughts? Councillor Erkins.
I know in my role as a real estate agent, I talk a lot to people who are looking at developing, and I'm told by a lot of people that this area, this region, is one of the most difficult to deal with. I'm often told that it's difficult. And I just probably am not completely sure of what the role of the planning department is. However, from my experiences previously, it was more as a real estate agent again, I would send people down to council with confident that they would go down there and council would help them into how they could do things. But it just appears now that I send them down to council, and if they come back and tell me it's just too difficult. So I just don't know if there's not a way that we can be helping people more as to how they can do things, not telling them why they don't. I've had a couple of people who've recently had dealings, one in particular who is very, very keen and is working through a planner of her own, and I just can't understand if her planner, surely he would be educated as to what the rules are. He tells her one thing, and then she goes to council and she has to change things. I just can't understand why there is that difference between what people are paying, a service that they're paying for, and then they're coming into council and finding that doesn't, they've got to change things again. And I think it's not conducive to encouraging development in our region, and we're doing all these things to encourage development. So I'm just wondering how, and I just don't know whether this motion, will maybe help that we can look at things as more, as Councillor Duff said, a can-do attitude rather than why people can't do things. You know, that we can help people as to why, how they can do things rather than why they can't do it. Thank you.
Further speakers? Mr Acting CEO.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, no, I certainly think is an area we can look at. I am quite disappointed in Councillor Duff in some of the comments you've just made, as far as it's easy just to bag the planning staff. Some of those decisions, they weren't knocked back. We've provided advice to the customers. We haven't received an application, so nothing to knock back. Another case you mentioned there, the officers were just implementing council's policies as we are required to, directed by council. So yes, there is areas we can look at. I know that the staff certainly don't have that attitude that they can do. Developers are frustrated. I think we talked at morning tea about some of the issues of liability and enforcing. So those guys have a particular role. Sometimes the developer, the cost of actually doing the development is what the issue is, and we're telling them. So yeah, I'm not saying that we don't need to look at things, or just just a bit disappointed that you can stand up and just bag out on hearsay without coming back and finding the information.
Look, I certainly respect that, Mr Acting CEO, but I think in all fairness to Councillor Duff, I didn't hear statements there that were directed to staff. And I think, please, if the staff are listening, this is a discussion around policy and around process. It is not appropriate for us to be making statements in relation to our staff, and I would hope that wasn't the intention, Councillor, to be critical of the staff. But I think, if I can just finish, I think this discussion, certainly for the staff, please keep up the great work. This is about our policies as a council and what our processes are, and we need to focus on that. I think, note your comments, but please, I hope the staff don't take it as being critical of them. And Councillor, I hope that wasn't your intention.
Through you, Mr Mayor, no. What I was saying was that those decisions I found out by chance. If we knew that there was policies around that, and you suggested that there was policies that you're only following policies, how can we change the policies so that we can have more of a can-do attitude if we don't know what those decisions are being made that are relevant to the policies that are being knocked back, that are upsetting people? Like, I know you're following process, but maybe we need to change the policies and processes. That's all I meant.
I respect that, Councillor Duff, and apologies but I suppose I just felt that we do need to look at those things, and it's how we do that. The guys are always willing to provide councillors the feedback, and if we do need, and I know there might be a number of policies that we need to look back and if we can get direction on council. So, I think I'd probably have a couple of issues with some of the recommendations here that we can talk through. I do think we need to potentially, in this space, have some briefings where we can actually work through some of those policies, whether it be the itinerant vending, that the heritage, protection of heritage buildings, type thing. So if we raise those issues and we can bring back information and talk through those individual items, but so happy to work with council.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting CEO. Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a couple of things, and I do agree with pre-lodgements meeting. I think everyone should do pre-lodgement meetings. I'm just wondering that we're not stepping on anyone's feet with regards to this, and that we're not going more into the operational space with some of these. And but I do sort of worry about some of these requests and the staffing levels, and when we're able to actually have the staff to do this, whether there's going to be more pressure on the staff, because I know there's limited staff in that space. So just through you, Mr Mayor, I suppose Acting CEO and Manager Mike, to see whether we've actually got enough staff to do this. Thank
you, Councillor Potter. It's a really good question, is it, the resourcing in this department? Mr Acting CEO, your thoughts?
Through you, Mr Mayor. I do think it is. We are actually trying at the moment to recruit for a coordinator in this space. Has proved difficult so far. Given the level of customer requests and things that are coming in, I do think we do need to look at resourcing up this area. And some of that frustration may be around the timeframes to be able to get responses back to people, just pure with the industry at the moment and the requests coming in. So, yeah, that's something from a management team we do need to take on board, and I think do need to look at the resource. And we are supplementing the team with external consultants. And I must say, to their detriment, they try not to use the consultants because it's a cost. So, and I know Manager Mike has been sort of trying to, get them to use consultants. So, yeah, I think the staff are their own worst enemies at times, where they are trying to save the money by not bringing in the consultants, which puts pressure back. But, yeah, definitely from a resourcing issue we do need to look at.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Anything further, Councillor Potter, on that?
No, it was just the operational side of things, that making sure this doesn't overstep our mark as council.
Any observations in relation to that question, Mr. Acting CEO?
Yeah, through Ms. Mayor, I suppose just working through the recommendations from Councillor. The first one, the detailed monthly listing, we do provide that in the council meeting. So there is a detailed listing of all the development applications received. The delegated authority ones go in there. That it probably doesn't include the amount of information, the dates received, the status, and that in those things. So that's certainly something we could look at refining that report. We did talk about, and I think it was the intention of the team to introduce probably a separate briefing session on planning applications, which we used to actually do that and have that detail, Councillor Duff, I think it was, where they were received and that. So that's potentially another way to go, is look at a separate briefing report. Pre-lodgements are definitely, they're offered to all of the to all of the applicants. The second part of this, that council receive an optional invite. I do have probably some concerns around councillors attending some of those pre-lodgement meetings. Probably more so for the council's protection. Like if a councillor attends some of those, then I just don't know whether there is rise to that, a conflict of interest potentially. Like if a councillor's involved in the application process and then being asked to decide on the application, we just like to give a bit of thought around that. There's also the risk there that if a councillor's involved in those pre-lodgement meetings, that there could be undue pressure put on officers. And again, so inappropriate conduct risks for councillors, that there could be seen to be pressure put on those staff in those, because it is an operational process. Council makes the decision. Council needs to be comfortable with the information that's provided. But yeah, it's a fine line, and it'll be I understand the sentiment, but it's just those risks around that. Correspond. So. The other one, the application assessment report to council with office for review and decision by council. This one here, I suspect, will have an impact of slowing down. If every council decision, we make a number of decisions by delegation, so that will definitely slow down. If we're making the decision once a month and bringing everything through to council, there is a risk of that slowing down when decisions can be made. We generally, so if it's a simple reconfiguration of a lot, 1 into 2, it meets the codes, then those things are all signed off on delegation. So I'm not sure whether we're looking at code accessible applications, like if they meet the code, then we sign them off on delegations. Impact accessible applications, we bring those all back through council, and we do, but some of those we will sign off under delegation if there's been no submitters, if there's been no objections to them. We usually sign those off on delegations, and that's really purely to get them out the door rather than wait for the next 2 weeks till council meetings come back. So I do see that could have a potential. We'd potentially be outside our timeframes for deciding applications at times, or we'd be requesting applicants for a decision notice for an extension of that decision-making period. We did have, I think Councillor Duff mentioned one, and there was an application where the negotiated decision notice, if the council makes the decision, then that negotiated decision does need to come back to council. So yeah, there is a historical one which we appear to have have signed off by delegation, which yeah, I agree with council. That probably it should have come back through council. So that was probably a mix-up or failure in our processes. But yeah, generally, if the council's made a decision, that it should come back to council if it's a negotiated decision, and that's generally around when we've made a decision. The developer will suggest an alternative condition, and if we're comfortable that it meets the required outcome, then that's where you'd be issuing a negotiated decision. So yes, I agree with that one, but there's a couple of others. So yeah, I'm not sure whether this is something whether we could sort of have a bit, provide some more input and background into some of these to come back to council if that was good. Yeah, I suppose I flagged a bit, a few red flags for me, just off the floor, or just cold.
Yeah, thank you for that insight, Mr. Acting CEO. We'll go to Councillor Shoemaker, then back, and then to Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I understand what we're trying to achieve here, and I know from when we first started this term of council, we were talking about those statutory timeframes, and are we meeting the statutory timeframes for development? There's a few things I have been looking at just around what's available on our webpage, the information around, you can find your statements of reasons. Councillors receive all reports about planning as delegated authority reports in our monthly council meeting agendas, so it's great to actually take a proper look at those. What I have found through what the information that we have online, we do only put what we've approved online, and so I do understand it's hard to know as a council if there are things that are active or have been declined. So I guess I'm keen to understand, Peter or Mike, around is there a process or a statutory requirement to reveal those decision notices about anything that has been declined? Or because what I've seen, if it's outside the box of council, and I'm just trying to understand, so my apologies if I'm rambling, but if it's outside the guidelines of the planning policy, then those applications come to council for assessment before they're not just blindly declined. I'm trying to understand that process a little bit better, the conversations that I had from a planning perspective. If an application's brought forward and it doesn't meet the requirements of the planning scheme and could be tricky, and we give that feedback to the developer, how do we know it's not lost in the system, or is there a process where we follow up with that person, or what sort of things happen in the instance where we've given that kind of information?
Through the chair. So my understanding is that we do bring any recommended refusals back to council. We wouldn't, under delegated authority, issue a refusal. What we tend to do is if on planning grounds we can't support an application, then we would advise the applicant that on planning grounds our recommendation would be refusal, and then often the applicant might say they don't want that to go through to council, to go away and work on it, because if we come to council and the application is refused, then it's a start the process again. So if they can go back, amend the application, bring something through that we could recommend approval with conditions. So we try to do that negotiation prior, and sometimes it might be the applicant walks away or thinks that it's going to be a refusal, because we would. But yeah, so when we bring an application to council, like the planning officers will need to put their recommendations based on what the planning scheme says. So yeah, they would be saying they can't support it. Then it's up to council. Council can certainly go against that recommendation, put their reasons together. So yeah, the refusals would generally come through. My understanding they would go on the website too, but Mike might have a bit more knowledge in this space. But yeah, that's probably my comments.
Yeah, through the chair. Yes, look, in relation to planning applications, generally under the Planning Act, previous planning acts were very prescriptive in relation to what was required and what wasn't. Under the Planning Act, the current Planning Act, it is a a sort of there's a lot of negotiation available in relation to applicants and council in relation to outcomes. And any application that comes to council would be refused. We would submit that to council for council's consideration. Some of the inquiries that come through, and I do take on notice the councillors' concerns, they're not. They're inquiries. For instance, we had an inquiry about a building that was on a local planning register. They want to put an ATM in front of that. That facade is identified on the local planning register of a building that is identified as having some significance. So putting an ATM in the front of that building is not is counterproductive to that significance of that facade of that building. But that wasn't a planning application. There was some inquiries. There are inquiries about the acting CEO mentioned in relation to itinerant vendors. We've had inquiry about an itinerant vendor wanting to park on the roadway and use council's access to council's power, but our website clearly states that we don't support itinerant vendors on roadways because we have adequate provision in relation to existing premises, existing commercial premises, and where people have a licence, they can operate from any commercial premises if they have an itinerant vendor van, in any case, from a commercial premises. So there are, and do take on notice that the perception might be that we're just saying no. I think in support of my team, we do try to be proactive in relation to applications that come in from consultants or from applicants that don't fit the parameters of the planning scheme. We do have those conversations, and we do negotiate in relation to that. And we've got plenty of applications on the cards at the moment where applicants want to have concessions in relation to roadworks and concessions in relation to matters that would become council's responsibility at the expiration of that development. So it is important that the integrity of the planning scheme is maintained, and of course any ulterior, anything that's outside of that comes back to council for consideration, because council set and approve the planning scheme, which is supported by government policies and through government instruments, and to have good outcomes for the community. So sometimes developers, and quite rightly so, they have the bottom line is what the development's going to cost and how much they've got to develop it. But matters such as roadworks are sort of are set in stone in relation to traffic and so on. So these matters we do negotiate, and we come back a few times, and quite often developers go back and submit an application. We have discussions, and they may be months before they come back. We've had one just come in last week that's been sitting on the table for some months. It's just come back with their with the developer's consultant. Their engineering consultants have come back with some ideas, and our staff are going to be negotiating with them about how we can make those ideas work. So the staff are obviously looking for opportunities to make developments work, having regard to the standards and guidelines. So I just wanted to update that. Can-do attitude as far as development and promoting the area is, I believe, in relation to the staff, and there has been some staffing issues, and it's been alluded to. But that's only in our defence. We do tend to, majority of times have pre-lodgement meetings. Sometimes applicants come through a licensed planner, and they have a preliminary lodgement meeting over the phone, and application is submitted and is dealt with because they have looked at the scheme and ameliorated any impacts on the neighbourhood from those issues in the scheme. So that's all I'd just like to add. I do think some of the aspects alluded to there in relation to providing updates and maybe a monthly workshop or a monthly update of where we are, status of applications has a lot of merit, keeping councillors informed. I just have concerns in relation to getting intimately involved with councillors with the applicant. At the moment, just to give council a bit of context, where the issue of solar farms is very topical at the moment. We have an applicant in the eastern end of the Shire who was looking to develop a solar farm. We've already had a meeting on site with that person before an application's even been lodged, because of the nature and the size and scale of that development. And the consultants have contacted us yesterday, and they want to present just a preliminary proposal to council, take a bit of council's time, and ensure council that they want to produce this proposal for the good benefit of the community, but also to ameliorate any impacts from the neighbouring areas. So we're proactive in those areas, but there are times when people are not happy with our decision or the parameters of the planning scheme, and I guess that can lead to conflict. We try to avert that if we can, and deal with people directly.
That's a comprehensive response. Thank you, Manager Lyle. Councillor Schumacher.
Yeah, thank you. I think in terms of process, I would really like to see those monthly meetings reinstated, those briefing sessions, purely not for council comment or to influence planning outcomes, but just so that we've got a good understanding of what work is actually happening behind the scenes. Because certainly I think in my time as a councillor, it's not uncommon to find things out or have people phone you and be frustrated, and with all of the requirements for a councillor to sort of keep a distance from developers, I think that would be a safety net for us in terms of just having the facts and where council is positioned. I'm really keen to understand more about how we use, information requests, extension notices, what our options are with, because I have had feedback around some of those timeframes, and I think it'd be good to be clear in terms of what that actually means when those things happen for a developer and for council. And I think even with our investment in technology, really keen to understand, into the future, the pipeline applications like PD Online, or what I've seen Moreton Bay Regional Council's platform online, where you can apply for a pool, and it's much more simple and streamlined, which maybe from a resources point of view, we may need to look at investment in some of those tools to lighten the load on our team for the things that are less complex. I've also been looking at some of the work Western Downs have done, and they've got some incredible tools. They're called roam maps to development, and it's really key in terms of material change of use, where you start, where you finish, and the time frame and what we might expect. And I think even maybe some of these tools, I think because our region, prior to COVID, we really hadn't seen the development that we have since COVID. And so I think there are opportunities for us to maybe look at some of the resources and the tools and things that we have to create better understanding, both in our community, in our council, and better communication, because I think there is maybe a barrier there. I've certainly read as much information as I can obtain, and it's complicated, and so I think I'm keen to certainly learn some more and learn how we can work better as a team. I think some of this reporting, I know we did try to get some reporting around those statutory timeframes at the beginning of the term, but I know the graphs that were produced weren't necessarily accurate because of however we were capturing the information. So I'm probably keen to see that more in your motion, Councillor Duff. How are we using our current resources? What kind of initiatives or ideas do we have to improve practices? What kind of tools do we maybe need to consider? What kind of resources? And they're things, certainly, as the planning portfolio holder, I'm really keen to work with the team now that that's been endorsed, to sort of look at some of these things. So that's my position on this. I'm not sure about whether we should actually support this motion or whether you're proposing an amendment, Councillor Duff, because I've listened to Councillor, I've listened to Manager O'May and certainly Manager Lyle, and I think, we need something that's workable here for all of us. So that's my feedback on this motion.
Councillor Jones, did you have anything to?
Thanks, Mayor. Look, I've just listened to the whole lot. I think just through you, a question to Pete and Mike, the pre-lodgement meetings. I know that when we first started this term, we made a significant attempt to make that a priority before any developments or anything like that. We encourage that. Would that be a fair thing to say? Happy to be corrected, but we've certainly gone out of our way to promote those pre-lodgement meetings, and they're accessible, are they, to the developers?
Through the chair, yes, councillor, the pre-lodgement meetings are offered for all development applications. Some choose to have a pre-lodgement, some don't. Particularly, we try and focus not so much on the, particularly in relation to, I use the word, the mum and dad developers. We try and get them in so we can work them through the process. But yes, that is a part of our operation in the planning area.
Yeah, thanks, Manager. And look, I've had nothing but good interaction with the planning department. Anyone that I've ever dealt with, Councillor Duff, I'd be interested to have a conversation with you offline in regards to the subdivision in Blackbutt that was knocked back. I believe I've been a part of one, and I passed that on after being contacted by people in Blackbutt that wanted a subdivision, a small one, and I passed it on to our staff, and I believe that will come back to council as a whole to make a decision. So be interested just to have a quick catch up there, make sure I'm on the right one. But as this recommendation sits in front, acting CEO May touched on some of the things. I won't be supporting this recommendation as it currently sits. If you want to try and make changes and whatever else, I think the whole policy needs to be brought back. And if you want to have a discussion, have the staff as well as council in the room. And if you want to make change then, but I won't be supporting this recommendation as it sits here today.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hinchin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, it's more comment more than anything. Bring your attention to pages 58 and 9, and the statistics and facts and figures there are mind-blowing. You know, there's hardly a department there that's not blowing the figures from the previous year out of the water. When you look at that, and you go to planning customer requests, 1,200 to 890 odd, and go down through that entire list, and Manager Mike, you touched on it in relation to some staffing issues previously. I would suggest that you've been under the pump, and anything, can reiterate what Councillor Jones has said, any of my experience in passing on people into your department and your staff and managers, nothing but praise for the work that's been done in that, with what you've had to work with. So, yeah, those figures speak for themselves there. I would suggest that the department is seriously under the pump. Taking into consideration as well, 9 months of that 12-month period, 8 months of that 12-month period have been over and above normal weather conditions, which would have hindrance in some shape or form somewhere along the track. So, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hinchin. Anyone else that has an opportunity? I think covered everybody. I'm just wondering, listening to acting CEO's concerns in relation to councillors sitting in on those meetings. So at the moment, from time to time, we will receive a request from an applicant to have a meeting with the mayor and or councillors. And on all occasions, we certainly ensure that we have the senior staff from planning involved in those meetings so that there's proper guidance around how the meeting is conducted. But I'm wondering if that's something that council is looking to do in terms of an optional invitation to attend these meetings to protect councils and to keep the process, councillors, and to keep the process pure. If we're going to go down that path, would it be prudent to perhaps insert there that a policy framework is developed as to the role of councillors in that engagement process? Because I think, to put it simply, if councillors are going to sit in on planning pre-lodgement meetings, there needs to be a set of rules as to what councillors' role will be and what councillors can and can't do. Otherwise, we might find ourselves, as CEO Mark often says, tripping over ourselves and inadvertently creating a problem for us and council. So Councillor Duff, yeah, that a policy framework is developed to propose the role of the councillor in these engagements. Perfectly done. Thank you, Bree. Would you be prepared to consider including that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm just opening this discussion to try and get something happening in a positive way. So if that helps General Manager O'May tick the box as far as councillors not getting too deep in operational, I'm happy to include that into the motion. Thank you.
And I think there would need to be some proper education and training for councillors around the implementation of that policy, so that we're very clear if we are going to step into a room involving a developer and staff, we're very clear as to what we can and can't do, because Peter's right, there have been councillors in the past in Queensland who have inadvertently tripped over themselves by almost entering in the space of directing staff or influencing staff inappropriately. We certainly don't want to go there, I wouldn't have thought. So thank you. Okay, Councillor Erkins, have you had a chance to speak on this?
Briefly.
I believe you have. Okay. I think we're at the point where we're going to go to the vote on this one. Councillor Duff, right of reply. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to tweak the other one that General Manager O'May was concerned about, that we would hold up the process with it, that all application assessments are to be reported to council. He said that General Manager O'May has indicated that that would slow us down because there's a lot of ones we just put through code accessible. So I just wanted guidance around how to tweak that so that it's not going to hold up the process. It was certainly never my intention, and maybe, it was more about the ones that we're declining, that we don't see, that I was concerned about. So just wanting some guidance there.
Yeah, through the Mayor. Yeah, I think it was particularly around those refusals. I think we could certainly, and it is our policy to bring any of the refusals back, but we could definitely have that included in the motion, that if there was any recommended refusals. And I suppose the impact assessable applications, generally they're the higher impact ones. So it's probably more for clarity that we could say all impact assessable and proposed refusals. Impact accessible application assessments, and any proposed, any recommended refusals are reported to council with an office record for review, decision by council, and any proposed refusals. Generally we wouldn't. It's generally probably is impact accessible. So like if an application doesn't meet the code, then generally that would trigger the higher level of assessment and make it impact accessible. But yeah, for clarity, we can include it in there if that's for council.
So in that second one up there, Mr. CEO, any proposed code accessible refusals, would that be what you're suggesting there?
Oh, no, I think any because generally they're going to be impact accessible. But yeah, I think, as I said, normally we wouldn't be refusing a code accessible. We would probably want it to trigger up to make an impact accessible application, because they can't meet the code. It would automatically trigger into that higher level of assessment. So yeah, I'm comfortable with just the word with refusals.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Councillor Duff.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, happy to accommodate those changes. We just want to get this right. I don't want to do anything that's not,
Okay. Councillor Erkins, you're comfortable as a seconder with the changes that have been made at items 2 and 4 and 5? 2 and 4, sorry.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. I think we're at the point of going to the...
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion that the planning policy be brought back for review, because this recommendation is starting to get a fair bit of meat about it, and I think this deserves a lot more conversation. Councillor Shoemaker touched on it before. There's some things there. I think the staff need to be involved. I think this is it's starting to get bigger than first planned. So I would like to move a procedural motion that the planning policy be brought back for review and discussion to use these items as guidelines to any changes to be made to future policy. something along those lines.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Jones. So what you've described there is actually not a procedural motion as such. That would be an ordinary motion, in which case we would need to go through the process of debating that. If you were to move a procedural motion, for example, to say that the matter lay on the table, then you could certainly do that, and that could then facilitate further discussion. But procedural motions are pretty well confined to per certain prescribed matters. Laying on the table would be fine, but I think what you've suggested there is probably a normal motion that would have to be debated. I think CEO's agreeing with me on that.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I agree with the mayor that wouldn't be classed as a procedural motion. That is a substantive standalone motion. So yeah, procedural is really lay on the table, refer to a meeting, the motion be put. Those sort of just procedural motions.
Yes, so that being the case, I think we're at a point where we either vote on the motion that's now been debated, or certainly a councillor is entitled to move a procedural motion that the matter lay on the table. I think we're probably at the point where it's one of those two. Yeah, because what you're proposing certainly wouldn't even constitute an amendment to the motion.
Yeah, no, fair call. My apologies. I will. I believe that this, I'll move a procedural motion that lays on the table, because I think that these 5 dot points there, it's certainly got some meat in it, and listening to Manager Mike and all that sort of stuff, and Acting CEO, they have indicated that there is some issues that they can work on. Councillor Duff has highlighted some things that she would like to see addressed. I think the planning scheme or the policy, I think it deserves more time than just throwing these 5 dot points out. So I'd like to see it lay on the table and be brought back for further discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. So we'll accept the procedural motion that the matter lay on the table. Do we have a seconder? Seconder for that? Councillor Henson has seconded. We'll go straight to the vote then. Those in favour? Yes. Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Potter, Councillor Henson and Councillor Jones. Thank you. Those against? Councillor Erkins, Duff and Otto. Okay, the procedural motion has been carried. Thank you, Councillor Jones. The matter will now lay on the table until such time as it's lifted off the table for further discussion. Thank you all. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move a motion.
Yes, thank you.
A monthly briefing session be scheduled between councillors and the planning and development team to provide information about planning and development activities underway, and to assist councillors in learning and understanding planning and development learning and understanding more, probably just more about planning and development, Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move that motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Potter, yes. Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Potter. Councillor Shoemaker to speak to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's certainly, the discussion we've had this morning I think is really good, and I think it's important that we continue those discussions. The purpose of a briefing session, as you've discussed before, is not for council to influence or make decisions. It's really just to receive information. And I think the purpose of this motion is really, there are so many complexities often to planning and development that, I've read a number of the statements of reason online. I've read a number of conditions in applications that we've seen over the 2-year term that we've been here. And often I don't fully understand reasons why we might put that condition on a development or, and I guess what I would like to be able to do is to ask questions and to better understand our processes and procedures so that we can better communicate that and better serve our communities. So my intention is not to create a space where we're influencing decisions. It's really just, as we have many mayoral briefings, it's really just an opportunity for us to sit down with the planning team and to understand where things are at. I think it very much goes to a number of the things Councillor Duff has mentioned this morning, and I think it would help us in understanding how we're going and tracking against some of those timelines. I also think, as I've discussed previously, there's a number of learnings from other councils that I've been looking out for, and I think this would be a great opportunity for us to understand what resources or supports the team need to deliver on the expectations of our community and the expectations of council. So the purpose of these briefings, we've been talking about them for quite some time. Every month we get a giant pack of delegated authority reports and you read through them, and it would be wonderful to actually just have the space and time in our calendars to better understand those delegated reports rather than just moving them on to the CEO. So for me, this is an opportunity for us to learn together and to support and work with each other. And I think receive the information in the spirit of good, solid, informed decision making. That's the purpose of my motion here today. And I hope from this that some of those things that Councillor Duff has pointed out this morning, you know, that we can discuss and better understand some of those implications. Because if there are barriers, we do need to overcome them. We do need to absolutely do what we can to streamline planning processes and take full advantage of the opportunity of growth currently on our doorstep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things. Look, I actually don't want to lose what Councillor Duff has brought forward, and I know we've laid it on the table, but I really would like to bring that back in to look at that policy in general. So I know that motion was just to lay it on the table, but I do believe we need to bring that policy back, take what Councillor Duff has actually mentioned and maybe work that. So we really need a really good policy session on planning. So I'm just wondering whether we could include that as well, whether that's part of your proposal here, Councillor Shoemaker. But I really do, as I said, we can't lose what Councillor Duff has mentioned, because there's some really important meaty stuff in there, as Councillor Jones said. So I'm just wondering if that's possible to, whether we put that in this or whether we have a different motion after that. Probably looking for your guidance through that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. CEO, what are your thoughts around a process to address the issues raised by Councillor Duff?
Yeah, through the chair. So the matters are laying on the table, so they do need to come back to council. So they say they aren't lost. I do think the briefing sessions, as Councillor Shoemaker, will address a number of those issues from Councillor Duff. But yeah, those matters that are laying on the table are in council's hands. So council needs to deal with those. So yeah, and I'm sure Councillor Duff won't let them go. I would expect it, but from a management and an operational point of view, we'll need to be addressing those things and bringing back, and whether it be through the briefing sessions or through the council, we need to address those. So yeah, I don't think you need anything extra. They're still live. They're just laying on the table for council to bring back and to be addressed.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Further speakers? Councillor Erkins.
Can I just ask, where that other matter is laying on the table, and there has been some talk about looking at the policy, so is that what will happen? That we will look at that, we will look at those policies for town planning?
Yeah, through the chair, I think possibly we may need to do, like as part of that briefing session, maybe look at the town planning processes. Like there isn't a specific town planning policy that, like there is a whole framework. There's a heap of planning policies with the good protection of good quality agricultural land or whatever. But yeah, I think maybe as part of that briefing session, and I think that might have been where with this motion, if it's more about planning and development processes, where the added processes at the back, I think we need to provide council probably an information briefing on maybe the different types of applications and how they're assessed, what we are assessing about. So give some insight. So yeah, I think maybe I would suggest that if it's to have learning and understanding more about planning and development processes, I think that's probably going to be a key, not just updating on the current applications. And if there are some specific policies like the itinerant vendors, which not, or about the heritage things, if councils have got specific protection of good quality agricultural land or so those sort of things councils could flag, and we could bring them back through those briefing and talk specifically to those. So if that addresses your query.
Yep. One of the things that, I'll probably support this motion on is because I know that when we talked about councillors getting involved and wanting to influence, I think it's more a matter of us being aware of what's happening, because when somebody comes to you and tells you all their problems, and then you find out from the planning department that, hey, there's a lot of issues, they're not doing this and not doing that. If we were aware of it right at the start, it might put us in a better position. It might also save time, because we're not coming, to council and saying, hey, this is happening, this guy's ringing me up. We'll have an understanding of that. But probably, again, with the whole system of it, is my issue has still been with people going to council. They don't put in an application, because a lot of people are saying to me that their dealings when they go, and I don't even know who they're speaking to. They might even just speak to the girl, somebody on the front desk. But a lot of people are saying to me, your council is too difficult to deal with. So, I'd like to see how we can change that impression that people have got. Maybe we're not, but that is an impression that a lot of people come to me. So I'd like to be able to do that. And if maybe through this, we can have a better understanding, so that when we speak to someone, we can give them better advice, so that they go in more optimistic with what's going to happen. So, thank you.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would be more happy if it included about the policies and processes, because that's my concern. And my concern is also that we're not seeing a lot of the stuff that's getting knocked back, and it's not even, as Councillor Erkins has articulated, it's not actually getting to they're not even bothering to do a development application, because they're concerned about the whole policies and processes that they have to go through to get there. And also those smaller ones, like I suggested with the ice cream van and the ATM that we didn't even see. How do we get to see those, so we can maybe change our policies so that we can accommodate those kind of applications?
Further speakers? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, in regards to that, I with the ATM and all that, manager might give a very good explanation. Like they were knocked back on grounds that was justified and with our current policy. And so, and to Councillor Erkin's point, where you get people going down there, and I'm not saying that it's every situation, but you always get one side of the story. And I would think, and like I say, I said it before, the interaction I've had with the planning in my time with council over the last 6 or 8 years, considering that they're under the pump, there's staffing issues and all that sort of stuff, and the increased amount of applications that have come in, they're under the pump. They're doing a good job. Pre-lodgement meetings are encouraged, and I think they're easy accessible. And as acting CEO said there earlier, some people choose to take them up, other people don't. So that's at their discretion. So if they're not having a pre-lodgement meeting, that's at their own demise, I think, because I would believe that our staff are up front and tell them exactly what's going on, what can be done and what can't be done. So, some with developers, I find most developers want an easy road through and everything like a golden path and all that sort of stuff. And if there's any hiccups along the way, they don't really want to work with council. But anyway, it's all individual situations and all that sort of stuff. But like I agree with Councillor Duff. I think that, like I said before, the policy needs to, and CEO Pete said, we haven't really got a planning policy, but we have a framework and all that. And I think it's with these conversations here that we've just had in the last hour, I think it deserves to have the staff and the councillors in a room and have a really good look at what's going on and use, as I said, use those 5 dot points that were put forward by Councillor Duff earlier and Councillor Potter highlighted. We need to have those discussions around that, and yeah, I think there's a bigger conversation to be had than just a little bit of a review. So yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Further speakers before we go back to Councillor Shoemaker? No? Okay. Look, Mr CEO, just as I always, firstly I'd like to certainly acknowledge Councillor Shoemaker's made it very clear here that the intention is not to engage in discussion that could give rise to influencing the developers. This is about providing information. So certainly we're going to acknowledge that. Having said that, I'm always very nervous about these briefings and workshops, as you know, in relation to matters that I feel perhaps should be discussed in an open forum. That said, though, I mean, this process could be quite lengthy and could get into, you know, briefing details around specific applications, which are all, you know, with all things considered, are probably appropriately done in a briefing session. I'd certainly agree with that. I guess for me, Mr. CEO, as one councillor, I would feel more comfortable if we actually did have a policy that governs the way in which those mayoral briefings or meetings that councillors have with developers in the room. I know we've had them from time to time where you sit in, the CEO sits in, Manager Mike sits in. I tend to sit there and listen and not say too much because I don't want to interfere in the process. But I would be really comfortable if we had a policy around how councillors can engage in those particular meetings and also how these briefings are conducted so that we can then be protected by knowing when we have a policy and when we have these briefings, we strictly comply with that policy so that there cannot be any assertions made that a councillor or councillors have influenced an outcome through a briefing outside of a meeting. So I'm happy to support this where there's a supporting policy framework in place to protect councillors and council from tripping over ourselves, I suppose. So keen to hear your thoughts on that, Mr. CEO.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think we do need to have those. Develop a policy. I think it was included in the previous motion with Councillor Duff, just to provide that guidance and I suppose rules of engagement. And it just provides that level of protection. I think talking about the briefing sessions, given. Again, I do see a lot of value in those. There is a lot of commercial confidence in those different in the planning applications at different stages. So, yeah, I do see that a briefing session rather than a discussion in an open standing committee is probably more appropriate. And it also, the other half of it, as we said, is to allow some of that build the understanding of councillors about the processes and some of those policies. So yeah, but I agree. We could certainly develop guidelines that will to guide those policies, and also those councillor interactions with developers. So I fully support that, and yeah.
Well, thank you, Mr. CEO. We'll go back to Councillor Shoemaker to conclude the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy further to your conversation just to add a second point to that motion that states, and that a policy about the conduct of briefings is brought back to council. I guess I was thinking with the review of our code of conduct for committee meetings, I'd already had some ideas about that because I know we've discussed that at length. Is it appropriate that a policy about the conduct of these briefings perhaps, or of planning briefings is brought back to council, because I also appreciate that, you know, there are statutory and regulatory requirements around council's participation in development. So is that suffice, CEO, acting CEO? Yeah? Cool. Well, I certainly commend this motion to the chamber. I think what's most important in this instance is that we're learning, that we're listening, and that we're receiving the information that we need to make informed decisions. And at the moment, in many cases, I think this is an area where we could really improve and get more two-way communication, more open, honest conversations. And certainly I'd love to ask some more questions about a number of things I've found around the planning processes that we have, so that I can understand them and provide that feedback to our community, and certainly use that in any decisions I make about policy into the future as well. So that's my thinking, and certainly thank you for the conversation.
Okay, we'll just confirm, Councillor Potter, as a seconder, you're comfortable with the addition of item 2? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Oh, excuse me. Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, now we are up to item, just see, 12:15. We're up to, yes, item 8.5, Mr. CEO, which is at page 60. That's the Environment and Waste Services Operational Update. Thank you, Manager Lyle.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's the update for the for that waste, particularly in relation to waste reporting and stats. Everything is operating quite smoothly in that area. I'd just like to say, and I'd like to just bring to council's attention, the in the waste area, since we've had our coordinator of waste management commenced in April, we have been able to get some traction in relation to a whole lot of waste matters that were in the back of my mind, and certainly been a great help. So that has certainly, having that dedicated staff member drilling down into waste matters and operational matters in that space. So that has definitely been a great benefit. And I just commend that to council for information.
Thank you, Manager Lyle. Okay, it's recommended that the Environment and Waste Services update be received for information. Moved by Councillor Henshin. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all, and thank you for the report, Manager Lyle. 8.6, Waste Collection Services Contract, Recycling Extension at 63. Shall we stay with you, Manager Lyle?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. In relation, this is a report bringing council up to date in relation to the recycling extension, or extension to the contract and the recycling addition of recycling component to the contract. Council adopted by resolution in July to include recycling as part of our operations for collection, and that we would ideally take that to the Sherburne Aboriginal Shire Council Materials Recovery Facility. That is in process now. This report gives a bit of an update of where we are in relation to the status. Councillors have inquired about the status of where we are in relation to our delivery of that service, and there's a table there that identifies what is happening and where and when. And so one of the exciting things there, and I know a couple of councillors have been aware, but the proposal to have a waste mobile app, which is really, as councillors have alluded to before, communication and technology is expanding in a lot of areas. And what we're proposing is to have a waste app where everybody will have access to the app, and you could go on there and put your address in, and you'll find out when your recycling is due, what sort of materials can be recycled, dates, and so on. So there'll be a bit more information coming on that, but that certainly will be a great tool and technology. It'll be adjunct to the, in the old days, you'd have a sticker on the fridge, and we may even still provide those for some of our constituents, but this app will give them all that information, and it will take the onus off the customer service in relation to people inquiring, because they'll be able to get a lot of the information directly from that app. So just a bit of an update, and I just commend that to council for, I don't think there's a recommendation there. My computer's stopped and locked up. Is there a recommendation?
Yes, there is. Thank you, Manager Lyle. We'll take that as commended. So it's recommended that council receives the report, I believe, that Environment and Waste Services update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Schumacher, seconded Councillor Erkins. Speakers? Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read the report on that waste education and waste mobile app. How cool is that? I think it would be very handy. My husband, it's the only job in his house to put our bin out, and he often forgets. So he would be one of the first people to be getting that app on your phone, on his phone, I can assure you. I was also really grateful to read about the FOGO trial and read. It's quite interesting to hear that a FOGO service may be mandated in the next 5 to 10 years' time, and that there'll be more information about that next year. I think that's very interesting. I attended one of the workshops that we did on composting. I can tell you I'm an avid composter these days. I'm very proud of my composting efforts. I think, yeah, council's work, and certainly I know headed by Councillor Potter, in the FOGO space will be very important into the future. I just had a couple of questions. One, I just see here in terms of your implementation program for the communications about the recycling and waste education awareness programs, which is excellent. I just see here that you've got the time frame for customer service procedures for common response to customer inquiries out till October 22. I was just mindful of our rating period and that rates are payable, and I can just imagine there's a lot of inquiries coming through around the discussions. Well, that's one of my first questions, is discussions about recycling or the decisions made in council's budget. Just probably wanted to understand, are inquiries coming through to customer service, and does the team have the information they need to be able to answer them effectively? Probably GM Jarvis, if you can answer that. And I don't know whether this action item might intertwine and there's opportunity to collaborate there.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Actually, I experienced this, your question firsthand the other day when I was doing my rounds of the customer service centres to visit the staff. And a gentleman did come in and inquire about the recycling and what discount were the pensioners getting. And the rates officers were able to inform them due to the notice that we put in with the rates. But I take your point that there was a breakdown in communication, because the rates were levied prior to community or Liveability having the capacity to engage and to do that educational program. So there was a definite break in the linkage there. But the staff taking that on board, then I did speak to the manager and say the staff need to be informed about this is what council has the resolution to go ahead with it. January, hopefully, that it will commence, and definitely take on board that there was a breakdown in communication, or maybe the timing of it, and it did impact on our customer service staff because there was quite a few inquiries about it.
Yeah, thank you. I just think it's, those people are face of council, are providing so much information. It's so important that we have them informed. So that was my only time frame there. I thought, maybe we need more information for our customer service team sooner, is my only feedback. Other than that, I'm really looking forward to working on the new contract. I think it's quite exceptional that that I'll be part of a council that actually gets to bring down a new waste contract. That is an enormous learning opportunity for all of us. So I'm really looking forward to being at the table with that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, General Manager Jarvis. Any further speakers? No? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Moving on then to 8.6, which is the Waste Collection Services Contract Recycling Extension at 63. If you could, thank you, Manager Lyle.
just done that one.
I apologise. I'm watching Councillor Jones too intently here to make sure he hasn't skipped off for lunch, but I'm probably thinking the same thing. Okay, so where are we? We're going to move at a seconder on 8.6. Okay, do we have a mover then? Councillor Potter? Oh, we've done that. Goodness, I've slipped up big time. Oh, I might have to take a bit of lunch. Oh, goodness me.
You shouldn't spend so much time watching me, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, waiting for you to move a motion for lunch, Councillor Jones. So, okay, my sincere apologies, everybody. Okay, is any further discussion in relation to that? No, we're happy to go to the vote then? Well, we've done that. I just keep I'm just digging a bigger hole. Mike, straighten me out here, would you?
Through the chair, I'd just like to say the waste education strategy initiatives, which are just being developed at the moment, part of that campaign will be a development of key supporting documents for staff and for councillors, and things have been moving quite, and we're aware of those. The importance of communication and having that with our customer service. So I'll take that on board, what Gentleman Jarvis said, and we have that is part of the program. It just hasn't been fully developed. It's in the process. Be out very shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Manager, for all the work you've done there. Okay, well, can I move that we break for lunch? Councillor Hitchin, thanks very much. Shall we resume at 1:30? 1:30 resumption? Okay, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Welcome back, everybody. I'll now move that we resume the meeting at 1:39 p.m. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, those in favour? Carried by 6 votes. We'll just note that Councillor Jones will be with us shortly. Okay, we're up to 8.6 on the agenda, which was the waste collection contract. Only kidding. Sorry, that's my joke for the day. Important to one. They say it's important to laugh at yourself. Sorry. Go on, Pete. Tell the story.
Yeah, I have to tell the story of the dob on the mayor. So he had to check in the break that he had moved that one. He was sure that we were pulling the wool over his eyes, and that the vote hadn't been put. So we had to go back and watch the video. But yes, the mayor had to admit defeat on that one. So hence trying to do 8.6 again.
So I was doubly embarrassed. I've had to eat humble pie. Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to 9.1, and I'd like to welcome Councillor Shoemaker to deliver her Development Services and Community and Social Housing Portfolio Report at 66. Welcome, Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's with great pleasure I present my first Development Services and Community and Social Housing Portfolio Report in this meeting. In terms of development services, you can see there the planning team have been exceptionally busy. Over this past month, since the 1st of September, they've responded to 132 customer requests and held 4 pre-lodgement meetings in August. The following planning applications have been received. So you can see there we've got a material change of use for a granny flat to allow a granny flat, and a reconfiguration of a Lot 2 applications for that, and a further application for the Development Incentive Scheme. There's some information there about the amendment to the planning scheme, and I will talk a little bit more about that. I've got some new information to add to my portfolio report, but basically we have the time frame has been paused for 20 days and will restart on the 20th of September 2022. That's a decision to allow the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning under the Minister's guidelines and rules to conduct an effective state interest review. The draft Wide Bay Burnett Regional Plan, as we know, has been a work in progress for some time now. It was advertised and incorrectly notified that the draft plan was out for public consultation. It's our understanding that the department have actually retracted all online notifications, and we are still awaiting the release of that draft, which is proposed for late September at this point in time. Just an update in terms of the Housing and Homelessness Forum. has been rescheduled for Friday the 7th of October at the Cultural Centre. Unfortunately, because of the way the ticketing system works, if you were registered to attend, you do need to re-register to attend, so please get online and do that so that you get the most up-to-date information. Certainly that housing crisis, I think, will be such an important piece in terms of planning out some of our homegrown solutions and ideas that may support in the current housing crisis. And there's some information there around our collaboration, and certainly want to acknowledge South Burnett CTC, Q Shelter Regional Housing and the Chamber of Commerce for their input and support in delivering that forum in October. May it not be a washout this time. Just wanted to give a bit of an update. Queensland Housing Strategy Council recently received details about a number of proposed public housing projects for government employees over 3 separate properties located in Mergen from QBuild, a business unit within the Department of Energy and Public Works. As part of the Queensland Housing Strategy 2017-27, the department proposed a number of multiple dwellings in low-density residential zone. Under the Planning Regulation 2017, public housing is accepted development which does not require planning approval, although Council's planning team were thrilled to be given the opportunity to provide feedback in relation to such an important project given the critical shortage of housing. It's not clear when the proposed project will progress. However, under the relevant section of the Planning Regulation 2017, at the appropriate time, the department will publish a notice about the proposed development in the local newspaper, notify the owner of all adjoining premises, and place a notice about the proposed development on the premises. Submissions about this project can be made during 15-day consultation process. Information about the proposed development will be made available for viewing or downloading free of charge from the department's website. Q Shelter Regional Representatives Forum, because as we all agree, housing matters. For more than 30 years, Q Shelter has worked with its members and stakeholders to improve housing outcomes for vulnerable Queenslanders. Their vision is that every Queenslander has a home, and in partnership with Housing and Homeless Forum Working Group, Councillor Potter and I have been working to build a relationship with the Q Shelter team. In this time, we've learned that Q Shelter has a long history of supporting place-based housing and homelessness networks across Queensland to share information, identify common needs and gaps in housing and homelessness service provision, and advocate for change and influence. This year is the first time the South Burnett has been at the table participating in the Q Shelter Regional Representatives Forum. I was invited to share some of the work our council and our community has been part of to create more housing outcomes in our region. The feedback I've since received from Q Shelter is that they appreciated the update about how local governments like ours are tackling the housing issues head on and working with Queensland Government, community service providers, local businesses and housing providers. The participants commended Council on its efforts and encouraged other LGAs to consider how they too can develop stronger partnerships that lead to more bricks and mortar outcomes. At the forum, we also explored the delicate balance and finite resources that a regional council like ours has, and this helped create greater understanding across the community and housing services sector of the challenges local governments face. As we have discussed, this is the first time our region has experienced population growth since 2012. In fact, we had not seen population growth like this since the construction of Toorong North Power Station in the early 2000s. As part of the forum, we were also able to meet with Mark Wall, the General Manager, Strategy, Policy and Programs, Housing and Homelessness Services, Department of Communities, and other senior members of his team to discuss the current government policies and programs and advocate for better outcomes that are responsive to the needs of people vulnerable to homelessness in our regions. I'd like to add further to the Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk announcing last night her government will stage a housing summit to address the state's growing housing crisis amid calls to have every Queenslander in a home by 2032. Deputy Premier Stephen Miles said the housing pressure was being driven by mass interstate migration, with about 1,000 people moving to Queensland each week. I welcome this announcement and agree that it will take collaboration across all levels of government and key stakeholders and significant investment to address the urgency around multiple housing issues experienced in regions like ours. It's my understanding the Premier has called an initial roundtable meeting this Friday with key government and non-government stakeholders, and I look forward to learning more about who is involved and the outcomes of such. The Premier said this week's roundtable was a first step toward the Queensland Housing Summit, which will be held in October. Furthermore, the Queensland Housing and Homelessness Action Plan 21-25, produced by the Department of Communities, identified an established coordinated housing and homelessness response for integrated service delivery across 9 priority locations of Cairns, Townsville, Mackay, Sunshine Coast, Moreton Bay, Brisbane, Redlands, Logan and Gold Coast. Clearly, this response did not include the Wide Bay Burnett. Under the action plan, the Queensland Government commits to working with local councils to improve the availability, diversity and quality of housing in rural and remote Queensland through housing plans to encourage community livability, resilience and social and economic growth and prosperity. To date, our planning team has not been involved or invited to attend any discussions with the state government about the Queensland Housing and Homelessness Action Plans. However, I am following this up with the department. Nonetheless, the development of a local housing and homelessness action plan is a key priority of the Housing Forum we are hosting in October in partnership with the others I've mentioned, with consideration for actions into the short, medium and long term. Furthermore, I have coordinated a meeting the afternoon before the Housing Forum for the working group and councillors to meet with the Regional Director for Central Queensland and North Coast from the Department of Communities to understand our role in the government's planning process and certainly how we can bring these action plans to life. As we know, South East Queensland is known to be on the cusp of a residential land supply shortage with high growth local government areas. However, we are confident that's not the case for the South Burnett region. We are being proactive in this space with our proposed draft planning scheme addressing the opportunities to further housing supply through the strategic framework. We've identified current underutilised and undeveloped land of over 2,400 hectares in total suitable for housing, and we've introduced the development incentive scheme to support housing affordability and address supply issues. The draft statutory Wide Bay Burnett Regional Plan has been in motion since 2022. It's not been released for public consultation, but we eagerly await that. I can confirm that the state government's housing strategy and action plan for state interest, livable communities and housing is reflected in our current and proposed planning scheme. The state government issued council with a pause notice recently in relation to review and assessment of our planning scheme, and it is envisaged the state will recommence formal assessment at the end of September. To date, the state has not issued any informal correspondence in relation to the state interest review. As part of our planning scheme review, we are required to ensure that the state interests are incorporated, updated and/or reflected. The current state planning policy makes sure that the state interests in planning are protected and delivered as part of the local government planning across Queensland. The state planning policy outlines 17 state interests under 5 key themes: livable communities and housing, economic growth, environment and heritage, safety and resilience, and infrastructure. Through our review of the planning scheme, livable communities and housing was addressed as part of the state interest review, with key emphasis being placed on the planning system and the importance of facilitating housing outcomes. In essence, Council, through the adoption of the planning scheme review, was to ensure that we retain a variety of zones which support a diverse range of housing or density for residential accommodation on a range of lot sizes. Greater flexibility was demonstrated through redevelopment of dual occupancies, auxiliary units and rural lifestyle allotments, as well as alternate housing choices as part of the scheme review. We must also ensure there's sufficient land supply available and suitable to create a range of housing outcomes. We've produced an in-house desktop analysis of undeveloped or underutilised lots within the South Burnett, resulting in approximately 2,600 service lots and over 9,000 lots if emerging community areas are to be included. Council's planning scheme includes land suitable for a range of housing in appropriate locations. Also, by way of ensuring suitable land is identified and zoned accordingly, allows Council to maximise the effective use of existing infrastructure and services, new infrastructure and services to support timely delivery of complete and diverse communities. We also know that there are a number of residential developments which have been approved, which means the developer can implement the development approval at any time, provided the approval remains current. I guess I just wanted to give a bit of context around that because it is very topical in the media today following the Premier's announcements. Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move that my report be received.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff. Speakers? Any questions? No? Okay, we go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 8.9.2, material change of use for a childcare centre at 101 Alfred Street, Kingaroy. That's at page 69. Manager Lyle, would you mind giving us an introduction if you could? Thank you very much.
Through the chair, Mr Mayor. Yes, councillors, this is an application, material change of use for a childcare centre. The applicant provided information. Initially, it's a impact assessable application. It was advertised in the appropriate timelines, and we have received 2 objections to the application. 2 objections relating to noise and traffic, or the concerns related to noise and traffic. We went back to the applicant, and they subsequently provided information to address those concerns. One of the, in relation to the proposal, was that a condition in relation to providing an acoustic fence for noise attenuation to the rear of the property with a inverted structure to prevent noise, or to ameliorate noise coming from the playground area. And the other issue was in relation to traffic on the road. The applicant has addressed that by on-street parking. The applicant, I think the minimum requirement was 14 car parking spaces. I think the applicant's provided 16 there. So they have met their requirement there. So there was a bit of negotiation there in relation to the development. It's in a suitably located area. I'd refer to page 97. Councillors, there is a correction there on page 97. Councillors may have already identified that, but there was indication that it was a reconfiguration of a lot. The heading was incorrect. In our endeavour to get all the correct conditions and assessments done, that heading hadn't been changed. So it is an MCU for a childcare centre for a maximum of 54 child place centre. The recommendation is recommended for approval with a subject to satisfactory conditions. Further, sorry, Mr Mayor, further to that, there is a number of infrastructure charges, and council will be aware, having regard to our incentive scheme in a commercial, from a commercial development, they'll be entitled to a 50% reduction upon application. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Lyle. So we have a recommendation committee that the committee recommends to council that council approve the development application for material change of use development permit childcare centre at 101 Alfred Street, Kingaroy, described at lot 25 on SP 237285, subject to the following conditions as stated in the agenda on pages 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75 and 70, 75. They conclude at 75. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker. A seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, I forgot I had my light on. Thank you very much. I just had a couple of questions in relation to, I certainly know there's a need for more childcare places in the South Bennett. I actually have a friend who is currently unable to find a place for childcare, and I know that's not uncommon. So I think there is a real need, and I did read in the application that it has been assessed on that merit. Just in relation to some of the conditions, I just wanted to, for my own understanding, just better understanding, I did read around the noise concerns that the objector had put forward, and that an acoustic barrier was to be constructed from any durable material with sufficient mass of a minimum of 12.5 kilograms per square metre to prevent direct noise transmission. The use of colorbond or tin construction material is not permitted. I just wanted to understand, so what materials actually are we actually proposing there for the fence?
Through the chair, thank you, councillor. Yeah, material would be a composite material. For instance, the colorbond. The reason for colorbond material or a metal material, it only increases the resonance in relation to noise attenuation, especially when you've got 54 children out in the yard. So the composite material would be a material that has a certain mass, and it could be made of different materials, but it could be a concrete, or it could be a composite timber material with a certain thickness, required mass to attenuate that noise. So the mass by the density of the material helps to attenuate the noise and keep it, having the overlay prevents, or to a certain degree, ameliorate the noise from going into the joining owners. And that was the concern from the submitter. Yeah.
That's good to know. On page 73, we just say there's a requirement of all around a construction and nuisance management plan. I thought that was part of the operational works permit. I didn't realise that was actually part of the development application, and just was keen for some clarity around that.
Mr Mayor, through the chair, yeah, thank you, councillor. Yeah, the noise management plan relates to how that noise is controlled during operational hours. For instance, if the children are there very early in the morning, or accepted early, and I haven't got the hours there in front of me, but if the children are there early in the morning, that they manage that so that the children aren't out at times when they might be causing undue noise. And of course, if it's later at night, which is probably unlikely, but it's just about managing that through that to reduce the effect on neighbouring properties.
Through the chair. Yeah, so the construction uses, so it normally is part of the development permit, because not all of the activities will require operational work. So the operational works might be the filling or dealing with council sewer, but the construction of the building is actually just a building application required, not operational work. So the construction and nuisance is more around the whole site, how it's going to operate. So it might be around the building works, and as Manager Loss talked about, the times that they start and pre-start. So yeah, it generally is included as a development permit condition rather than just on op works.
And just my last question, well, two questions. I just read on page 84 around the different assessment comments, and I noted that there was it sounded like from what I read that we'd actually changed or had requested more information to actually change the design of the centre for a low pitch roof entryway, so that it would complement surrounding low density residential design. I wanted to understand, I don't know if I've read that correctly, but I was sort of reading through it and I thought it sounded like they put something forward and then we had said it needed to look a particular way, and I wanted to know if we could actually, why we would do that, or, a little bit more context around that.
Through the chair, thank you, councillor. Yes, look, we did have those discussions with the developer. The initial design was not, I suppose, in keeping, or not sort of sympathetic with the housing in the area. The developer did agree and concede, and to our indication that it may not be as sympathetic. They came back with another design, and the design is quite but appropriate. So that we did have that negotiation, and that's what we do with in most developments. We say, well, this doesn't appear to be sympathetic, and it's maybe not be accepted in the area or not appropriate for the area, having regard to the low density development in the area, and the developer did agree with our summation that could be redesigned, and it was. The initial design was, I think the roof pitch was all one pitch, and it was so that the neighbouring properties would be viewing all roof. And so they changed the design. And if you look at the roof design, changed the roof design to have some gables, so that it broke the size of the roof up, because it is a large roof, it's a large building compared to housing, and it's a very large and wide building. So the roof pitch would be at a greater angle, and the designer came back with breaking it up so that it just broke the mass and the visual, more appealing visual amenity from neighbouring properties.
And I read just as similar, my final question, sorry, Mr. Mayor, was just in relation to the landscaping plan. I wasn't aware that we had such sort of conditions when we were applying an application like this, to put so much landscaping in place. And yeah, I just wanted to understand, is that like part of when you're doing an assessment, do we actually require developers to do proper landscaping plans at a cost, or can they kind of say we're going to do these things to comply with the conditions of the planning scheme?
Through the chair, thank you, councillor. Yes, the landscaping on section 4 there is a landscaping, appropriate landscaping under the planning scheme, and it's identified there having, for vehicle parking areas, having a landscaped area, a minimum area of a minimum bed area to break up the car parking area, and to section off the car parking from walking areas for safety, and for the in relation to disabled access and so on. So you have to delineate between walking areas and parking areas, and that is very critical, especially in this instance. You'll notice the design, there's an area there for I think for service vehicles such as ambulance and things like that to attend. So that's what that is about. The applicant, we normally submit a concept plan. The approval of that is normally subject to. I don't think there's an actual standard for every plan, because every application is different. But the idea of having a landscaping plan would just be an adjunct to that car parking area, delineating the different car parking spaces and the walk from the walking spaces, so that there is safety, having regard that parents and children will be running around. So that was the reason for that requirement.
For the speakers, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, Alfred Street is quite narrow, and I know we're probably going to get people parking on the road. And I would like to know that if we're looking at something along those lines, that maybe we should be doing yellow on the side of the road so people don't park there, because I am quite concerned because of the width of the road in that area. So I'm just wondering whether that's something we can look at as well with regards to this plan. Is that looked under planning, or is that something that roads look into? I'm thinking that's more of a roads thing, but can we sort of maybe discuss that one as well?
In this instance, it wasn't considered to be required from a road point of view. Roads are considered in relation to a planning application, basically in relation to access off the road and the amount of traffic volume that's created. So whether we have issues there, that would be an infrastructure consideration to maybe identify areas that or delineate areas for car parking when you do have an increased car parking area. I think that's something I'd have to refer to the infrastructure department to see if they would assess that, having have regard to how it worked out, I guess, in relation to complaints and access.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. Manager, in relation to section 3, where we address vehicle parking, it's on page 90, and we talk about there a requirement to have 1 space per 3 employees and 1 space per 5 children, and the proposal includes 14 car parking spaces and 1 PWD parking space. I suppose the question I'm happy would be a clear yes, but that is in keeping with the current planning scheme requirements in relation to parking for childcare centres, and also does that meet the standard in terms of requirements to provide a certain number of PWD parking spaces?
Through the chair, yes, councillor, that was, Ms Mayor, that was assessed and is appropriate, is approved in accordance with the requirements.
Thank you, Manager. Further questions? Councillor Jones, are you comfortable? Anything from you? No? Okay. Anything to conclude, Councillor Shoemaker? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, we're up to 9.3, which is the Wesleyan Methodist Church Thanango at 102. Mr. Acting CEO, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is just a follow-up from the council's last community engagement day, where we had a representation from the Wesleyan Methodist Church seeking council support on trying to get a building out the back of their property that they could, or multi-purpose use. So yeah, it was really just to get it into our meeting agendas, run it through the Liveability Standing Committee. Recommendation is that we advise the church that whilst council is unable to provide funding, that council supports the concept in principle and would support their organisation and efforts to obtain funding. So yeah, it was really just to present it for council's discussion in a formal sense.
Yeah, thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. So we have the recommendation as shared by our CEO. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Erkins. Speakers? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. CEO. And 9.4, if you could give us an overview of that as well.
Yeah,
Thank you.
So this is similar situation. We had a presentation last community engagement day from the Victory 777 limited representative. Again, just tabled for council's consideration. This proposal was slightly more complicated, I would say, than the Wesley Methodist Church one, and certainly involved commitment, or they were seeking commitment of a large, vehicles, tractors, land, access to our caravan parks. The organisation is from, I think, is from away, so it's not a local organisation. So again, whether I'm reading council, this one, there was just seemed to be a lot more questions around this proposal. As the previous one was quite easy to understand, and I felt council were on board. This one, I just think there is a lot more questions that we need to. So that's hence the recommendation that we continue to liaise with the Victory 777. Some of the proposals they were seeking for, say, access to council caravan parks, we are providing those free camp areas, are serving that purpose for supporting the homeless. So yeah, I was a bit hesitant to say we would sign over control to a different organisation from out of town. So yeah, I was just a little bit more cautious about the extent of this and the commitments that council would be involved to go down this track. I think we've got some wonderful local organisations. We've got the housing forum coming up. I think there's steps in place. So didn't want to dismiss this out of hand, and hence just your recommendation we continue to liaise with them. So just to explain the difference between those two recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. So the recommendation is that the report be received and that council continue to liaise with Victory 777 Limited on options to alleviate homelessness in the South Burnett region. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? No. Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. I'd now like to welcome Councillor Potter. You go.
Mr Mayor, I've got a meeting to go to. May I be excused? I will be back as soon as it finishes.
Oh, yes, thank you, Councillor Potter. We'll just note that Councillor Potter's got another commitment, I believe, at a meeting with the government department, so needs to attend that. And we'll hopefully see you back before the meeting finishes. Thanks, Councillor Potter. Okay, we'd now like to welcome Councillor Henson to provide his Natural Resource Management, Compliance and Environmental Health Portfolio Report at page 105.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, yes, it's my pleasure to deliver this report on natural resource management and the weed management. We have another weed, ugly weed, has raised its head, and that is a restricted plant called fireweed, has been detected through routine council property inspections surrounding the township of Blackbutt. A sample has been sent to the Queensland Herbarium for official identification and has returned a positive result. This is the first official recorded fireweed incursion within the South Burnett region, and Council's NRM team will undertake further targeted property inspections to determine the distribution and abundance of this weed and establish if eradication is feasible. Further detections of fireweed throughout the region may become apparent through public reporting and ongoing property inspections. And on that note, I've had quite a deal of phone calls in the last week since this has raised its head. There's a lot of people out there identifying what they think is in fact not fireweed. There's a plant out there very similar. But to determine it, to be quite easily determined that it's not it, the centre of the flower of some of these plants people are identifying is actually a little black centre in it. Fireweed is all yellow. So that's just a rough overview of what some people are looking at, thinking that it's fireweed. There is some other reports for fireweed that we're following up on to the west out in Division 6, in fact, so we'll follow up on them. Increased extension and awareness activities will support our strategic inspection response to ensure the community knows how to identify, report and respond to any suspected fireweed plants that were found. Fireweed is a native to Madagascar and southern Africa and is a weed of the beef and dairy pasture east of the Great Dividing Range. This weed is widely distributed in the Brisbane Valley with locations recorded as far north as Gympie and is spreading rapidly. Fireweed is toxic to cattle, however, it is generally unpalatable to stock unless there is a shortage of pasture and stock are less selective about food. There is a photograph there of it, and I would encourage people to have a look and familiarise yourself with that, as we have many invasive species that are coming into our region because of the recent weather events. A collaborative treatment plan to contain and suppress Parthenium weed in the Cherbourg Aboriginal Shire Council area has been finalised, with the first of multiple treatments to occur from late September through to mid-October, depending on weather and access considerations and conditions. This approach forms part of Council's agreed response plan to combat the spread of proliferation of Parthenium weed within the region. And in feral animal management, encouraging the participation of landholders in the planned September regional coordinated baiting campaign continues with a mass media campaign. This includes radio, print, social media, advertising, supported by the distribution of flyers to businesses and the placement of signage at key sites such as regional sale yards and rural business outlets. And I'd hope that fellow colleagues and members of the council would have seen many of those signs spread out throughout our region, and thank you to the staff for doing that. There is again a picture there of that corflute that's out at Hivesville Field and Food. Increasing the area of land under coordinated feral animal control will provide the greatest suppression of wild dog and feral pig populations that exist within our region and decrease the risk feral pigs will play in the event of an emergency animal disease incursion. The September Regional Coordinated Campaign will be rolled out a week before the Coordinated 1080 program managed through the North Burnett Regional Council, adding value to the amount of area under coordinated management across the Burnett catchment area. And just on that, public have quite often had a perception in relation to baiting. That is a seriously controlled program. Anyone that goes in for this baiting, and it's free bait, goes on a register. So there is no discrepancy about who gets the bait and how it is managed or handled. Council officers attended the African Swine Fever Response Workshop held in Kingaroy and were advised that there is potential funding available for councils who would like to undertake a mock response to an emergency animal disease outbreak. Biosecurity Queensland advised that funding procedures and criteria to support mock exercise would be released in September. And in environmental health and compliance, environmental health team have experienced an increase of workloads, including increased customer requests and inquiries for new business ventures, and officers attended Bacon Fest 2022 and achieved a great compliance level. However, there were some businesses that required follow-up checks prior to being able to operate to food safety issues. There's been an increase of non-compliance matters and an increase in improvement notices being issued and additional re-inspections, and officers are currently processing the renewal documentation for the annual food licence renewals and are nearing the completion of annual routine inspection programs with the assistance of a contractor. Inspection program expected to be completed by the end of this month as well, September. Environmental health, 2 officers while 1 staff member down are attending to all urgent matters. However, there is a backlog to actioning customer complaints and inquiries. The team have received valuable feedback from customers thanking them for their customer service and the high level of assistance that is provided. The vacant environmental health position will be advertised in this week's media release. And with that, Mr Mayor and fellow councillors, I'd like that my Natural Resource Management, Compliance and Environmental Health report be received.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff, thank you. Speakers? Councillor Henson, just and perhaps Manager Lyle, we'll come to you shortly, but feral pigs, clearly a great concern as Councillor Henson's articulated. The conversation in council about perhaps the value, the prospect of and value of engaging a contractor to undertake aerial shooting. I'm probably keen to hear a bit more about that if we can. Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, involved in that personally myself, being a primary producer. We in fact engage an professional aerial shooter and a licensed, of course, regulated helicopter pilot. And I've made mention in chambers before that Western Downs actually engages these same particular gentlemen to eradicate feral pigs in the Western Downs zone. It was also suggested, and a comment was made, and I think you will remember previously, that perhaps in the likes of mock exercising would be wonderful if possible, and mock operations, but the likes of the Army or the Air Force or helicopters, being able to utilise them, that would be a great result. Personally myself, I'm not all for mock exercises. If we're going to do something and spend the money, we'd want to do it constructively to get some results out of it rather than just have a mock exercise. But that being said, it is a big concern. On the Great Dividing Range, that's a thoroughfare for them, not just for wild pigs, for feral dogs. We've implemented some syndicates within the South Burnett, which are working extremely well. I'm involved myself personally in the Ironpot Wild Dog Trapping Syndicate. We also engage that trapper, he's a professional trapper, to also take it under his guidance and control of pigs while he's out trapping dogs as well. The Wengelville guys up in the Maidenville end, they have a syndicate up there, trying to encourage others to do the same thing. That's been a great initiative taken by council and the landowners to form those syndicates. The numbers that they're catching and the pigs that are about at the moment are just incredible. And under the weather conditions, the gestation period of a pig and their ability to explode in numbers is incredible. I mean, a wild pig can have a litter of up to 15 several times a year. You can have 10 pigs in a feral environment that can turn to 50 in a matter of a month, 6 weeks, which is just incredible. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done in this space. It's all costly, of course, as with our weed management. Here we are, have another ugly one raise its head in this fireweed. And a lot of this is due because of the weather. We're now hearing it's going to rain again on Friday. That's 3 Fridays in a row where we're going to have a rain event. They're not predicting a lot, 1 to 5 mil. They've got it right most times in the previous months, but it doesn't matter. 15 mil now is like 50 mil. That being said, we can't get access, and the likes of feral animals have free range because they're not being controlled or access to be able to control them like we wish to. So, yeah, it's a very difficult one, and along with the parthenium and this fireweed, we're going to burst out into what we would like to think some finer weather where we get a bit of sunshine and some heat, and holy moly, we will see the results then of both varmint plus weeds. And if we get continued weather events, which they're all stating, and dare I say it again, they're comparing this system with 1974 and 2011. Yeah, look out if we get that. But Yeah, the pig population is a major concern. The baiting, again, encouraging if there's any public out there listening and looking, by all means register your interest and get on that program with that free bait and that program to become involved in not just wild dogs but the pig baiting program as well. So encourage everybody, and again, if anyone wants more information, contact council or myself. I'm happy to have that conversation with them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Manager Lyle, thank you.
Through the chair, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for that update. There's a couple of things I just wanted to mention. One was a very well received program, the registering of interest. We're way and above what we've had last year in that space, and I haven't got the exact numbers, but I've been told that it's nearly twice, nearly 3 times as many people have registered. So that's good, and that's probably a credit to the NRM officers and the advertising and the promotion that we've done. One note on a very serious matter that's just come to my attention just later mid-morning was that there's a report of suspected fire ants at the camping area at Nanango. So our officers are investigating that with biosecurity, and I haven't got any further information. But if that's the case, and I know when I was in Lockyer Valley, the fire ants are in through that area, that can be a very difficult problem to deal with. So I'll keep councillors updated when we get the information back. Officers are finding out more information now. It's only a reported incursion, but that's still very serious.
Yeah, we'll stay with Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, I was fortunate enough to have a conversation and an interview with Ben Dobson on the radio the other day, where he expressed just the key points of not weeds, but more varmint control than anything. And I'll repeat it again. There's many sources outside of baiting as well that work hand in hand with the control of varmint, and that can be seclusion fencing. That's been very, very successful to the west of us, and there's some people in our areas, out in the Geelong areas, have used that seclusion fencing. It's expensive, but it works. It's a little bit of maintenance, but it works. Aerial shooting, we have professional shooters and trappers, and of course, baiting programs. So there's 4 or 5 different measures in relation to not just control varmint, of course, but also weed management as well. That, I'm not saying seclusion fences will control weeds, but yeah, there's many options, and if you work hand in hand with those, you'll end up with a much better result than just a single targeted approach. So encourage people to take all that on board, and there's plenty of options out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Mr. Acting CEO, just on page 105, we talk about that funding for mock exercises coming around in September. And I share Councillor Henson's sentiment that mock exercise, we prefer to see the real thing and actually get some results. Will we be lodging an application for funding? Is that our intention at this stage?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think the mock exercises, they're talking about disaster. That was the African swine fever. I think that they're looking at a disaster scenario with that one. So I think it was not in the actual where we were talking about getting the infrared cameras for the pigs. I think that was more around having a what do you call it? Yeah, a desktop. Sorry, I've lost words. Yeah, desktop exercise and that around those the African swine fever. That so we're certainly looking at that. But we were also on the QRA from the extraordinary recovery funding from the flood events. So we have been talking. There is a package for environmental recovery, and so our team have been talking through. Most of those have to come through the Natural Resource Management Group. So in here it's BMRG in this area. So I just haven't got an update or meant to see because we're following up with getting an application in through them, and that would be across both the Parthenium and the feral pigs, whether we could get some funding to implement those programs. From what I could see, that the weeds component was a very small part of that package. It might have been a $30 million package, and there's only about 1.8 towards weeds, and there's 20 million towards riverine bank stabilisation and that. So we are seeing what we can get in that space, but when I looked into it a little bit more, I think the bucket was a lot smaller than I would have liked it to have been. But yeah, and we do have to work with the BMRG. It's not a direct through council from what we can work out. So yeah, the team are looking at it.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. This is as Councillor Henshins indicated, I'm probably just stating the obvious, these are extremely serious issues for our economy. And we need government to take this seriously. And, what we've been seeing out there is that the failed cropping across our region due to floods has brought greater pig populations in because they're now eating the stubble and the failed crops that are sitting across our cultivation country. So we are seeing, Mr. CEO, we are seeing adverse impacts of the flood in relation to an explosion of these wild pig numbers. Would that be fair to say, Councillor Henshins?
Mr. Mayor, that is correct, yeah, and as you've alluded to, there are still crops sitting out in the paddock from summertime, and I only spoke to a primary producer the other day that delivered his last load of peanuts, and we're in September. They're about to plant. They would like to think that they could plant in October. They've had little time to prepare country because it's been that wet, and with that has been the incursion of wild pigs. I mean, I could take you 2 kilometres on the edge of Kingaroy and show you where pigs have been, and they're here. They are here, and they're prolific. They're in all our waterways and tributaries that run to our dams, simply because of the weather conditions, and we just can't get on top of them. We can't get to them for weather conditions. And with the creeks flooding, that in itself is a seclusion fence because it's containing them in those areas parallel with all the rivers and streams and that. And they're breeding prolifically. They really are. Aerial is a great way to eradicate them, but it's an expensive exercise. But it's roughly $500+ an hour to put a helicopter and a shooter in the air. But you get results from it. Yeah.
In light of those comments, Mr. CEO, aerial, Councillor Henshins has said before, aerial targeting is much more effective, is very effective. Is it possible that we could perhaps, with the leave of council, explore what is happening at Western Downs and their program and to try and inform where we go in the future?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I may suggest, I'd like to get one of those operators in here and just give us an overview if the council would be receptive to that, just to see what Western Downs does, because they go regularly over there and conduct those aerial shooting programs with excellent results. They really do. So I'd be very interested to get one of those gentlemen in here and just give us a quick overview of just what happens, and certainly talk to someone in Western Downs in relation to it as well.
Yeah, can you just take that as a note to action, Mr. CEO? Or?
Yeah, through you. I might just make a comment. So at the last council meeting, council approved a feral animal management plan and the weeds plan, and I was just going to comment. So with the Parthenium, as I said, even though we are looking for that external funding, we're actually pushed ahead. We've wrote an order out for $30,000 last week to try commence our program, because we can't wait for that funding. The first flush of Parthenium is going to occur in the coming weeks. So we're actually, we need to get out in front of it. So in collaboration with Sherberg, they're providing chemical, they're providing man hours. So we actually are getting in, and hopefully we'll get funding to do the follow-up in the new year. So we're actually progressing with those programs, and the funding will be a bonus. So yeah, we don't think we can wait. We think there is the urgency, and it will be money well spent. We'll save money down the track if we particularly say with the Parthenium, if we can chop it off at the headwaters there. So that program has commenced, and so we've already council approved those at the last council meeting. So yeah, even though we're seeking funding, we are as you've suggested, need to get on the front foot. But it doesn't mean we take the pressure off the government. We still need to continue to lobby and seek as much external funding that we can.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Anything further, councillors? No? Okay. We'll go to the vote. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mr. CEO.
Oh, just a quick one. I just had an email from one of the staff members. They weren't fire ants, so you can all take a deep sigh of relief. The guys are expected. So, yeah, just...
useless information, Mr. Mayor, which I love to share with you. 3 litres a year a pig can have, a wild pig can have in the environment. So you can go from 1 sow to possibly 36 in a year just from one wild pig. Just from one. Quite easily.
Frightening statistics, aren't they? Absolutely. And the problem is that once they get a foothold here, it'd be very hard to get rid of, I'd imagine. Yeah. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 10.2 is the NRM operational update at 107. Thank you, Manager Lyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Yes, the update I just present for council information. It is really telling if you look down at the customer requests for this year compared to last year to date. So we're nearly 3 times the amount in relation to a large amount in relation to feral animals, wandering stock and weeds. So there is a lot of pressure on NRM staff, but it is, as Councillor Henschen mentioned, the weather conditions, and that's responsible for a lot of inquiries and a lot of work required to be done to ameliorate issues and fulfil those requests. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Henschen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Just a question I'm happy to take on notice, Manager O'May or Manager Mike. Manager O'May, in relation to the signage around foot and mouth, I attended a South Burnett Grazing Network meeting and the conversation was there, and I'd suggested that we were looking into some signage. Was happy to take feedback back on what might have been required or needed on that signage. Have we progressed any with that?
Thank you, Manager.
Through you, Mr. Yeah, no, so I have talked to the NRM guys and they were chasing up with DAF because we said we wanted to be consistent with signage that's across the state so that if people recognised it here or Barcode, and so, I was keen not to just put our own signage but get something that hopefully would become a symbol and people didn't have to read it, but if they saw it as it going past, they knew what it meant. So, it has been a bit of a delay, but I was keen to make sure that if we can get some consistency in messaging in that signage. So, again, we can get follow up with the guys, but that was the last conversations about trying to research and target in a consistent signage that can be recognisable.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that would be great. Look, we've never had foot and mouth on our doorstep before, so myself has been looking at signage, what signage there is about, and there is none. There's nothing to compare because we've never had foot and mouth. But like you said, Manager O'May, Acting CEO, beg my pardon, but Parthenium, that's a generic sign across the entire of Queensland and down in New South Wales. So I think if we can come up with and debate with the NRM guys and the departments, relative departments, I think we can come up and hopefully that will become Australia-wide.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. So it's recommended that the NRM operational update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henschen, seconder, and Councillor Shoemaker. Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I'd now like to welcome Councillor Duff to present her Rural Resilience and Disaster Recovery, Parks and Gardens, Property and Facility Management and First Nations Affairs Portfolio Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first item is Rural Resilience and Disaster Recovery. Council's local recovery group for human, social and economic met on 25th of August, where the latest flood events were discussed, along with acknowledging the great feedback that was provided in relation to the operation of the evacuation centre. On a bittersweet note, Blaze Aid has finished up in our region. Their dedication and hard work in assisting our primary producers has been well received during their time here. A media release with sincere thanks has been circulated. As Council was successful in receiving funding through QR, our local disaster recovery officer has been appointed to the newly created disaster resilience role for the next 18 months. This role over the next couple of months will be identifying the needs of the community through a needs analysis survey with a focus around primary producers and rural industries, given that they are the backbone of our community and for so long have felt the pain and suffering of the impacts of first drought and then floods, and especially over the last 5 flood events during a short period of time. This feedback will drive the projects moving forward. During the last few weeks, this officer has had boots on the ground attending grazier meetings, participating in workshops, networking with local organisations trying to take the first-hand impacts, attending and supporting My Pet Project, Will We Come, meetings with local ministers of the church, and a whole lot more. I'm excited and look forward to tabling these recovery and resilience projects at the November council meeting. In parks, designs have been prepared for council consideration for the replacement of effluent system at Geelong and rural and public amenities. Park staff have been working with cleaners and maintenance staff to rectify vandalism in QE2 public amenities, Mergen 24-hour free stopover, public amenities Pioneer Park, Lions Park, and Reg McCullum public amenities in Nanango, Dalton Park Rural and Dingo Creek Playground Wandai, and Les Muller public amenities Blackbutt. All vandalism is photographed and reported to Queensland Police. Spring garden bed preparation has commenced across the region, ready for spring plantings. Planting boxes and pots in Wandai have been completed and Mergen RSL gardens have been revitalised. Proston Railway Park Capital Works project is on track with the playground equipment being installed and new softball has arrived, ready for installation under the playground equipment at Banduma Dam and Proston Park over the coming weeks. In property and facility management, Council is taking the opportunity to make necessary improvements to the Kingaroy Customer Service Centre. Works have commenced by Kingaroy Joinery. The internal platform will be removed to improve accessibility and movement of staff between the counter and call centre room. Works will also include the replacement of countertop and permanent screens to improve staff safety and more accessibility for customers. On-site works have commenced on the Wandai Swimming Pool Building Better Regions project. The equipment shed has been relocated on site to make room for the construction of the new water play area. Playscape Creations will commence construction on the new water play area 12th of September. The pool will also open at the start of the school holidays, with the pool manager offering a number of swimming lessons, aerobatic lessons, learn to swim activities and much more. Council encourages residents to contact Wandai Swimming Pool for further information. Council reviewed the condition assessment report of Kingaroy Memorial Swimming Pool and master plan preliminary designs on the 31st of August. Council is keen to have OTM Planning Group Sport and Leisure Consultants progress with the preliminary designs ready for community consultation during the summer months when the pool and park is in high use. Restumping of the Mondure Hall has not been able to commence due to high rainfall causing water pooling under the hall and the black soil not drying out between rainfall events. This project will commence once the site is suitable for machinery to access. First Nations Affairs, Council have changed the portfolio name to First Nations Affairs. I'm pleased that we are working with Cherbourg Council to support the control of Parthenium that has been made worse due to the recent flooding. The spread of Parthenium has the potential to severely affect farmers right across our region, so it is very important that we get on top of the current situation as an urgent priority. And I move that my report be received. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Henson, thank you. Speakers? No? Go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.2 is the Facilities and Parks Operational Update at 112. Thank you, Manager Peterson.
Through Mr. Mayor, just highlighting a few items there in regards to our capital works program. There's a lot of projects that we have commenced and we're just working through each of them. Some of them have been highlighted in the report that Councillor Duff has provided as well. As just the master plan, we will have those plans and designs back here in November, ready for community consultation. So we're looking forward to that process. The CCTV project is underway with the installation of additional CCTV cameras throughout the region. The Banduma Homestead, just with the stone stall, we've also had a delay in the works out there with the stone mason due to the weather events. So we're just working with the stone mason. It's probably going to be that we will actually postpone these works now through until probably April, May next year, just because of all the rainfall has had an impact on actually being able to do the works. We certainly need moisture and to keep those that site once they put the mortar in, it needs to have a lot of moisture. However, it's just about being able to get here for the period of time. They will need to be here for at least 6 to 8 weeks, and they need to be here every day during that period to actually manage that site. So, yeah, our expectation is, and discussion with the contractor, is that will be moved through to April. The Wando swimming pool, certainly looking forward to those works next week, commencing, or this week, sorry, the contractor commencing on site and really getting underway with the splash pad. The Mondra Hall, we spoke about that just before. The Works for Queensland projects, we do need to reschedule that on-site meeting for Kingaroy Lions Park, so we intend to do that in the coming weeks. We're just waiting on some final reports and concept plans back from the consultant that you engaged for Benarkan, QE2 and QE2 Jubilee planting. So we're just waiting on those final designs to come through so we can progress those works. So I know, Mr Mayor, you had made a request for an update on that. And we're just waiting on those final designs to come through. We're keen to get them into council and have you to have a look at them. I know that there has been a fair bit of community consultation done in Benarkan, in Kew and in Murgum, and the community are really keen to see those two projects progress. In the meanwhile, behind the scenes, we've certainly been able to start looking at pulling together some of the quotations for some of the materials that will be used on those sites. So like the shelters and footpaths, we can start actually working up those quotations now, ready in anticipation for those works to commence as soon as we can get those concept plans back in here and have them adopted by council. So we'll provide some feedback through to the community, because I know both of those communities are really keen to see some works happen. There was also a request around bin lid cleaning, Mr Mayor, that was made as well. We have included that here in our report, just letting you know that it is those works in terms of going through and cleaning all the bin lids throughout the towns. That's parks and in the streets. That is undertaken by Parks and Gardens staff on a weekly basis. So those bins are to be cleaned. And there's certainly some bin lids that are under trees in some cases, where the sap actually comes down and stains the top of the bin. Even though the bin may get a spray and a wipe, they just cannot get that sticky sap off the top of the bin lid. However, those bin lids can be replaced, so they do look much nicer. There was also just a quick update in our report there in regards to a request by the community in Wando regarding the renaming of the Boar Paddock Park. The idea of maybe changing or looking at the option of changing that name to the Jean Clark Park. We have been in consultation with the family and explained to them just the process that we would go through if council was to consider renaming a park, and certainly encourage the family that they could provide some more information about Jean Clark and why we would go that way, and also just made them aware that the process that we would use for a name changing is that we would use the council's asset naming policy, and council would need to carry out some community consultation to try to work out, why we need a name change, and does the community agree with that. So the family we're going to talk that through and look at actually developing some information and some history, and also consider whether that was the right park or not for a name change to occur in terms of trying to name something after Jean Clark from Wandai. So that's where that inquiry's at as well. But otherwise, lots happening in the Lands Department, in the Lands investigation with Rebecca. There's been a number of projects there from the last meeting in terms of negotiating those contracts to get some of that land sold. So that's been a good outcome as well over the last month. So that's...
Thank you, Manager.
Report. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the recommendation that the, excuse me, that the Facilities and Parks operational update be received for information. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers? Yes, Councillor Erkins.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I came through from Wandai on the weekend, and at Warulin, the rubbish bins there's heaps of bags next to them, so maybe there needs to be more rubbish bins there. There's a lot of people, the bags were all, wrapped up and all that, but obviously they couldn't fit them in the bins. There was a lot of people staying there, so probably needs more.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Shoemaker, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Manager Leanne, for the comprehensive report. There's certainly a lot going on. Two things that I was just interested in understanding: the street scrubber and the trial that's underway. Absolutely agree. It's great to read that you are trying couple of different processes and trying to get the best outcome. And I think certainly in places in towns across our region, I have seen a noticeable difference where it's at least come through once or twice. So thank you for your work there. I know Wandai, I didn't know, those pavers were even under there, to be honest. So I just wondered, I see here, and I know we're sealing this street here in Kingaroy, but just walking to grab my lunch today, and it's starting to get very yucky already. I just wondered, where we're at, how long you have to let it cure, how long would it be until we sort of expect to see the cleaner coming here and cleaning some of those new surfaces? Because, I certainly noticed a lot of stains on my way to lunch. And the other question I just had was in relation to, I read in here in the wonderful work that we're doing with the land divestment, Goodchild Drive, Mergen, 5 vacant residential lots that we've got an inquiry from Disability Housing being investigated. I just wanted to understand, how things are going in that space and whether there's any movement or traction or what we need to be doing to support.
Sure. Thanks, Councillor. Just on the, through you, Mr Mayor, the street sweeper cleaner, just an update on that. We have actually completed our trial, so Council did have a contract to, I think it is, to the end of September, so we're near completion of the trial, I should say. We are keen to trial some other options, just from feedback from our staff that the street sweeper has been difficult in some cases to get actually under some park benches up close around the actual bins themselves. If there's any pots or posts, anything that's actually attached on the street that doesn't move, it's very hard for this machine to get up close to it. And then just using the spray to sort of spray around it doesn't get the same sort of scrubbing. So therefore it still looks dirty compared to the site where the actual street sweeper has been. So there's limitations with the machine. Also, it really works well on level surfaces. So it's great on big, long streets where it's nice and level for long periods of time. But then when you stop the street and then go down onto the road, cross the road and then back up, the machine can get damaged as well because it's designed, it doesn't have any automatic lifts or anything like that. It sort of all gets locked in. So we have in the trial period, we have worn a lot of the rubbers off and damaged those rubbers. So that would be like a high replacement cost if we were to have something like that. So we're keen to trial a couple of other machines. It certainly allows you to get over a nice flat surface really quickly, but we don't have a large number of flat surfaces. So we're going to try a couple of other things. Definitely with the curing of the spray pave. So even on the old spray paved areas up at Murga, we noticed that the machine sort of brought it back to life a little bit. But then in some cases, if you don't have it set correctly, it can actually wear it down a little bit and then dull it after a little while. So then it sort of spruiked it up and then made it a little bit dull in colour. So we're very nervous about putting that machine on our freshly spray paved area out here in KTP. certainly the feedback from the contractor through KTP, through Aramean, is, we need to really let it cure to 4 to 5 weeks. So we're certainly doing that. We are keen just on the just out here where the Bacon Fest was positioned in front of the accountants and the corner there. We're keen to just go back and actually wash that with like a environmentally friendly detergent and softly wash that off and get that back, because there's a lot of food vans and a lot of people moving through that area over Bacon Festival. And I think that's the site that's probably looking fairly dirty. And we're also trying to do some research on how we actually clean chewing gum off our footpaths, because it's the sort of product that really causes the biggest issue for us, because it gets on the footpath, as you appreciate, and then it just takes all the dirt, and trying to get that off causes damage to the spray pave. So, yeah, there's a few things that we're working through. We are documenting all of that across all of the towns, because each town has its own little challenges, and we'll bring a report back to council with some recommendations.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff.
Oh, sorry. Yes. So there's another question there. I'll just ask Rebecca to give an update on Good Child.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. There was an inquiry a little while ago from a group in Mergen to build some housing, and that inquiry came through the planning section. So I did advise them that there were those 4 or 5 lots in Mergen. They're not serviced. So it could be an ideal situation, instead of having to expend the cost to service each lot, actually have like a unit development. So it could be available. We're not using it for anything. I understand that planning did have some meetings with that group, but it hasn't come back to me for any progression for that one.
Thank you, managers. Yeah, Councillor Duff. Yes. Oh, sorry, Manager Lyle.
Sorry, through the chair. Yes, that is correct, Councillor. Through the chair, thank you, Jennifer. Sorry, I was going to say acting manager. Apologise. In relation to that, we had 2 meetings with the applicants, and they looked at a couple of allotments. One was up near the church on the way into town. I can't remember the street name, forgive me, but we did have some meetings with them. There is a dispensation if they build 6 units that it can be dealt with without going through a planning process because of the disability issues. Now, they were desirous of building 12 units, I believe, and trying to get them to fit the allotments. I think the allots in Good Child Drive were very not suitable in relation to slope and stability for something of their nature. They haven't come. We've had some meetings with them, and they've gone away with some information, and they were going to research that. They haven't come back to us today.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that ever since we've had that street cleaner, like the Mergen footpath is just way better. Like, people are much happier. Like, whatever happens, I think we need to get some sort of a program happening regularly, because I'm concerned that we fall back into what we were before, which was not appropriate. Like, to have all those streets just very like 12 months between cleans. So I'm hoping that we can get a good outcome there. Just wanted to, I know that you said about the QE2 park, but the community are very frustrated. It's been over 12 months since we had that initial consultation, and just I know there's been a restructure and all of that, and we've got issues with it, getting onto the design person. But I just wanted to flag the fact that we need to probably get that happening sooner rather than later with regards to getting that design back to the community and getting something happening. The other one was, I just wanted to talk about I noticed in here you've got the land report laid on the table, and I was just wanting to move a motion and I did mention it to Manager Leanne that we lift that off the table, but I can do that after this if that's okay. And that was all I wanted to mention. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Further speakers? Manager, just in relation to the street scrubber and eco-vac, and we certainly have had a lot of good feedback across the region, I believe, but just listening to your observations from the staff, that's really great feedback to know that they're having issues, particularly getting in around some of those tighter areas, under seating and around posts. I've also noticed that the eco-vac will pick up the leaves in the gutters, but there's no capacity to actually clean the gutters. And I guess when you get a good downpour, they get it clean, but outside of that, they don't. Would it be worth considering doing a comparison? I know Council was very committed to these street scrubbers and eco-vacs, and I certainly supported that, but would it be worth doing a comparison with, say, a mobile high-pressure? I know we costed getting contractors to this before, but are we still open-minded to considering, Council, a mobile high-pressure gurney system where we do that? I know that some councils down the coast, I think, do that. I've seen them doing it at Noosa, for example, where they come in at 11 o'clock at night, and then they just clean the street for a couple of hours, and it leaves it beautiful and clean. I'm not sure, Manager Lowe, what impact that has on our stormwater, but it's a way in which you can deal with those issues around posts, under seats, and all those sorts of things. Is that something we're still prepared to consider, or have we moved past that?
No, I think it's something that we're considering at the moment. At the moment, we're just trialling ourselves. I mean, we've got some pressure cleaning systems ourselves within our own fleet. So we're borrowing a few pieces of equipment across the region, and we're trialling that ourselves. There's also machines that you walk behind that you actually can move, like something like you use in a hall, like a buffer. Yeah, like a polisher, where you can get them in a brush type system that you can use out on a footpath. So the officer, rather than driving the machine, that they actually walk behind the machine, and to see whether or not that type of machine's got capabilities to get up to some of those areas. But certainly we're looking at that, and then we're also, we could look at contractors. I think the most important thing for all of us to do is try what is best and also cost it. Because it's large amount of money for the machines and the staff to operate the machines and vehicles to drive it around. So putting it all together, they're big costs for council, and we certainly want to get the best outcome across the region. So that's why it was nice to go to Wandi and even Proston, just to see how that machine would operate on pavers and old concrete and footpaths are on a slope. And so I think it was a great trial, and I think we've learnt a lot from it. But if we could spend the next 3 months trialling some of the other, and then in 6 months' time we're going to have a great position for the whole region, and some recommendations for council to move forward before you invest in a purchase of an item. And it might be that if we need to, we hire the machine back in for a short period of time once again. So rather than purchase the machine and have it sit in our fleet when we can't get the utilisation up on it, it could be that we also look at hiring it back in for a short period of time, just so we don't have our footpaths return back to the way they were. So that's something that we should probably consider as well. So happy to take all those items on board and bring back a report in 3 months' time once we trial some of the other ideas that the staff have got. But the staff have certainly got involved and really wanting to come up with good solutions that work for the streets and also work for them as officers.
Yeah, and the feedback you're getting obviously demonstrates the value of this trialling process, doesn't it? We trial things and see how they work and get that feedback. And I guess some of the issues you've raised, I'm thinking might even become more so when we finish KTP, where we're going to have the street furniture, we're going to have the shared zone to work around, the infrastructure there. It'll be really good to be able to trial it just to see how it does work with the new KTP infrastructure. And of course, we've set a very high benchmark there in terms of the presentation. It'll be nice to be able to hold up that standard of cleanliness of the KTP street into the future by getting that right. So, yeah, thank you, Manager. The only other one I had while I was on the go, and I'll come to Councillor Oakins then, the street bin lid cleaning on the footpaths in our towns and our CBDs and in the parks. And look, I can see that it's part of the program, but to be honest, when I walk around, I'm just not sure if the programming's being delivered as you intended. And please, this isn't a criticism of the staff. It may be simply workload, but are we able to do, you know, some spot QA, quality assurance checks or audits on that? Because I know it's a minor thing, but I walk around and I see a lot of very, very untidy and unclean bins around our region. And look, it was just an observation, I suppose, Manager, if you don't mind just making a note. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Erkins.
On the street sweeper, I know where our office is, we have one of those structures outside, and yeah, it has a lot of issues getting in there. And one of the things with those structures, and you probably need to keep this in mind for the KTP, because where it looks really great, it doesn't look good when there's leaves falling down behind, and you know the chairs are dirty. So that's one thing that's not being done. And I don't know whether the high pressure actually gets into that built up grime where people have been there eating. So maybe, you know, when you're saying about the down here with the environmental friendly detergent, you know, maybe before if they use for example, if they use the pressure cleaning, just a wash over with a soft brush and some detergent across the whole lot, you know, the chairs, the bins, like we got them nice bins in Nanango, but we can't even clean. I mean, I've been out there and tried to clean them, but what's happened is they've gone there, the guys have gone there with oil and they've oiled the timber, and then that gets splashed onto the metal, and now you can't get it clean. So maybe, but you know, maybe if they've got a brush and all that, it can be done.
Thanks, Councillor Erkins. Further speakers? Councillor Duff, you've had your opportunity.
Am I allowed to ask another question?
Oh, well, okay. On this occasion, if it's quick, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to through you, Mr. Mayor, ask a question about the costing of that wiener display. I just wanted to get a costing on it so that we can move forward with that project before the 100 years of Proston.
Certainly. So thank you. We'll do a costing, because now that the works of near completion out at Proston on the railway park, in terms of the playground equipment has been installed and the soft fall material I reported that has arrived. So once the guys put that in place, we'll have all the costings and all the wages for that project finalised, and then we can just bring a report back and tell you, advise you what's remaining for there in terms of funding, and then what the options are for reallocating that to the wieners. So happy to bring that back probably for next month, if that's okay.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Jones, sorry, anything from you on the report?
Hang on, I'm trying to unmute here. Right, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Manager Peterson, question for you through the chair. I hear you said that you went up to Proston and Wandai with the street vac and all that sort of stuff to see whether or not it worked on pavers. Have we, or are we going to send it into Nanango, because Nanango certainly needs a bit of a clean up on those pavers down the main street? And secondly, in Blackbutt, with the upgrade to the streets down there, the benches were obviously removed out of the main street. Are they going back in with upgraded benches, or what is happening down there? And you can take that on notice if you wish.
We'll have to take that on notice. I'd have to actually check with the Blackbutt upgrade of the CBD, whether or not the street furniture is being returned under that project. But certainly under Parks and Gardens, we've got no allocation of funds for the benches in the street to be returned if they've been taken away. But on the street... on the street cleaning of Blackbutt, unfortunately, when we've had the street cleaner available, you're also doing spray paving in Blackbutt as well, so we haven't taken the current machine to Blackbutt.
No, that's in Nanango, in Nanango, Manager. Not Blackbutt. I'm not worried about Blackbutt yet, but the pavers and the paved footpaths in Nanango, have we got any intentions of running it down over there, because they certainly need a bit of a touch-up?
So the cleaning machine has been down to the Nango twice, and the pavers have received a clean twice. So, maybe they're just faded if you haven't seen the improvement from the cleaner.
It's my apologies. I haven't been into the main street of the Nango for about 6 weeks or so. So if they've been done, that's good and well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay. Councillor Duff, sorry.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to move, I've sent this through to Bree, that the land review report be lifted off the table and addressed at the next standing committee meeting.
Well, Mr CEO, would it be a procedural resolution that you're comfortable with?
Yeah, lifting it off the table is basically lifts it back to the meeting to deal with. So I think, we would need to lift it off the table and then probably refer it to the next standing committee, which is probably a separate procedural motion. Actually, I would be keen to see what the motion that was laid on the table was. I've been trying madly to so was there a live motion that was?
It's through you, Mr Mayor. It's at the top of page 119. It just says that the report to council laid on the table. Next steps, council workshop date to be advised.
Would have been a report that included a motion, though, as you're saying, Mr CEO, wouldn't there? I'd imagine.
Yeah, just keen to see what was actually laid on the table. Was it moved and seconded that we hold a workshop, or what we do with it? So I'd just be keen to find that.
That actual motion as such that we could then bring forward. Yeah, look, I think, Mr CEO, just suggested perhaps we have Smoko and we could have a look at that. It's almost 3:15, so I'll move that we break for afternoon tea. It's 3:10, and then we resume at 20 minutes and resume at 3:30. Councillor Henson seconds. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. They'll give 20 minutes to our staff to have a look for that. We'll come back at 3:30. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, Mr Mayor, that's fine. How much longer do you think we're going to be? Because I've got another meeting I've got to attend around about 4 o'clock, 4:15 at the latest.
We'll aim for 4:30. But yeah, look, we fully understand if councillors have to leave. Yeah, certainly wrapping up by 5, I would have thought. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. I now move that we resume the meeting. We have a seconder, Councillor Henson. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Mr Acting CEO, the land review. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr Mayor. We've had a look back through the minutes and the actual item. So apologies to council. The report wasn't actually laid on the table. There was just the direction was that council received the report and that a workshop be scheduled to work through the proposed recommendations and develop a shared methodology to progress the review of council's land holdings and divestment strategy. So there is actually direction in the resolution for council to have the workshop. So it wasn't actually just laid on the table. We are waiting for just to schedule that workshop. So apologies for the misinterpretation in the wording there. I have talked to the mayor, and we have got at the next council meeting that afternoon. We did book into council's calendar a workshop, and that was to sort of do a bit of planning on the community forum on budgeting. So we did, talking to the team, they have got that presentation workshop ready. So we were going to schedule that, commence that workshop on that 28th of September. So so we don't need to move a resolution. We have got the direction from council already in that live resolution. So if Councillor Duff's satisfied that.
Through you, Mr Mayor, happy to go down that path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Acting CEO. Okay, moving forward, item 11.3, removal of asbestos-containing material to the garden edges at Kingaroy Memorial Park at 123. Thank you, Manager Peterson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, just recapping on this report. Councillors did ask in a previous council meeting whether or not we could have a look at removing the garden beds at the end of the Kingaroy Memorial Park. We've carried out some investigations into the garden beds. Unfortunately, there is some asbestos material within the garden beds. There's a certain little piece of material that actually was used in conjunction with the actual edging materials. So unfortunately, we had to actually bring in a contractor and have that asbestos tested. Australian Asbestos Management has come back and reported that that is asbestos fibrable material that does need to be removed. And so therefore, we received a quotation from the supplier or from the contractor to have the material removed. And also we will remove the soil as well, because some of that asbestos material over many years, probably at least 30 years, has actually received some damage, and that damage would have been just from garden tools and lawnmowers and things like that. So we're going to remove all the topsoil or all the soil from the garden beds and then just level the side with new topsoil and yeah, get ready for our future works. We weren't going to actually put turf in place because depending on how the master plan's going, that site might be actually planted up in the future with something else. So I think what we'll do is just put some grass seed down and just let that come through naturally through these beautiful climatic events that we are having. I'm sure it will grass up without laying turf.
Thank you, Manager. So we have the recommendation there that the asbestos, the committee's recommending to Council that the asbestos containing material in the garden bed edging to the western end of Kingaroy Memorial Park be removed, and subsequent to the removal of the associated garden beds, the garden bed area to be levelled and topsoiled, and the Kingaroy Memorial Park Works for Queensland funding is used to fund the clean-up of garden beds. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, secondly Councillor Shoemaker. Speakers, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, this is something that sort of we brought to Council a while ago, and it's something that really needs to be done. The garden beds haven't looked great for quite some time. They've seen their final days, and I think that this is probably the best outcome at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, I agree. I guess the only thing I am thinking about is, that cost. I had no idea, $21,000 for the removal of those gardens. That does include, that will be a clean site, finished, done, delivered. Yeah, I cannot believe it's so expensive, but it does need to be done, and I think with the risk of kids and things playing in the area too, and it's been such an unsightly mess for so long, it will be good to clean it up and start with a clean canvas. So thank you for your efforts on this, and yes, it's a shame, but it's a good thing that it'll be done.
Councillor Jones, anything from you?
No, Mr Mayor, look, once you start dealing with asbestos, it becomes very expensive, and as soon as you say asbestos in the community, it's a public health risk and you need to get rid of it ASAP. So I fully support it and get it out of the road.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Anyone else wanted to speak on this? No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Henson.
No, thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, exactly what Councillor Jones has alluded to. It's asbestos. It's a serious health risk in our community, and it has to be dealt with in specific ways. So, yeah, as much as the cost, I can fully understand that because it's just that, asbestos. So, yeah, not a problem.
Yeah. Thank you, councillors. Shall we go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 11.4, replacement of existing septic system at Warrulan Public Toilets. 126 will stay with you, Manager Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillors, we have done a fair bit of research on this site. We've had a number of incidents and call-outs over a period of time where the actual septic system holding tanks has a small pump, and that pump has burnt out a number of times down at Warrulan, causing major blocking of the toilets. And in the past couple of months, we've even had to actually hire in some portaloos and close this facility because we haven't been able to utilise the toilets until we can actually clear that blockage. Now, the issue for the blockage, we've had to actually go and do some what we call invasive investigations, some excavation works down there to actually find out what's going on at the back of the toilets from the septic system out to the trenches. You can see in the photographs with the report that there's significant crushing and damage of the pipework, and there's also some tree roots moving into not only the septic system but also out into the actual treatment, what are they called? Yes, so anyway, trenches, sorry, the trenches. So unfortunately, it's all compromised by the tree roots, and a serious amount of damage has occurred there, so it's not an easy fix. The best fix for us going forward is actually to install a new aerated wastewater treatment system, and that's what we're proposing. We have done some investigations with Cox Plumbing. They've done a few throughout the region, so you've got some of these at... you've just installed a new one at Banarkin, you've got them up at Maidenwell as well. So they're a good fix that allows us to actually have the effluent discharged high quality on ground. It's more cost effective, and it's suitable. We have designed this particular one for the usage of 100 people, because Warrulan is getting a very high use. And one thing that we've identified throughout the region, and you'll see in a number of reports that we have here today, that as more visitors are visiting the South Burnett, they're using our public facilities. So they're putting significant strain on the old structures. So the old trenches were designed maybe only for 20 or 30 people, where I think we need to start moving down the track of designing these facilities up to 100 people per day. So, and that evidence has been worked through. We've been looking at water consumption rates across some of these facilities where there's water meters. We've also looked at some of the information that's provided by cleaners and our staff in terms of how they've got to clean the facility and resurface the facility, and then we've been able to equate to how many people are probably utilising the toilets. So, and also to keep in mind that Warrulan Public Toilet also has 2 public showers as well. So in our report and from our investigations, we're recommending to Council that we install a new system, and also we're recommending the problem trees be removed from this site as well. In the recommendation there, councillors, we've also suggested how you may want to fund that as well, and happy for those discussions on how you might want to use your capital funds to fund this project. But from a facilities point of view, this is a priority project. As we have limited options going forward, if there's further blockages, we would have to continue to hire in portaloos and close the facility.
Thank you, Manager Peterson. Thank you for the work you've done in bringing this to our attention. Councillor Duff?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a motion that... is that okay?
You may, yes. In relation to this report, yes.
In relation to this report. I've sent that through to Bree, so it should be up on the screen. That installation of a new aerated wastewater treatment system with land application area trenches to service the Warrulan public toilet, that the 2 trees located at the rear of the Warrulan public toilet building be removed, and that $38,500 not be taken from the Mergen Free Camping Amenities Project due to the high concern of failure and health risks of these amenities, and that it be taken from other building depreciation funds.
So you move that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkin. Yep, Councillor Jones, thank you. Okay, speakers, speak to your motion. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So that project in Mergen was identified as has been identified in this report. It's a high concern of failure and health risks of these amenities. So I think that we're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. Like, it's not going to work if you just take that money. That was a budget commitment that I went out to the community. The expectation is that there's a tree root has wrecked all that septic there, and it's a health concern. It was also highlighted that it was the most needed project, and to take that money, I just think it is wrong. It needs to come from somewhere else. So I'm flagging that and not going to support the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker. Yeah, Councillor Jones, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't catch you there. Councillor Jones.
Sorry. Yeah, no, look, is Councillor Duff sitting down? I fully support her. I think this is a good idea. I support Councillor Duff's recommendation.
We've just had to call the paramedics. I think she needs to be revived. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
sometimes bring some common sense to the table. It's good. Look, I totally agree, and that Mergen facility has some issues that we are well aware of, and I don't think this needs to have, as far as I'm concerned, it's a no-brainer. It has to be done, and I think we can find some other funding from building depreciation, something like that. Another challenge for Manager Peterson to come up with some sort of a solution for $38,500, and then we can address Mergen as well. But fully support it, and I don't know that you can discuss it all day and still come up with the same answer. It needs to be done, and that's it. So fully support Councillor Duff's motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? Councillor Erkins.
I support not taking it from Mergen. The reason being that besides being a camp area in Mergen, there are also a number of people who are homeless living in at that park in Mergen. So I think it's fairly important that that gets upgraded. One of the things I thought about the money, didn't we sell that land at Hivesville? Maybe some of it can come from the Hivesville funds.
Right, we might have to consider that one. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, certainly. I think it's wonderful that we've done the work, and you see the caravans and things at the Warrulan site every single weekend. I go past there on my way to the farm, and it's amazing how many people do stop and use those facilities. I don't have, well, my concern is more around, I don't disagree with robbing Peter to pay Paul, but I can't see here what bucket we're going to use from our building depreciation funds. It says here that we had allocated $100,000 to the Mergen Free Camping area, and that project's still being scoped. I guess I was trying to understand do we have an idea of cost for that? Will we require the whole 100,000? Is that why you were thinking this was an option? Or if we are going to pull this from cash, I know I sat through a cash reconciliation and there wasn't any cash. There's not a lot of free cash that council has available. So in terms of, I know it's only $38,500, but what I'm finding is every single meeting there's another project where we're pulling another bit of cash for another project, and I'm concerned that we just don't have it. So if we have to redirect our priorities to be able to deliver on our highest priority need, that's unfortunate, but I do understand that that's a situation we're in with service and supply and delivery risks across the construction industry and so many unknowns and variables. I think we have to be realistic around that. It's not about taking from one community and giving to another. It's about trying to get the best outcome from the dollars that we've got. So my question is, where is the hollow log with $38,500 in it? And the Mergen project, has it been scoped? Do we have an idea of the full costings for that yet? $100,000 is a lot of money. They're my questions.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Shoemaker, through you, Mr Mayor, just report on a little bit of that. The Mergen 24-hour public amenities is of high importance. That project is currently being scoped. We will be bringing back a report as soon as we finalise that scoping, because that particular site requires urgent works. $100,000 will not be adequate funds for that project either. Remember when we did put the capital works program together, we actually just allocated $100,000 this financial year, and the remaining funds were going to be next financial year for Mergen 24 hours. So that's why we thought we'll just have to pull the $100,000. You'll see not only is it for Mergen, Warulan, but it'll also be for Geelong as well that we need funds for. So that's why we were using the 100K, because it sort of contributed to the cost of those two projects. And then when we bring the report back for Mergen 24-hour caravan park, we would have to bring it back with options on how we fund how we fund that new public amenities. Now it will be well and truly over 100,000. It's going to be, quite a significant amount of money, very similar to that sort of discussion we had about Lions Park. If you were to put a new facility down there, that's the sort of money that you're looking at for Mergen as well. So that's why that needs to be fully scoped and brought back to council for consideration next month.
And just my other question was around where these funds are coming from.
So I've checked with General Manager Jarvis just in regards to where and how much money is left in the building depreciation bucket. So there are some funds available for council to use there. You've got an allocation of funds put aside for Kingaroy swimming pool, and there's further approximately 600. And if the buildings one. So a total of 2.6 million is available in the whole building depreciation funds. So, depending, I was thinking that 2 million of that is for Kingaroy, 1.9 is for the Kingaroy swimming pool. So you've still got your 600, 700,000 available in your building depreciation restricted funds.
Yeah, thank you for that clarity. Based on that, I'm comfortable with the decision, but I'm very mindful that this is a real challenge for us, and there are, in my mind, projects on that capital works list that we may not be able to develop or actually deliver because there's not enough money. Very, very supportive of getting the basic needs delivered for our community, and certainly septic systems at Warulan. I'd hate to see that fail, as would I like to see the issues resolved in Mergen. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'm supportive of Councillor Duff's recommendation.
Mr. Acting CEO, your thoughts?
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I agree, and I think just to clarify the point 3, if Councillor Duff was amenable, I would just put, say, building depreciation restricted cash fund, so it is clear that is coming from that restricted cash, and that was my thoughts, that would be, there's that 600,000, and that's where, and as Manager Peterson has said, the Mergen free camp tour is a high priority job as well, and we were planning to bring another report back on it, but I think just if council's happy, I would just add those restricted cash funds into that resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Yeah. Anything further? Any further speakers before we go to Councillor Duff to close? All right, Councillor Jones, you're fine?
Good to go.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Duff to close, and then we'll go to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's all been covered. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, now the next item is the Geelong toilet upgrades to septic system at page 129. Thanks, Manager Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, just reporting on this system as well. Unfortunately, you've got major failure at Geelong public toilets as well, where we've got a situation out there where the trenches have failed, and they're allowing the primary level treated water to pond at ground surface, and you'll see in the photographs around some of the trees and it's there at the surface level. So certainly we need to attend to this one quickly as well. We did cost out 2 options there in the report, councillors, just to have a look at how that may occur and the different costs. Now, our preferred option is to go with option 2, which is a little bit dearer, but that's ensuring that we're actually building a facility for the future to accommodate the amount of usage that this facility, for us, it looks like that, it's getting up around that 100 people per day as well. So we're suggesting that we would go for the little bit bigger system, very similar to that of Warrulan. The only difference is when you cost this out, we do actually need to use the tennis court area to actually allow for the above ground facility, effluent facility, to be built on that second grass court. So we have had a look at the site. That can occur, and if the community still wants to retain 1 tennis court in the interim, we would move the actual fence and just fence, so there would be 1 tennis court left there on that site. So that's been included in the costings as well, and that's why this cost is a little bit higher. It's $48,200, but certainly from our point of view, this public amenities is getting very high use as well.
Thank you, Manager. So we have the recommendation as stated there, but Councillor Duff, you've got your light on again.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to go through that same process and just exactly the same resolution at the bottom to say that 48,000 not be taken from the Mergen free camping amenities.
Okay, so the motion is as presented on screen there, items 1, 2 and 3 at the bottom of the screen. You'll move that, Councillor Duff?
Yes, Mr.
Are you? Okay. Do we have a seconder? Yep, Councillor Potter?
Yeah, I will.
Yep. I think we've got Councillor Potter. Thanks. Councillor Duff, would you like to speak to your motion? Thank you.
Just the same argument. I think that it's the same argument. Just the support of the chamber, just to actually take that from the restricted depreciation funds, building depreciation funds, rather than from the Mergen free camping amenities project. I just was wanting to ask a question of Councillor Henson about the courts. Are you happy that the court, that Geelong community would be happy with just having 1 court and not both?
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Through you, Mr Mayor, there's only 1 court being used there at the moment anyway. And we've tossed and turned about, and you, Mr Mayor, have said about camping area there on that area. But this is a public amenity which is hugely used now because we have the Geelong store back operational. We have the fuel cells across the road there that's encouraging more and more traffic to stop there. The Geelong store also now, as noted several weeks ago, have a licence to alcohol licence there now. There has to be public facilities there, and Manager Peterson has alluded on it that they have to be for tomorrow, not yesteryear. And Geelong is a thriving little community and a major crossroad and one of our entry points to the South Burnett. So I'm fully supportive. These toilets have to be upgraded, or this facility and the trenching certainly needs to be upgraded. So the Geelong community, we will always get some rejections from some, but like I said, there's only 1 court being used there, Councillor Duff. So I'm fully supportive of this and the proposal, and we will find money, I'm sure, and that this will be something that needs to happen ASAP because they will shut down. That's the short and sweet of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Manager, just one question. With that land application area, those trenches, is that similar to what we've got in Maidenwell? And if so, will we need to bollard that off in terms of restricting public access to there, similar to what we've got in Maidenwell?
Most definitely, we would certainly fence that off, bollard that off, so caravans and cars do not park on it, and people choose not, and hopefully not use it as a playground area as well. So it'll be signed for people as well.
Thank you. Sorry. Yep. Councillor Oakins.
Sorry. The water that comes out of them, but is all treated, isn't it? It is safe. Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. This is another one that we as a council promote and encourage tourism to come into our region, and there's a hell of a lot more people coming every day. And when they get there, the facilities aren't up to standard, as it's already been addressed. So this is another one, no-brainer. Councillor Hanson's touched on it, and it makes me very comfortable with the way I voted when we were discussing LRCI funds, and this was brought up, and this has come back. Things have changed, and I'm quite comfortable with the way I voted then, and I fully support this, and I think it needs to happen ASAP along with the ruling. So fully support. Councillor Duff, 2 out of 2 in the one day.
Councillor Duff will be celebrating tonight. Thanks, Councillor Jones.
Yeah.
Okay, any further speakers? Anything to wrap up, Councillor Duff?
No, all covered. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour, carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Okay, 11.6, installation of a dump point near Geelong Public Toilets at 132. Thank you, Manager Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it was important for our council officers to actually explore and investigate if council wanted to consider a dump point in the future at Geelong. How would that actually work, and could we actually have put it and installed it and made it actually working with the current upgrades to see if it would be complementary, and could we have had a bigger facility there, and how that may come about. However, the two systems don't really go together. The dump point, we've really done a fair bit of work on it, and you would need to actually install it independent to the public amenities. So we thought we would bring this information to council's attention. So if we were to consider in the future a cost to look at installing a dump point, council would need to be aware that they do cost up to $31,800 to install a dump point. And out at Geelong, it would cost us between $6,000 and $8,000 per annum to actually maintain this dump point. And the reason being is that it is not on sewage system. It is actually in a septic system. So unfortunately, we would have to be sending people out, or a contractor out there, to actually remove the effluent from the site. What we decided to do is have a look across the region about how many dump points South Burnett Regional Council has, and you would see there's a map there attached, just demonstrating that we actually have 10 public free dump points across the South Burnett Regional Council that we maintain, and 2 of these points are actually installed on holding tanks. So we already have those high cost facilities in 2 other locations within the region. The remaining 8 are connected to sewer. So we've done some further investigations on what other regional councils are doing, like Fraser Coast, Gympie and Toowoomba. We've shared those reports with you today. There's also other dump points within existing caravan parks, but we have not included that in this report. But one thing we have noted in this report to you councillors is that some of our neighbouring councils are going down that way as well, that they only connect dump points which are connected to sewer. They don't actually install them out onto those septic type systems or holding tanks, just because of those high cost in maintaining them. So we're making a recommendation at the moment, particularly for Geelong, that we wouldn't install a dump point out there at this stage. 1, the cost; 2, the maintenance cost, and that we actually have 10 free dump points across the region. On the map, you'll actually see that we've included some dump points from our neighbouring shires as well. So towns like Chinchilla, Jandowae, Madubbera, Gameri, Kilcoy, Crow's Nest, they've all got dump points. So as people are coming from other regions into our region, they are passing a dump point to get into our region as well. So our suggestion at the moment would be we would like to actually install that information in the toilets and maybe on some notice boards at our actual free camping areas, and promote the amount of facilities that we have got across the region and encourage people to use them correctly as well. Because as you can imagine, the risks that we have at Geelong and other public toilet facilities across the region is that sometimes people pull up and they try to actually empty their cassettes from their caravans into our public toilets. And it's not the damage that they do to the toilet, it's actually the damage they do to the holding tank in terms of the material that goes in there and the chemicals. They'll actually cause us, we will have to pump out and start again basically because the treatment system in that holding tank would be jeopardised. So we certainly think we've got a role to play in providing education and promoting dump point locations throughout the region, firstly, and then if we find that that's not working well for us out at somewhere like Geelong, then we would bring something back to council in the future and say, okay, we would have to consider a dump point because of the amount of damage and maintenance costs that we're having. So we're presenting the report for council's consideration at the moment that we would not install a dump point at Geelong at this stage due to the ongoing operational cost and the high installation cost.
Thank you, Manager. We'll go to Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fully supportive of the recommendation here. I think it is a shame. I know the Geelong community no doubt would like to see it because it does create, encourage people to stop, but I can see here that there's one at the Homestead, Bundooma Homestead, and at Bundooma Dam, also at Proston and Wandai, so there's certainly plenty in that sort of proximity. I just really appreciate that you included the recreation vehicle strategies that other councils had developed, and my thinking about your recommendation was, you know, is that something that our council should explore actually creating into the future? Because I do see there's some really good information captured in there, and I know we've got a heavy operational plan at the moment, so I don't want to load you up, but I just think it should be something that perhaps we put in the pipeline as a project for the future, and I was wondering what your thoughts are in relation to that.
Yes, I was thinking the same when we were doing the research and having a look at the other information that's included in these strategies would be very useful for our organisation and our tourism across the region. However, we're probably not in a position to do it this year, to be honest, not from facilities, but it would certainly be a project into the future for communities and with tourism. Something that we consider in a future operational plan, maybe in 12 months' time, 2 years' time. But when you do read through the reports, highly valuable, and yes, it would be great to have a strategy like this for the South Burnett region.
Yeah, thank you. I just think it's something, I don't want to see it lost, so I don't know whether we capture that on a list somewhere or GMO may, just because I do think it's not a strategy that I'd ever really thought about. I didn't even really realise that other councils had them, and then when I went through it, I can certainly see the value in council as the strategic arm and as the operational arm having some sort of policy position in relation to some of these things. So Acting CEO May, do you think that's something we could capture for a future plan discussion, or are we running a running list of things?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. We can certainly capture it. If council wanted to move a resolution, I would suggest it be included for consideration as an operational activity for the 23-24 financial year. I think it's something that we could include in there. So that would be the recommendation.
We need a mover and a seconder before we have conversation or not?
I think we might go to Councillor Shoemaker to move her motion. Because I think Councillor Shoemaker might want to add a third item.
Yes,
yeah, thank
definitely.
you.
So point 3, I'd like to certainly move the top 2 items, and point 3 that council develop a recreation vehicle strategy for council-owned and controlled land. For council-owned and controlled land, it's been a big day. As part of its 23-24 operational plan consideration. Does that kind of capture what we've discussed here, Acting CEO?
Consider development of a strategy.
Thank you.
Thank
I'd
you,
like to
Councillor.
move that.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Erkins. Yep. Thank you. Speakers, Councillor Shoemaker. Anything further? No. Councillor Henson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just look, an incredible report. There's some work gone into this, and I think it explains. It's self-explanatory in all the pages that's in front of us. And just want to, bring to the chambers on page 320 the dump points that are about. I mean, it's only 30 minutes up the road to Jundowie. It's 20 minutes up the road to Benooma Homestead, and not much further down to Wandai and Kingaroy and surrounds. So, yeah, I think this is a fantastic report, and can fully understand and support Councillor Shoemaker's third dot point there and that recommendation. So, we're going to spend some money on that toilet facility there as it is. Really, I personally don't think we can afford, nor at this point in time, progress with a dump point in Geelong. But certainly that third dot point there covers it. Thanks, Councillor Shoemaker.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I'm actually looking at this map now and thinking it's a great map, but it's not on our website, is it? And I'm just thinking that maybe this map you've got here could actually go on our council website with where we've got the toilets and everything like that, because this is actually great work. And this is, if people are coming into the area and they go to the council website, it might be something that maybe we put on our website and maybe even share with Visit South Burnett. Thanks.
Can that be just an action item for exec services, Mr. CEO? Thank you. Good observation. Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Jones.
We pass that on to Visit South Burnett as well, Mr. Mayor, seeing as they're in charge of tourism and whatnot. It'll be a good thing to have on their website as well.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, good point. I think Councillor Potter did throw that in at the end, but yeah, good point, Councillor Jones.
Oh, sorry.
So yeah, we'll just note that Council's website, and we'll also share that with Visit South Burnett for their website. Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. As someone who does do a fair bit of travelling with my van, I can tell you that most travellers have wiki camps, which actually on their phones, which actually tells them where the dump points are. And most people would empty before they travelled anyway. And then if there's a toilet there, they would be using the toilet anyway. So I don't think it's, different if they're staying somewhere where they're going to be staying for a few days, but when they're just staying overnight, and I don't really think they're going to stay more than overnight at that area, they'll cope quite well.
Well, yeah, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Any further speakers on this? And we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker to wrap up. Before we do, Manager Peterson, just a couple of questions. Number one, there are 8. We're very liberal with our dump points, aren't we? We've got 10 compared to Toowoomba's got, well, less than us, only 5. So with the 10, we've got 8 that are connected into the sewage lines, 2 that aren't, 2 that are going into septic systems, for want of a better word. Where are those 2 at the moment?
One will be at Maidenwell and the other one will be at Benooma Homestead.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay, yeah, just want to make sure they were in locations where there was need and demand for that. So clearly Maidenwell and Benooma, that's important. We have them there. Okay, all right, well, that was all I had. All right, Councillor Shoemaker, anything to wrap up?
Just in closing, yeah, I think it's been a really good report and good just to understand how much these facilities actually really do cost. 10 dump points across the region. I know not all of them are serviced by a sewer, so it's pretty clear that we are investing significantly in drive tourism and certainly trying to do our bit to encourage people to stop in small towns across the South Burnett. I agree, but it is at a cost to our ratepayers, and that's why I'm supportive of this decision at this point in time. I know there's no money in the budget to actually support a dump point at Geelong, and the ongoing maintenance of such. $8,000 doesn't sound like a lot, but over 10 years, that's $80,000. It's a lot of money when we're trying to find efficiencies in our budget. So, no, thank you for bringing the report forward. Certainly support the motion.
Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 11.7, QE2 Park and other public toilets at 321. Thank you again, Manager Peterson.
Sorry, I had Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just had skipped over this report, so I just bringing it back up. So just recently we have received a fair bit of vandalism up at QE2 Park in the public amenities. We have also received feedback from the public in terms of just the facility looking tired and aged. We certainly have had to do an immediate close on that facility to actually fix and repair the facility. We are keen to install some new vandal resistant features and fittings, so that would be toilet pans and the like will move now to stainless steel, which we do have in other facilities as well. So just wanted to bring that to attention to council that we have actually had that one temporarily closed. However, what it has done for us through the feedback from the community and even yourself, Mr Mayor, is that we really need to get out and do a full inspection and review the condition of our public amenities. As you can see today, we've brought reports forward on some of the priority issues, and we're very reactive in the public amenity space where there's failures, which, as you can imagine, when you have these serious number of failures, you've also got high maintenance costs going on because we're actually sending plumbers out there to do unblock toilets, do minor repairs to toilets, and it's really not fixing the problem. Now, these sorts of things have been going on for some time. They didn't occur just overnight. So we've been incurring, I believe, very high cost in our maintenance in our public amenities area. So we're keen now to move forward with that and actually undertake an inspection program and refresh the condition assessment report on our public amenities and bring back a prioritised maintenance program and a prioritised repair program. So it's not reactive, it's not ad hoc. And yes, things do look tired and sad, but sometimes we've actually got major repairs that just need to occur to actually keep facilities open. So the report will inform us of that. And we've already done a lot of work when we had the actual building condition assessment report done across the region. So we will just build on that and refresh that. So it's not starting from scratch. It's using that data that we collected 2 years ago, refresh it and bring that back. So yeah, we just want to bring that report to council for council's consideration, that we will go ahead and do that inspection program and council endorses that, and also get council to approve our immediate repairs and move to a more improved process up at Mergen QE2 Parks and install some vandal resistant features and fittings to the QE2 Park amenities.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'm just really concerned that we've got those toilets closed because there's no other disability toilets anywhere in the CBD. That Lamb Street QE2 Park, it's all those shops, everything relies on it. Even the skate park doesn't even have a toilet there, so the kids race around to use that. I'm just concerned if we keep that closed, we're going to get a big pushback. So I'm just wondering what the timeframes are with that.
Sure. We have done some temporary repairs to the ladies and the men's. It's probably really in the disabled toilet that is separate. I'd have to just check, but we are working closely with the plumbers to have that repaired as soon as council endorses our recommendations to move to those more vandal-proof stainless steel, and that is a significant cost increase as well. But we've certainly done minor repairs in the other toilets just to keep them open and functioning. But my understanding from our staff is that it's really the disabled toilet that remains closed at the moment because it's totally been smashed and there's major repairs there that needs to occur.
Thank you, Manager. Let's go to the motion. In that case, it's recommended that committee recommends to council we undertake an inspection program to proceed to formulate a public amenities condition assessment report and develop a prioritised maintenance and repair program, and approve undertaking immediate repairs to install vandal-resistant fixtures and fittings to the QE2 Park amenities. Do we have a mover? Councillor Potter, second Councillor Erkins. Speakers, Councillor Potter, you're right. Councillor Erkins, thank you.
I would just like to say that speaking from reading through the vandalism and seeing that Nanango is also very high in, a very high cost to council, I'd just like to make a statement that, the community are quick to point out to council what council don't do, but, the damage that is done and the money that it costs council is money that could be spent on better things. And I think it's very disappointing for us to see the money that has to be spent on fixing things up that are just, done for no reason. And I just don't know whether we can't also contact the police in Nanango anyway and ask that maybe they do some more drive-bys of those facilities to try and cut down on the vandalism, because I know that besides these toilets, I've noticed quite a few signs in the Nanango area. There's somebody going around and putting their tag on a number of things, and I just, small things grow into big things, and we've just got a grant for $9,000 to upgrade the murals in town, and I would hate to see that then go on and be damaged with them. But the damage that's being done to council facilities, I think is absolutely disgusting. And I think that all those kids have parents, and possibly parents who ring us up and complain about the state of everything else in the town. So I think that, the community need to take some responsibility for the fact, and I'd like to see if we can't get people to report when they see kids in there doing damage, that they ring up the police. The police are very keen to get feedback on this type of thing. So I'm just probably pretty annoyed at, we're sitting here trying to work out how we can juggle money to pay for this and do that, and yet we've got people in our community who just wantonly go out and destroy things that, ratepayers in the end and the community have to pay for.
Yes, Councillor Erkins, and of course for those of us who are new to council, I think it's been an eye-opener how much this council spends on vandalism. I know here in Kingaroy we have our Memorial Park, we've had our Rotary Park toilets vandalised, we get our street signs vandalised all the time. And look, it's probably a very small minority of repeat offenders, I'd suggest, but I'm probably keen to hear too from Councillor Henshaw in terms of the Police Consultative Committee, where there might be scope for you to raise this there in your role, Councillor Henshaw.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Through you, we had a Traffic Advisory Committee meeting which Councillor Erkins was privy to as well on Tuesday, one day ago. And again, vandalism was brought up at that, and it's not just our public facilities, it's across our entire region, and every council deals with it, of course. But one of the things that was mentioned on Tuesday at the TAC meeting was right here on the outskirts of Kingaroy on the weekend on, I believe, Saturday night. Vandals got out there in the mud and just tore the guts out of, and I'm sorry, but that's, to put it bluntly, the side of the road right beside the Kingaroy sign, the new Kingaroy entrance sign. They went across behind that, they did donuts in the mud there, they crossed the major highway double white lines and got across in the mud and the grass and tore it to bits. And we get hammered by the public about parks and gardens and not slashing the side of the roads, and we've got delinquents out there costing the ratepayers a huge amount of money. I think I can say the figure, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Glendon Street toilets over here was a $4,000 repair bill from vandals there some time ago. Wonderful facilities there for the public, and we have a minority that we just want to ruin them for everybody. And having that conversation with the police, it's a thankless task, and how they do that and how they police it, it comes down to staff, comes down to time, it comes down to the public. Councillor Erkins, you're right, for them to report it. We put cameras in places to get information on this. The cameras get destroyed or they get stolen. It's a vicious circle. It really is a vicious circle, and it's an extremely expensive one. And the police undermanned, of course, and I believe that on the roadside was probably early hours of Saturday morning, because I was at a function on Saturday night. It wasn't there when I went home at about 9:30, and it was there Monday morning. So, and I've made mention of it again. We're out on the Stewart River on Hodges Road. There are vandals out there on the creek banks of the Stewart River. I've made mention of that. I don't know how you stop them. They go out there, and after the rain, they get in the mud and have fun. They're absolutely destroying the riverbanks on the Stewart River. So when it rains, or when it's dry, they tear up and down there, and then it rains and it washes down into that causeway. We have then a causeway it's just a gravel causeway, of course, but it's full of black silt. And people can't cross it because it's full of black soil mud off the sides of the banks. If you haven't seen it, go and have a look. I've made the comment here before about vandalism when they give way signs down on an intersection on the Manion Road, oxygen thieves. And I'd encourage people to take it upon themselves and report it. Get a number plate. Yeah, I don't know what more we can do, but Councillor Atkins, you're right. The public need to take some responsibility to this as well, because we are just spending money after money, ratepayers' money on fixing these things that just continually keep getting destroyed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Jones, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, look, I totally understand and hear what the other councillors are saying, but this is part of society now, and you need to get used to it, because you will not stop it, you won't get rid of it, it will continue, and it's something that the council, in my time as council in 6 years, it is an ongoing cost, and you will not reduce it. It will stay the same, and it's just something that we have to deal with the best way we possibly can. So there's no way of reducing it, no way of stopping it, and yeah, it's just part of society, and I don't disagree with anything that's been said, but it's part of life at the moment.
It's sadly the case, isn't it? Yeah. Further speakers? No? Okay. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, I think we're up to the old tennis shelter at Windrop Park at 324. Thanks, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, back in 2019, when we undertook our AS building condition assessment report, we identified several buildings that are in very poor condition. This is one of the buildings that is in very poor condition and has continued to deteriorate over the last 3 years. It's probably also received a fair bit of vandalism, but I would say that's as a result of, the facility's not used, and it's in very poor condition. So there's certainly certainly we need to have a look at what we do. We have actually temporarily fenced this facility because there's asbestos, and the site has become quite dangerous because of the way it's deteriorating. You'll see in the photographs there, councillors, some of the roof and the ceiling falling in. So we really need to move forward with the demolishing of this facility. We certainly haven't gone down the track of actually doing a costing on refurbishing the building, as no one actually utilises the building. It was previously a tennis shelter, and there's no tennis courts at this site. So Rebecca has done some work trying to look back through our historical aerial imagery to just try to determine when the site was last used. And really that's showing us back in 2002. It's very difficult for us to even ascertain that there are actual courts there and they were in use and they were being maintained. So we're looking at, over 20 years that this facility hasn't been utilised. So our recommendation to council is certainly move forward and demolish the facility. We have got an estimate there for council to consider. Demolishing costs unfortunately do need to come out of our operational budget. They are not a capital expense. And unfortunately, we do not have any funds set aside in our operational budget for demolishing of buildings. So we would need to consider that in the first quarter review here shortly. So, councillors, we present this report and with the recommendation for your consideration.
Thank you, Manager, for bringing that to council. Yeah, Councillor Jones, thank you.
Yeah, I'll move that. Yeah, I'll move it, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Jones. Moved as presented. Seconded, Councillor Duff. Speakers, Councillor Jones, anything to add?
Yeah, look, it's a straightforward no-brainer. It's got asbestos. As a council, we have an obligation to the safety of the community. In this aspect, it's high, and once you start dealing with asbestos and public property, it's a no-brainer. $25,000, fully supported.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. It says in the report that council's the trustee over the reserve for recreation. I just wanted to understand, so would we have to apply, is this one of those sites where we'd have to apply to the state government to actually use it for any other purpose, or can we, what's the process in terms of the future of this piece of land and what its role might be on council's books? Maybe a question for Rebecca.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Through you, Mr Mayor. It is a reserve for recreation, so permitted uses would be for any use for recreation. So whether it be sport or tennis fits with that that use. Council is trustee, so we basically stand in the shoes of the owner. So any maintenance, any additional tenures that go across, if we lease it to a tennis club, that sort of thing is council's responsibility. If you wanted to change the purpose of the reserve, that can be done, but it has to be within the Land Act Schedule 1 permitted purposes for the reserve. And they used to be varied. They used to have heaps of uses for reserves, but now there's not very many at all. Sort of it's environment, again, recreation and sport, those sorts of community uses, but we no longer have the ability to change it to a local government type reserve or a specific non-community use.
Yeah, and just in terms of the community out there, the consultation, the conversations, has there been any indication from any community groups or any interest in actually this parcel of land? Is the question? No.
No, we haven't received any information at all, or requests in my time in facilities. We've never received any sort of request, even from other community groups that may want to utilise this site.
Yeah, I'm sort of in a bit of a mind here. You know, it's another one. It's another $25,000 for our operational budget. So would that be coming out of our free cash, or where would we be redirecting funds from our operational budget to be able to deliver on this demolition? Because, you know, the reality is we are in a deficit. There's no just money tree at the back. And whilst I can see this is an important project to certainly close out on the back of all of the conversations we've had today and the money that we've already spent, I'm actually wondering if this is a key priority and if it can't be put aside for a later date, because I am so mindful of the increases in construction costs and things, and that every project that has come across council's desk this financial year has come with a financial implication. So I'm just getting nervous about spending money that I know is not there. And it's not that I think the work's been done. I'd absolutely like to see it cleaned up and to see what the future of that reserve can be. But if there's no urgency, if there's nobody really waiting in queue to do anything with this lot of land, and it really can only be used for those few purposes, I'm actually wondering whether we have to just defer this one till our next financial year, because I think unfortunately these are some of the tough decisions we as a council will have to make this year. We all know there's just not the money there. So I'm probably more thinking about that we refer it to next year's budget considerations, unless there's an absolute catastrophic reason why it would have to be done now. And if there is, please speak up, but that's my thinking.
I think we need to hear more on this, don't we? We'll go to Mr CEO first, and then we'll come back to Manager Leanne and then Councillor Duff. Yeah, Mr CEO, your thoughts?
Yeah, probably just some clarification around the cash. So this will come from the operational budget, so we can't dip into the building depreciation restricted cash, but that's set aside for renewal for capital. So this will basically add to your deficit. It will be real cash that you'll be burning. So it really does, it impacts the operations. The only comment, I suppose, is it's still going to be $25,000 next year, or it's could be potentially $30,000 next year. So that's probably the only benefit of doing it now is the costs aren't going to get, at some stage it's going to need to come down. and yeah, it will just come out of council's operations. So it is that, unfortunately, the only funding where it can come from, which will just add to the deficit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Manager Peterson, anything further on that? We might just.
We certainly would like to add that in the past we have there's evidence that people have been squatting in the facility, and our concern is in the state that it is in, it is not safe for people to do that, and it's certainly not safe for people to visit the site, hence why we've got the temporary fencing in place. The facility does have asbestos, it is broken, so we do definitely need funding to clean up the asbestos. So yeah, from our point of view, we are really keen to just clean this up so we can get rid of the public risk, but also prevent people utilising this for the wrong purpose, is where we need to go with this. Certainly from a building condition assessment and an asset management point of view, there are a number of facilities that we've got across the region that we do need to actually start looking at demolishing. And they do come at a cost, but that's part of the life cycle of an asset, and it's something that we need to consider. I know that it's very difficult financially, but we need to have these little wins along the way and get rid of these smaller assets so we're in a better position in the future, because assets like this sit on our asset register and they're depreciating and no one is utilising it. We are not putting money into it. But from a safety point of view, we certainly want to get rid of the safety concern around the asbestos and the ceiling falling in and those sorts of risks.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff. We'll go to Councillor Duff and then Councillor Potter.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I have over the years met with community about the park. It actually has a shade shelter there as well, and I remember probably 4 or 5 years ago, council actually straightened that shelter. It was leaning, and also it is a park that we do maintain. We mow it. It's a park the community, if it's not mowed, they're onto me straight away. So it's not like it's just a big area that doesn't get that isn't being looked after by council. It actually is, because we're actually attracting people there because we've got a shade shelter there. And it does get mowed. So I'm really keen to see that removed, because it's a safety issue, and obviously kids that are playing in that area, that's why it's being graffitied. So yeah.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Duff has just mentioned a few things, but I would just like to know, is this, I've got a couple of questions, whether they taken on notice or not, but is this area actually used? If it's not used, can we hand it back? And if we did hand it back, would it be up to us to demolish the buildings before we hand them back? And maybe this is something we need to have a community meeting about. I believe we need to get rid of this if this doesn't go forward, but I do believe that maybe there's got to be community input here, because if this land is not actually used by the community and we're using our money to maintain it, we're using council funds to maintain the land, is this something that we should actually have on our books at all?
Certainly. We're not aware of a tennis group utilising the facility. Whether the community use it as a point of, like a meeting point, potentially that may be happening. Yes, you would have to run a community consultation meeting out there to just find out what the community are utilising the site for. The building has been temporarily fenced off for a long period of time, and no one has been using it, and we certainly haven't had any feedback or concerns from the community. I think the community is saying it's fenced off so it's safe, so kids can't get access to it. But yeah, it's deteriorated, it's ugly, it's messy. Yeah, if you lived in that community, you'd probably want it to be tidied up. But yes, I'll refer over to Rebecca and she will talk to you in regards to trustee leases and how these may be handed back to the state.
Thank you, Manager Peterson. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just on those couple of questions there, Councillor Potter, The council can resign as trustee under the Land Act through the Department of Resources. But again, because it's a public reserve, because it's for recreation, it's likely that the department would need us to go through some public consultation before they would allow us to resign as trustee. And it's likely, because of the condition of the building, they would probably condition handing it back that we actually demolish that building first before they would accept it. So, yeah, that's a couple of things to consider for actually dealing with the reserve itself.
Yeah, thank you, managers. Look, I mean, I've just listened to the conversations here today and say a couple of things on it. First of all, manager, you mentioned future purposes in relation to Councillor Shoemaker's question. One of the things you said in addition to recreational space was environment. Now, I imagine we're incurring some costs to maintain this area of land, probably mow it from time to time. Would it be possible just to flatten everything that's there, subject to community consultation, and plant trees there and make it an environmental park where we plant trees, we don't mow it, and it effectively just then blends into the road reserve? Is that something that we could consider here? Because Windra is a long way to go for our crews to go out and mow a couple of acres? And what's that costing us as a council? We heard around the table today the financial pressure that we're under. Would that be a potential option if we can't hand it back to the state? Can we clear the land if the community's happy for us to do so and just plant trees?
Thank you, Mayor. That would be a question to put to the department. I know they have changed the purpose of a reserve to environment because it was already a significant environmental area. It was native vegetation, but I'm not sure about if it was planted out, whether that would fit the criteria for environmental type reserve purposes, but it's something we could ask.
Yeah, thank you. And look, you know, these discussions we're having, we need the federal government, quite frankly, to get off their backside and listen to ALGA and the Local Government Association of Queensland. Our deficit, Councillor Shoemaker's, you know, raised it here today a couple of times, we just keep incurring additional costs, you know, whether it's biosecurity funding that we've had to provide now for the outbreak of weeds and pests, whether it's, you know, fixing all this old broken infrastructure that this council and the previous amalgamated council has inherited, be it stormwater, be it sewerage lines or local toilet blocks and local toilet facilities and plumbing and, I mean, the roads we've inherited, I mean, all these issues. It's fixing these sorts of things, and there's more to go from what you're telling us, Manager Leanne. We are just battling to keep our head above water. We're swimming against the tide to simply fix what we've got, all in the context of an opportunity to really grow our region. We've got people wanting to come and live here, but we can't do new development work because we are just under the pump to repair what we've inherited from previous councils. And that's no criticism of them. But, you know, the federal government need to step up. You know, we are looking down the barrel, subject to a couple of key variables falling in. If they fall on the wrong side of the ledger, you know, our deficit could be very significant this year. And you know, every time we have a meeting, and no criticism of the staff. I mean, you're doing a great job bringing this, but every time we get cost shifting, you know, we're finding money for biosecurity. We're fixing essential public assets, and we're not getting. And I would suggest, you know, we get $7 million at the moment from FAGs. 0.5% of the state revenue, federal revenue, goes to FAGs. If that doesn't go to 1%, and we're going to increase that 7 by another 7 up to 14 million, quite frankly, I don't know how our council can be sustainable with all these costs that we're incurring. Now, I'm probably on my soapbox at the moment, but quite frankly, it's just not good enough. And I imagine we're all singing from the same hymn sheet, but today has been another example of all these costs that we're going to have into the future. And our FAGs grants are only half what they need to be. Otherwise, we cannot balance our budget, and we're going to continue to have to dip into our cash to fund our maintenance, to fund our renewals, our depreciation, because at the moment, we just can't afford to do it. So it's, yeah, I really do hope that the federal government take this seriously, the motion from ALGA, because if they don't, they're leaving us rural councils in a world of hurt. Anyway, I've had my soapbox for the day. Councillor Jones, anything to wrap up before we go to the vote?
Yeah, look, I hear what you say, Mr. Mayor. Why don't, flatten it all? And I believe that there's a cattle property out there. Why don't we, if we flatten it and got no other purpose for it, just let them run cattle over the top of it and maintain it that way? Like, that's just another option to look at. But acting CEO Pete said that, it could be 25 again next year, 30 grand or whatever. There's a rest area there right beside it. Now, we've got it fenced off, but it only takes, and it may not ever happen, but you can never say never. It takes one child or anything to just go over there, one person squatting in there. The asbestos is broken. It takes one fibre to kill somebody, and it might take 20 years or whatever. But, it's a risk. And for $25,000, just get in there, flatten it, take it down to absolutely nothing, and look at whatever we've got to do, because this is what the emotion that we've got in front of us is whether or not we remove the asbestos contained in the tennis shelter and then put 25 grand up. That's what the motion is. And we've been speaking for an hour or so, obviously, with other things that are quite legitimate, but the process is, are we going to knock down the shelter and give $25,000? I fully support it. So whether we do it now or whether we do it in 5 years' time and spend another 25 on top of the 25 now, I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor Erkins, Duff, Potter, Henson, Otto and Jones. Those against? Councillor Shoemaker. Thank you, councillors. That's been carried 6 votes to 1. Okay, now the next one is, we're getting through it, 11.9, Tingura Sports Ground cricket improvements at 329. Thanks, Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, the Tingura community, the Sports Association have some funding and some donations that they would like to put towards renewing the cricket pitch at Tingura Sports Ground. The Tingura Sports Association is forming, and we heard all about that at the recent Tingura Hall meeting. So they're a little way yet, probably, from forming that committee. We did check back in with them just to see how that was going, and also we wanted to see whether or not they had any interest in actually leasing the Tingura Sports Ground and taking on that responsibility moving forward. At the moment, that is not their intent to lease the facility from us. They've just got enough money through their funding and through their donations to actually just to repair the actual cricket pitch itself. So what they're asking for is permission from council to repair or upgrade the cricket pitch. But at the same time, as we're aware, they are going to be having cricket functions down there and participate in a cricket not tournament, but a cricket competition in the South Burnett. And therefore they would like to use the public toilets. So we've inspected the toilet facilities there at the sports ground. Not a large cost to make those repairs to the facility. So we're proposing that it could only cost us $500 to make those minor repairs. So the amenities block itself is in good condition. So we could do those repairs and recommend that we give the Tingura Association permission to install the cricket pitch turf. And as they move forward and develop as a community organisation, it might be something that they'd like to consider in the future in taking on a lease over that facility in the future.
Thank you, Manager. So we have the recommendation there. The committee recommends to council that council grant approval to the proposed Tingura Sports Association to upgrade the cricket pitch with a new concrete base and synthetic turf surface. We have a mover, Councillor Henson, secondly Councillor Duff. Speakers? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Fully supportive of this. Councillor Shoemaker and I spent some time with the Tingura newly formed cricket club, the Vikings, and wish them all the best for this future cricket season. I think a great initiative by them to be able to want to go in there and pay for that concrete wicket themselves and the synthetic, and I wish them all the best, but fully supportive of it. And with that, Mr. Mayor, would you mind excusing me, because I do, as I suggested before, have to go and pick up one of my kids from the vet. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. We'll just note that Councillor Henson just had to skip out. Okay. Happy to support this. Manager, I'm really keen to see us, as you've indicated, pursue handing this land over under a lease, a community lease to this group as they get on their feet and get themselves a bit more financial. I watch the mowers and the time it takes to mow that huge area of land down there for our Parks and Gardens team is another cost to council. And from what I can see at the moment, it's pretty well used by a few caravanners here from time to time, and then we've got the cricketers now using it. So certainly not wanting to burden them at this stage, but I would hope that within the next 12 months to 2 years, we could be having another conversation around seeing if they were in a position to be able to take over the lease, whether we donate them a mower and they can mow it for us or something with some volunteer support, because, it's probably one of the few cricket pitches that council owns, I would have thought, where we haven't leased it out to a community group. Would that be right? To a cricket club or a sporting club?
We probably have a few others. I think the group at Cumbia, they don't have a lease either. The Maidenwell doesn't actually have a registered cricket club as such that's participating in a South Burnett competition, but there is a cricket pitch there as well. So there are a number of cricket pitches that probably are not caught up in lease arrangements. River Road, we've got a cricket pitch there. However, junior cricket from Kingaroy do utilise it, but they don't lease the facility as such all year round. So, certainly have a number of cricket pitches throughout the region. The only thing that I would certainly suggest at this point that we wouldn't open the public amenities at the Tingura cricket grounds for the public to use or for the caravans to use. There is another toilet facility of public amenities in Tingura, and it might be that through these discussions and negotiations as this group gets up and going, that they would probably service those toilets for their needs, the ones at the cricket pitch. So they would get a key and they would open them up and service them and keep them clean for when they're utilising them for their actual cricket activities. So hopefully that would not incur cost to council then, and that's part of the process of getting them on board to maybe one day taking on a lease arrangement as they move forward.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers? Happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay. We've got Councillor Jones. Oh, we just cut out on Teams, have we? Can we keep going? Just to see. Well, we'll take that as carried because we've got 3, 4, 5 votes, so that'll be carried 5 votes. I'll just make a note of that so we can come back to it. 5 votes to, well, we'll say 0 at this stage. Okay. Mr. CEO, do you mind if we continue? I'm going to break any rules if we keep going. We've still got a quorum.
Yeah, so the meeting room has just cut off, so you won't be able to see Councillor Jones, but he's still in the meeting with Bree, so we may be able to just relay messages through there. I think maybe if
can Councillor Jones hear us? You hear us, Councillor Jones? No.
If you're able to continue with the meeting, I might step out and ring
Okay.
Councillor Jones and just give him an update and work out a play around it. Might be able to just put him on speakerphone.
Yep. Thank you, Peter. 11:10, Queensland Remembers Community Grants Program, Round 2, 331. Thanks.
Yep, just quickly, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors would have seen this information circulated around the Queensland Remembers Grants Program. So there is some financial assistance available there for community organisations and local government to apply for a grant. Under this, you do need to make a 10% contribution to the project submission. We have been working with the Highsville Progress Association. Just recently we had a meeting out there in regards to I called it the Lest We Forget Memorial Wall that's in the Railway Park there at Highsville. They're working on a project there to fix the wall and re-render the wall and some of the plaques, just tidy them up. So that's one organisation that would be working towards putting a submission together. This group is particularly new in probably preparing those submissions, so we're trying to support them as well. at this stage, we're not sure on how much money the submission is going to be for, because we're trying to get some quotations from some suppliers. So therefore, we're unsure whether or not the Highsville Progress Association is going to have the 10% contribution. So therefore, I have prepared in item 2 of the recommendation that Council consider providing a financial contribution of 10% of the total cost of the proposed grant submission, which could be of up to $5,000. So I'm not thinking that rendering this wall and repainting the wall is going to cost $50,000, but if it came in at like $5,000, Council, we would contribute 10% to that grant. So that was our thinking, but very difficult for ourselves and Highsville Progress Association to ask for some support around the contribution, because we're not sure what the costs are due to the time frame of this grant. So that's why the recommendation is written like that. But certainly that's one organisation that we're aware of and willing to support.
Yeah, thank you, Manager. Just before we get council to consider this committee, so that land is owned by council, they lease it, or what's the tenure arrangements there?
Oh, sorry, this is in the park. So Highsville Progress Association do not lease the public park. This is where the public park is, where they have Anzac Day. There's a war memorial.
Yes, so they're the applicant, but they don't have any tenure. Right, okay.
So just wanted to clarify, it's actually Memorial Park, not Railway Park. Yep.
Yeah, so this is Memorial Park. Okay, thank you. And I just want to clarify that. All right, well, we have a recommendation, items 1 and 2 there. Everyone can see it. Do we have a mover? Councillor Shoemaker, second to Councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly going over the program guidelines, I can see there's enormous opportunity here into the future. I understand that we may not be ready at this point in time, but I guess my question was more around similar, I guess, to what you're doing with the toilet facilities. Like, is there an opportunity to do a bit of a review and audit of our memorials across the region and determine what projects for perhaps next year we might be able to get in a pipeline, is my question. Because I can see here in terms of eligible items, you know, we can apply for paths, we can apply for lighting, we can apply for basic landscaping, trees, gardens, open spaces, seating and shade structures. You know, there's some really great opportunities here to really freshen up our memorials across the region, and you know, as we should keep them in pristine condition. So I'm very mindful of the closing time frame for the grant, which is why I'm thinking, you know, it's the 4th of October. It's why I'm thinking we've really only got this project in queue. But I guess my question to Manager Leanne is this something that maybe over the next 12 months you can see a team doing a bit of an audit and see what things might be ideal, so that next year when this comes up, we're actually ready to put forward a really meaty project. Like, I was thinking like a significant project that would look at improving all of our memorials across the region. Welcome your thoughts on that.
Most definitely, we would support that. I think that's a great idea. Just coming into parks and gardens, I can see that it would be great to have a bit of a review of them, look at their condition, even just simple things like the plaques, the condition of the plaques. I have seen requests where people are looking for the memorials to actually just have a really good clean as well. So yeah, we would certainly think that's a great idea. Let's get an assessment going and a bit of a review and have a look how we can get some shovel-ready projects in this space.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'm just thinking of adding a point 3 that, you know, recommends to council that is it Parks and Gardens or Liveability team? What would be the right terminology? The Liveability team undertake a review and assessment of all memorials across the region and compile a list of recommendations for improvements that can be considered in a future application to the Queensland Remembers Community Grants Program. Recommendations for improvements that can be considered. Yeah, maybe it's in a in the next round instead of in a future application, maybe just in the next round of the Queensland Remembers Community Grants Program. Probably seek your support on that, Councillor Duff.
Councillor Duff?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I just think we need to also add in consultation with the RSL sub-branches, because I know that I've sent through to Mergen that this application, this opportunity, and I'm pretty sure they're applying for funding, and I think that there's probably Baduma Homestead are too, so there's a lot of them in train, so you probably need to work with your RSL sub-branches, so I'd be happy if you add that in consultation with the sub-branches.
Thanks.
Yes, certainly. So that can be considered in the next round of, and in consultation with the relevant sub-branch. Just really want to see us be shovel ready next time if there are opportunities for paths or trees or lighting. It's a great opportunity.
Okay, further speakers? No? We happy to go to the vote? Those in favour? Carried. Councillor Henson's back, yep. Sorry, but comfortable? Yep. Happy with that? Yep. So we'll take that voted through with the 6 votes. Just noting that Councillor Jones has had to depart to attend another meeting. But we'll take that as carried, 6 votes to 0, or unanimous with the motions that we have here. Okay, 11 facade improvement program at 348. Okay, who's got this one?
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Oh, sorry, Manager
You're
Poynton,
right.
thank you.
As part of Council's deliverables of the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Project, the Community Connection Local Built Economic Recovery and Resilience Stream was to both partner with Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce as well as our other business communities to roll out a facade improvement program across the region. There's a total allocation under the grant budget for $300,000 for this resilience, for the Economic Recovery and Resilience Stream. It's proposed to allocate $180,000 to the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce to roll out the Kingaroy Facade Improvement Program, and a further $120,000 is made for the delivery of the South Burnett Region Facade Improvement Scheme, which encompasses the towns of Mergen, Wondai, Nanango, Blackbutt. I hope I haven't missed anybody. And the defined areas and the grant guidelines are attached to the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, Councillor Duff?
So, Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a recommendation or a motion, and that's, I've sent it through to Bree, so it should be on the screen, so that it's that the funding for the facade improvement program be equally shared across our 5 towns, with any surplus funds from a particular town to be reallocated to other towns where there is an oversubscription of applications.
Right, okay. All right, we have that moved. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Erkins. Okay. Councillor Duff, do you want to speak to your motion? I think we'll get some advice from our acting CEO then. Thank you.
Yes, Mr Mayor. Kingaroy has approximately, I've counted them, totaling 80 shops in the CBD area. Mergen has approximately 60 shops. How is it fair that $180,000 goes towards Kingaroy Facade Improvement Program and $30,000 would go towards Mergen and then 30,000 to Nanango, 30,000 to Wandai, and 30,000 to Blackbutt if we shared the other 120,000 equally. I just can't see how that's fair.
Mr. Acting CEO, in terms of the funding, the program, can you give us a bit of advice around that? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so probably a little bit of background about this, where this facade program came from. It was an initiative of the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce, who actually putting in for the Black Summer bushfire funding because it was available to everyone. At the time, we did we talked to the chamber because we were aware they did advise us that they were looking at putting in for this program, and we felt it was a stronger application if we joined in a partnership arrangement, put one application. So council put an application for the entire $1.6 million allocation rather than trying to do two competing applications, and we ended up getting shortchanged, or the chamber got that. So it was initially part of the application was to do the facade, and that was for Kingaroy only. I think their original application was $250,000 that they were seeking out of the bushfire funding. So yeah, we have come back and trying, I suppose, looking at scaling back their component of this facade improvement to actually allow delivery of it across the rest of the region. So that's probably some background in that. Yeah, that was really part of that initial application was a partnership with the chamber. We have done some, again, looking at the amount of businesses, did the same thing, the numbers of what businesses are in the town, and tried to scale it back towards the number of potential applications from those areas. And if there was surplus from any of the areas here, you would definitely look at redistributing it. But yeah, this is sort of the allocations that we had got to based on, you know, where we do see the businesses were. But yeah, there certainly was. This was a Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce project that was initially put forward, and we're trying to extend it probably across the region.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. Further speakers to this? Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't support this recommendation because I think what is considered equal and fair across each of the towns really does differ. And I also really admire and am grateful for the work and the opportunity to partner with the Chamber of Commerce, who led. We had a town hall full of businesses here from the CBD footprint who were all very interested in upgrading their facades, and who sat through a workshop about upgrading their facades. And a lot of work has been done behind the scenes. We've got a local paint shop who's willing to offer a very reasonable discount. This program wasn't just thought up overnight. It's been a program that the Chamber of Commerce has been working on for a number of years. And we absolutely, I want to see it delivered in other towns, but I look at the towns of, Blackbutt, Wandai. I think they're all very important towns. They all need an opportunity to apply. However, there's only a very small number of businesses in each of those towns in comparison to the Kingaroy CBD. I think we also have to consider the amount of rates that commercial rate payers are paying in the CBD of Kingaroy, and the opportunity to, I guess, complement the work that's happened with the KTP project in bringing all facades up to a standard. So this is only just the beginning. I think it's a great start that we can see this program rolled out. I do believe a strong regional hub is a good thing for everybody. I believe our town is very tired. I believe these funds, in light of how business has been affected with the high cost of living and alike, these funds will go a long way to really lifting the community spirit, to really lifting the profile and the feel of our town, which we know is very important when it comes to livability and our ability to attract new residents. I don't think this is about being, I'm tired of hearing Kingaroy gets everything. I know how hard the Kingaroy community has worked on this program, this facade improvement program. They've met with other regional councils. They've developed very good guidelines here in which we've actually adapted for our own program. I just think it would be a shame, and we would be going against, I guess, the partnership and the opportunity we saw when we applied for the Black Summer Bushfire Grant, and the advice that we'd been given was that we were actually stronger if we collaborated with our community. I believe there's a great opportunity in the information provided here. Our council is offering, so our Chamber of Commerce is offering to deliver this project, whereas across the rest of the region, our council's actually delivering all the administration and the support for this project. So I do think this is a great opportunity for our region. I don't support this motion because I believe the information that's been given here is very sound. I understand that the vision for that the Chamber of Commerce is trying to deliver on, and I believe you know, the opportunity, $120,000 across our other towns, will also make an enormous difference. And it is a start, by no means the end. So no, I won't support this motion. I am fully supportive of the recommendation because I know there's been significant work by our team to actually get us this far, and I'm so excited about the opportunities to really lift the whole vision of our street, the way our streets look and feel. I think that's so important.
Councillor Potter, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, just before anything more is said, I'm actually just wondering, I just don't want Councillor Erkins to get in trouble because she actually has at one of the shops in Nanango that is in that footprint. Yeah.
Great
So
observation. Thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, we have a, well, in fact, I don't know if I do. I don't own a shop, but I do lease one. That is at the back of the walkway, Alfred Street. Perhaps we need to consider some conflict of interest issues here, Mr. CEO. Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. My mind hadn't even gone there. I was more thinking about the motion. Okay, Mr. CEO, we've got Councillor Erkins. Can you just let us know about the situation with your premises? Do you own them? Where are they located?
I actually own 2 commercial buildings in the central business district of Nanango, one in Drayton Street and one in Little Drayton Street.
Mr. CEO, I would imagine they're in the defined zone. Can you give us some advice around conflict of interest? Thank you.
Yeah, I would initially consider that is likely prescribed conflict of interest in that you are likely to gain or lose. There is monetary loss or gain in relation to this matter, so you'd have a prescribed.
Would that be any more than anyone else who owns a building in the...
I would see in this case, because it is defined areas, so it is actually only those main street areas that are defined. So not in relation to not in relation to Nanango, but the fact that if we're looking at reallocating more money from Kingaroy to Nanango, then that actually puts you in a position. So yeah, I would see that it would be a prescribed conflict of interest. As a councillor, you need to make that decision, but you're leaving yourself at risk if it is. So yeah, it would be something I would consider it would be prescribed, and I think you would need other advice if you wanted to be involved with this matter.
So a prescribed conflict of interest, Councillor Erkins, means that there is no choice for council. You, by legislation, have to leave the room and cannot participate. It's not a matter that council has any say in if it's prescribed. Yeah, I think it's prudent that we take our CEO's advice on these matters. Yeah.
So is there any way that we can get advice as to whether I am before we discuss?
Yeah, I would recommend that you get advice. The fact that the matter is in front of council at the moment, then you really can't be involved in that, or you are putting yourself at risk.
So can the matter be laid on the table until?
Well, yeah, a procedural matter could be always moved.
I think what we'll do now is clearly advice from our CEO is that it's a prescribed conflict of interest. As the chair, I'm going to ask you to leave the meeting. Okay. And even considering laid on the table, I don't believe you should be involved in that debate, in that voting process. Let's now turn our mind to my situation, Mr. CEO, where we lease a building that backs onto Alfred Street car park in the laneway between Alfred Street car park. I think you know where it is, Peter. We don't own the building. We lease it from from a third party.
Yeah, so that probably slightly different situation here. You're not the owner of the building, and that building isn't included in the proposed footprint. Oh, is it?
And I think the other thing is that, as Councillor Shoemaker said, you can apply. I think tenants can apply, can't they? So we could apply potentially for a grant. I think I've got a conflict of. Yeah, so I think have I got it prescribed as well? No, you've done the right thing. Thank you, Councillor. You've done us all a favour. Thank you, Councillor Potter. Yes, it is 194 Kingaroy Street. I can confirm that. So I think Councillor Potter's spot on. I think I should leave the room, Mr. CEO, and the council should appoint a chair to chair the meeting on this topic. Yeah, council happy with that? I'll leave the room.
Yep.
Yeah, still got a quorum. Yep, still got a quorum. So I think I'm best to leave the room because I could be a potential applicant. So I'm going to leave the room and allow council to choose a chair.
Yeah, thank. Yeah, as we've lost the mayor, and we haven't got our deputy mayor who would normally fall into this position. It is back to council to elect one of the councillors to continue on as the chair of the meeting.
I'd like to, through you, Acting CEO, I'd like to nominate Councillor Potter to take the position of chair. She's been...
Happy to second that.
So, yeah, move by Councillor Shoemaker, second by Councillor Henson.
We all have to vote? Rightio. Thank you everyone for joining us.
Yeah, yeah, happy if councillors will take that to the vote. All in favour? Unanimous.
I'll try this again. Thank you very much everyone for joining us. We are now on item 11.11. We do have quorum, so we can still go ahead with this. We've...
My concern, Councillor Potter, is that Councillor Erkins has actually seconded Councillor Duff's motion.
Yep.
And so probably looking for acting CEO.
Yes, acting CEO
In
Peter
terms of
O'May. Can we have...
lapses now,
Yep.
or you know, whether we have to take a vote? Not sure what your advice is.
Good luck working this one out.
It's
Councillor Duff withdraws the motion and then moves it again. I don't know whether that's an option.
So moving it and withdraw it and put it to the chamber again.
yeah, I think that would be appropriate. Yeah, it's,
Okay, so I move that.
Okay, Councillor Duff. No, you're right. Councillor Duff, with that in mind, would you like to withdraw the motion you have put forward to council?
happy to withdraw the motion and then resubmit it and try and seek a seconder. Is that the plan?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Duff. So, Councillor Duff, the motion you have put forward, we'll wait.
Yeah, but through you, Madam Chair, if the council has withdrawn the motion, that's fine. We won't need to vote on that. The lapse of seconder, so yeah, we can tidy that. We can tidy up the wording at after the meeting.
Okay. So, Councillor Duff,
That was the consent of the meeting, was it to be withdrawn? Or
Yep. Do we need to? We don't need to vote on that. So that's just Kathy's. Councillor Duff's choice. Okay, with the consent of the meeting, then. Thank you, Councillor Duff. So she needs to.
So I'd like to move.
Yes, please, Councillor Duff.
That the funding for the facade improvement program be equally shared across our 5 towns, with any surplus funds from a particular town to be reallocated to other towns where there is an oversubscription of applications.
You've moved that recommendation. Do we have a seconder for that recommendation? No seconder for the recommendation. Okay, Peter? We discuss first.
Yeah, through you. So without the want of a seconder, then the motion would lapse if it is. But yeah, you do need the seconder to have that discussion.
Okay. Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I would like to move the original recommendation to Council that in accordance with the approved grant budget, that an allocation of $180,000 is made to the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce and Industry for the delivery of the Kingaroy Facade Improvement Grant Program, and an allocation of $120,000 is made for the delivery of the South Burnett Region Facade Improvement Scheme.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Henshin, thank you very much. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Chair Potter. I was trying to think of what to call you. Look, I know how many businesses in our immediate KTP footprint have been struggling over these past 2 years with the works that have happened. I know how important this injection of funds is to those businesses to really lift their shop fronts, and I know how much work many of them have done. Many of them that I've met with have actually already contemplated colours and have contemplated signage, and have really been thinking about how they can take full advantage of the investment our community, our ratepayers, have made in the town of Kingaroy. And I really do feel that this is like the finishing piece to the work that's been done, and that it was the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce who brought this idea forward. I would feel that we would be in many ways going back on our word by not actually delivering on this, and it was their idea, it was their concept. They brought that to the table with a plan and the offering to collaborate with us in the bushfire grant application. I also recognise that the $120,000 across the South Burnett, I know it won't be enough money, it never is, but it will be an enormous start, and I do think that there will be plenty more opportunities that will flow from that. And once we iron out the kinks and we demonstrate that this can work and can demonstrate to others the value in this, perhaps it is something that our council will need to consider throwing some money into the future. Perhaps there will be other grants that we can also apply for to deliver more facade improvements across our towns. But I just think it would be wrong to actually go against our word and against the ideas of collaboration and partnership and change the amounts of funding when the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce were already in a position to put forward their grant and were going to do so but actually came to us to see if they could collaborate and such, because we all recognised we were stronger when we worked together. That's my position on it. I also recognise that the streets in other towns, you know, there aren't as many businesses. There's over 100 businesses in the CBD here in Kingaroy, and I think we need to work with them to get better outcomes for our retailers in the street.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff, did you want to speak against the motion?
Yes, I did. I don't believe that conversation that the chamber and council was included in any council's deliberations or a decision of council. So when the application went in, I don't think any councillor had input or the council team that we call around this table had input into that. I also think that it's unfair because we have businesses right across our region that have struggled with the Mergen. We did a whole footpath upgrade and businesses were struggling with that. With the Blackbutt, the same. I think it is, if the very fact that we didn't engage, I'm quite sure that the Mergen Business Association, the Wandai group, that they would have all wanted to be on board if they knew that this was an opportunity. So just thinking that in the interest of being fair and equitable, that it's only right that every shop owner right across our region has a chance to participate in this at an equal level, not just because it happens to be Kingaroy's been disadvantaged because they've had an upgrade. They've had millions of dollars injected into the town, and I think that it's only right that Wandai, Blackbutt, Mergen, and Kingaroy and Nanango all have that equal opportunity to improve their facades. And yeah, I'm just totally against weighting it in favour of Kingaroy as opposed to all the other towns. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duff.
Just a point of order.
Yes.
Sorry. On page 356, I'd just like to clarify. It says about the grant program, South Burnett Regional Council's Facade Improvement Grant Program. It says South Burnett Regional Council, in partnership with the region's Chamber of Commerce and Business Development Associations, are providing incentives to support small businesses within the CBDs of Blackbutt, Mergen, Nanango and Wandai to improve their facades. It states clearly there that we are partnering with the Chambers of Commerce and the different business development associations. So just for the point that Councillor Duff has made, I'm just would like to clarify that it states in our form here that the whole process is in partnership with the different business associations, and I'd just like that to be confirmed by our team.
Yep. The manager of communities, Liveability, Jen.
Through you, Madam Chair. Definitely understand where the debate is coming from. The South Burnett Regional Council's Facade Improvement Program, because we haven't been out to the business development associations or equivalent across the region, it will be very much working with them to encourage participation and applications. So that's where the partnership will begin. Yes, normally you would consult first and develop the guidelines together and then deliver. But just due to the project milestones within the grant itself, the Black Summer Bushfire Grant, it was one of these projects to give applicants enough time to apply and receive the funding and then deliver before we had to acquit the final grant in 2024. That's why I guess this is being pushed probably pretty quickly. It was important to try and define those areas out to ensure maximum, I guess, impact. And so part of the guidelines is of trying to work with syndicated shops to try and increase that impact. So we get 3 or 4 shops together all doing the facade improvement. It is the absolute intention that we will be working closely with all those community leaders and stakeholders to get the benefit across the region and work with individual shop owners as well. With regards to the partnership with KCCI, they were a listed project partner in the grant application, and so I guess in good faith of that partnership, this was the compromise. They haven't received the full funding that was probably originally discussed at an operational level, and this is the compromise to ensure that at least it is rolled out across the whole region. And it's also the reason why the guidelines are incredibly similar. There's no difference. So if you are a business in Wondai versus a business in Kingaroy, your application will be assessed in the same manner against the same similar guidelines to try and bring that equality as best as we can.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, we could be sitting here discussing that the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce has got the whole $300,000. I think, yeah, what's fair and reasonable is a double-sided sword, but the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce has put a lot of work into this, and I remember those conversations some 12, 18 months ago, and as suggested or just mentioned, they were on the application as well as joint partners in this. Two questions and clarity more than anything. There's a 50% contribution has to be put in by business owners as well in relation to the grant, and a maximum of $3,000. So if they were to get $3,000, they put in $1,500. That's correct?
Yeah, it's 50-50, so the expectation would be if
sorry, 50%,
they got
50%. Yeah, sorry,
$3,000 and they would put $3,000 in if they
got the 50.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. And secondly, in the event of that $180,000 not being used in the Kingaroy Chamber of Commerce industry for Kingaroy improvements, is there a possibility that monies could be then distributed to the other townships within the region?
Yeah, that would be the intention. Exactly.
That's the intention, yep. That being the case, I don't have a problem supporting this motion that's in front of us.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Did you want to write a reply before we go to the vote, Councillor Shoemaker? Okay, so we'll put this one to the vote now. So all those in favour? It's Councillor Henson, myself and Councillor Shoemaker. All those against? Councillor Duff. Thank you. Motion is carried.
Yep.
365. Okay, 1112, flood damage, soil restoration at 365.
Yeah.
Mr. Acting CEO, thank you.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this was just a request in regards to the soil restoration work. So, yeah, the correspondence is provided for council's interest. So, just in interest of time, so yeah, I didn't really need to go over this one too much. It was just a response from the minister on that they are allowing applications through that for that soil restoration work. So I'll just probably leave this one with council, and any questions come back to us.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Acting CEO. So we have a recommendation that the report be received for information. Do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Any speakers? Yep. Councillor Duff.
I just wanted to thank the mayor for the work that he did in conjunction with Alan Broome, because most of that was in Division 5, and that is making a huge difference to the morale of the farmers to be able to and also to their hip pockets to be able to apply for that soil restoration. So I just wanted to thank the Mayor publicly and also Alan Broome.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. And of course, Alan Broome, Mr. Alan Broome really should be acknowledged. He did the vast majority of the work. All credit to Alan. He did a great job. He's a great champion for the farmers of our region, has been for many, many years. Okay, any further speakers? If not, we go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Okay, 11:13, Community Connection Local Built Small Grants Program at 368. Mr. Acting CEO, yours, or Manager Poynton? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the second stream of the grant program delivery under the Black Summer Bushfire Recovery Project is to deliver a small grants program focused on social recovery and resilience for the region's community groups. So this particular grant program is designed to support not-for-profits across the region to promote projects that focus on wellbeing, resilience, adaptation to climate change, and to build skills and knowledge in the environment. The total allocation is $100,000 from the grant project budget, and the guidelines are attached. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Okay, recommendation is, Committee recommends to Council that in accordance with the approved grant budget, an allocation of $100,000 is dedicated to is made for the delivery of the Community Connection Local Built Small Social Recovery and Resilience Stream.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I might have a conflict of interest in this as I'm chairman of a small incorporated association who conduct things for resilience in our shed. We may be interested in...
Actually, she's right.
Okay, is that an incorporated association?
Shed is, yeah.
It is, and you're on the committee.
chairman.
You're the chair. Okay, I think that's a prescribed, is it not? Has anyone watched that show on telly called Hard Quiz? Where at the end of it he says, "Get out. If you lose, out." Sorry, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'm on a couple of community groups too on the committees as well. So I think I have prescribed conflict there as well. Then, if that's the case, thank you very much.
Out.
So
Is anyone else on a community group? Only if you're an office holder. Only if you're an office holder. Okay, Manager Lowe. Anyone else in this room
I'm the president, but that's a council
on a committee?
committee.
So hang on, Mr. CEO, tell us what's going on here. So I'm a trustee of the Melanoma Awareness Foundation for Queensland. We do work out of my office, based in Kingaroy. Are we eligible to apply for this? But we don't do resilience recovery. We do skin cancer education in schools.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, could I just clarify, is your organisation a not-for-profit or a company limited by guarantee?
No, it is a it's a charitable trust that is registered as a charity with the ACNC and a deductible gift recipient with the ATO. So at the end of the day, it falls under the same rules as a not-for-profit incorporated association and has to comply with the same rules with the Office of Fair Trading as any other not-for-profit incorporated association.
Then yes, you would be eligible for this grant.
Right.
We lost the call.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, look, I would have a prescribed conflict of interest because I'm the president of the Ironpot Hall that would be perhaps implemented in this item 11.13, so make that noted and I'm happy to leave the room.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, give. Yeah, given the lack of quorum, we might, this item, we may just proceed to the next item and not deal with this one. I'll work out the rationale and come back. So it is only a recommendation to the committee meeting. So yeah, I think with only two councillors left in the room, then you can't deal with the item. So I think we'll just we'll make a note that item 11.13 be
Could I ask perhaps that you seek some legal advice about this around all of our colleagues, if we can, because I'm thinking like we adopt the community grants program every year and the eligibility criteria and all the things around that. So regardless of everyone's position and interest in different community groups. So I'm kind of thinking this is very similar in the sense that it's a very similar kind of philosophy that many of us, our groups, can still apply for. So yeah, I think if you can get some legal advice, acting CEO, around who can participate in this discussion.
Yeah, that was the intention, just not to deal with this afternoon and come back when we have got some advice, because as I said, it's likely just ordinary business of council because we're setting the policy rather than, and it would only become a conflict of interest when those organisations make application rather than setting the guidelines. So, but just for clarity and given we're at, 2 minutes to midnight, then we're, I think it's best if we just leave this matter and we'll deal with it at a future meeting.
Pete, I'm president of the Proston Sports Association, the Mergen Sports Association. Right. So I'm out as well because I'm president of those Proston and Mergen Sports Associations. So. So through you, Mr. Mayor, just wondering with regards to that one, we all vote on that community grants and donations. We're on that committee. We would have that same concern.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we would only have that concern if your particular community group put a grant application in on that round, because there's only
Correct.
2 rounds according to the group. So it's the same as our other rounds that we do, I would assume, with our community grants program. So if you're part of the executive, you then have to still stand out. So I'm assuming that that would actually work exactly the same, if I'm correct.
I would agree with that, and that's I think we may be jumping in shadows here, but I just think it's best if we just leave this item. We can get some advice, bring it back to the council meeting even, and definitely the conflict of interest provisions would come up upon receipt of an application from the particular groups. But I think just not to labour the point further, I think we just move to the next item.
So leave it no votes. Okay. All right, we've got everyone back. We're going to leave that matter in abeyance. We'll move on to 12.1, and I'd now like to welcome Councillor Erkins to deliver her Tourism and Vics Sport and Recreation and Commercial Enterprises Portfolio Report at 377. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. So I'm very pleased to be able to present my first portfolio report all up. Being new to the role, it's a little overwhelming at first, and it will take me a little time to find my feet. So it's actually there for everyone to read, so I won't go through it, but I just would like to point out a couple of things. I did attend the tourism workshop in Toowoomba, where opportunities for regions with the Olympics in Brisbane was discussed. And while we won't attract any sporting events here, we may be able to attract some competitors prior to the event for training purposes, but more likely to attract visitors who attend the games for travel prior and after the games. So it seems that the new generation who will be tourism are part of the we generation, not the me generation. So, and they have identified some of the requirements that they're going to be looking for in their tourism. So some of the things that they like to do is meet the locals, as in eat where the locals eat. They're interested in First Nations cultures. They're nature-based interests. So we've got the bunyas, the dams, the wetlands, which, you know, we qualified really well. They want to activate their bodies. So we've got all our walks at the bunyas especially. They want to feed the mind, lift the heart. They want to have experiences and make memories that they can share. So I look forward to sharing some of these ideas with Visit South Burnett. Also, I see in the report, you'll see that the VIC volunteers recently visited some of the wineries, and I'm keen to attend some of those familiar tours that they do to mix with them. But I'd like to ask that my report be accepted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Erkins. We'll take your report as read. Move that it be received. Do we have a seconder? Okay, Councillor Duff. Any speakers? Councillor Erkins, you just got your light on. I'm sorry if I seem naive, and certainly I'm from a different generation, probably being the second oldest person in the room. Sorry, Councillor Henson, but what's a we generation compared to a me generation? Could you please clarify?
So they're all about everybody. They're not concentrating on them. So they're into environmental type things. So they're different than the last me generation. But also, sorry, one thing I didn't say was the bull sale that they had at the sale yards in Coolangatta. I think they raised the income for council was over $12,000 for that too. So that's not actually in the report. But no, they're a generation who are into, like, they'd like to go and see the wind generators and all that. So all about saving, you know, looking after our environment, and they're not about just using up the planet.
Well, I would like to say that there are some of us who were born in the 60s that are of a similar mind. We don't think we can all be stereotyped, but anyway, I'll take it as it is. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I love the fact that you went across there, Jane, because that was Councillor Erkins, and I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. And I think if we can leverage off the Olympic Games, might be a good time to start looking at what we're going to put on those Brisbane buses to showcase our dams and everything like that, because we got to put ourselves out there sometimes, and maybe sort of we're getting to that time where we've got to start looking at spending a bit of money and advertise the South Burnett.
Thank you, Councillor. Further speakers? We're happy to go to the vote. Those in favour? Carry unanimously. And I do apologise sincerely to Councillor Henson. I wasn't meaning to say you're old. You're a little bit older than me, that's all. Yeah. Okay. 12.2, fishing and infrastructure grant. That's at 389. That's Manager Poynton, thank you. Now, just before you go, I am contemplating going fishing at the dam at Craven Christmas. No conflict of interest? Sorry, okay. My apologies, just entertain me. Okay, Manager Poynton, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a handover project from the previous manager of NRM, and I guess I'm just seeking some direction on how council would take this forward. There's been a few different reports come back to council. So the recommendation is there. As it stands, council has not executed the original grant funding agreement for the $95,230 that was originally awarded for a 45-metre boat ramp at BP Dam. Obviously, that can't be completed now because the dam is full. However, I was just seeking some clarification on how you would like me to proceed, whether just to tell that basically, develop a project plan for the fish habitat infrastructure and continue to work with the BP Dam Fish Stocking Association. Just seeking that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was that money was going to be sent back, but it was my job to liaise or negotiate with the fish stocking group to see if there was a project that they would they'd like to put forward, and that fish habitat infrastructure was the project that they flagged. So they're that's where that's at. So that's why they're expecting that we are going to try and swap that project.
Councillor Duff, would you then, in light of that, move this motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So you'll move the motion as presented, points 1 and 2. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Potter, thank you. Speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. They've talked a lot about this project and the pros and cons of it, and that apparently it's a thing that you put into a dam that causes fish to go to one area. And I think now that the dam is so full, it might be useful to have that because it's going to be very difficult for people to find where the fish actually are. So I think that's the idea of it. So really keen to support this project.
Okay, thank you. Exactly. Anything further? We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 12.3, amendment to fees and charges schedule. It's page 392. Who's got this one? Yeah, thanks, Peter.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so these were just a couple of clarifications from our fees and charges schedule. So there were fees that were just inadvertently left out of the register, just when we would, particularly the sale yards one, we were doing all of the changes there. So we just inadvertently left these ones out. They haven't changed. I think we rounded one from 264 to 265. I'm not sure why we had the and the second one around the dams was, we're not members of those. We don't participate in that Caravanning Australia, the rewards program. We didn't see value that we had to pay to be in those programs and offer the discounts on that. So we haven't. So it's really just putting something on the books to clarify that those amendments to the fees and charges.
Thank you, Mr. Acting CEO. So we have the committee recommends to council those points as presented, 1 and 2. Do we have a mover? Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers, go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 12.4, Wandai Lawn Cemetery, page 394. Okay, Manager Poynton, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just a report for information to let you know that we are progressing with releasing another plot within the Wandai Lawn Cemetery. We are proposing to put in plinths, which it's my understanding has not been in the lawn cemetery in Wandai before, and so I was just making council aware that that was how we were progressing with the next release at the lawn cemetery in Wandai. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager. It's recommended that the report be accepted for information. Do we have a mover? Yep, Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. Speakers, to the vote. Oh, sorry,
No,
Councillor
sorry.
Potter. Councillor Potter,
Sorry
thank you.
about this. Yeah, look, plinths are great, but I think if we're going to do plinths, we need to have a proper way that we let people know that if they're going to use concrete plaques, that there can be movement and everything like that, because we do have an issue with concrete plaques at the moment. And I'm just wondering whether that should be sort of talked about a little bit more, because we do recommend the brass plaques as opposed to the concrete or the marble plaques on the plinths, because of sometimes the movement and the cracks, because they're so long and everything. So I'm just wondering whether it's something we sort of need to discuss, whether it be with the funeral homes or when people, like whether it's a pack that they pick up.
Thoughts on that, Manager Point, in terms of communicating that to the relevant parties?
So we'll continue to work with all the funeral homes with regards to this change. I guess this was just the initial flagging, just to make sure that council was aware this was the way we were going, so we could start raising some of these issues. Plinths are used, it's my understanding, in the Nanango Cemetery, and it works quite well. So there are pros and cons for both. And then just going forward, trying to, as long as we've got consistency in what we're doing as well, and how we're administering the cemeteries is a priority for our team.
Thank you, Manager. Further speakers to the vote? Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.1, swimming pool revenue. Response to question from Councillor Erkins, I believe. It's recommended that the response to the question regarding swimming pool revenue raised by Councillor Jane Erkins be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Yes, Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Duff. Any speakers? Anything further? Responses as provided? Everyone's had a chance to have a look at that? Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. 13.2, Tipperary flat water feature at $3.99. Response to a question from Councillor Jones. And we have a recommendation that the response to the question regarding Tipperary flat water feature raised by Councillor Jones be received and noted. Do we have a mover? Okay.
I'd like
Councillor Erkins.
I'd like to move a motion. I know that we're all worried about money, but I noticed in that swimming pool money there was $309,000, and speaking in round figures, that $9,000 we could shift to.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sure. Councillor, so what we might do, let's get this one through. We need to get this motion through, and then we can come back to you for a motion off the floor if it relates to this matter. Okay, so response be received. Do we have a mover? So we get a mover? We get a mover. Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Speakers, those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. That's 13.2 done. Okay, back to you, Councillor Erkins. Thank you.
Thank you. So could I please move a motion that we include that the $8,550 we add that on to the $250,000 that was coming from the pool money, and we have the water feature done as well. Want me to word it better?
Yep.
That council add to the $250,000 already allocated to the Tipperary flat project a further $8,550, which will allow them to complete the water feature.
Just need to make that the committee recommends to council, if we could, please.
Add. So that's 2,000. So that will make it $258,550.
So we might just add on the end there, Kimberley, making the total budget allocation $258,550. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Erkins. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Duff. Councillor Erkins, would you like to speak to your motion? Thank you.
Yeah, I think As I've spoken before on the fact that it's our 175 year celebrations, that feature, the water feature, is pretty well it is a feature in the park, and for us not to be able to have something done with the money, I think would be a shame. And it gives a nice water is always a nice feature, and I just think it would set it off very nicely.
Thank you, Councillor. Mr. CEO or Manager, where's the money coming from? Sorry,
Okay,
to
I
ask what
just was
probably
going
my
to
colleagues are all thinking.
Yeah, just going to clarify. My understanding is this is a Works for Queensland project that we originally had in the budget for Kingaroy Memorial Park. And we had $580,000 for Kingaroy Memorial Park implementation of your master plan. So you moved a motion last month to move $250,000 from Kingaroy Memorial Park redevelopment to Tipperary Flats as an urgent project ready for the Nango celebrations. So my understanding from this is that Councillor Erkins is asking for a further $8,550 to move from Kingaroy Memorial Park redevelopment, Works for Queensland project, to Tipperary Flats. Now, my understanding that I thought what was going to happen was this project, there's $8,550. I thought Councillor Jones was asking for that to be clarified and considered in the $250 as we do all the drainage works there. That's my understanding, but you think it's you're suggesting it's on top of.
From my understanding was that the 250,000, we wouldn't have anything left out of that 250 to do the water. That was my understanding when I was talking to the guys, that it would take that 250. Because one of the things that we were also talking, I don't know if it's here as this place to raise it, we were going to look at whether we could have some community partnership to try and get that cost down, but I haven't been able to contact the guys. I haven't really had any answer back on whether we can do that.
That's right, and happy to have those discussions. All we have provided in this report was really just a breakdown of the cost as per Councillor Jones' question or notice, and we just were bringing the costs back. Now, how that's funded is open for discussion, and happy to work with any community group to try to get those costs down. We've been meeting with James Darcy in infrastructure just to try to work through with the drainage plan, and that project is yet to be fully scoped and fully costed as well. So not sure on the 250 whether that's going to land exactly there or more or less. So that project is being worked on, and those costings at the moment.
So I'm just going to pursue this line of questioning. But before I do, and then we'll go to Councillor Shoemaker. Mr. Acting CEO, your thoughts in terms of how does this get funded if this was to be resolved by Council?
Yeah, the 250,000, as Manager Peterson has said, was coming from the Works for Queensland. I think that was the intention, to bring the extra 8 from that Works for Queensland as well, rather than Council's cash. It will come out of that allocation that was left uncommitted.
So is that the money that was allocated to Kingaroy Memorial Park? So this would reduce that by another 8. I beg your pardon, Councillor, sorry. So would this then reduce that by another $8,500, the Memorial Park remaining funds? Okay, I just want to clarify that for the committee. Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question I do have, certainly been and inspected the facility. What I noted in some of the community feedback when we were at Tipperary Flat was that the water feature was actually shut off, and it's got a big grid over it. And noting that this is going to be a caravan park where families and things are staying, my question is more around public safety, and are we able to have a water feature like that? Because there's this question mark about the history of it. I do remember when they first built it, there was water flowing through the area, and it was purposely shut off.
No, that grid stayed there anyway.
Or councillor, hang on. We'll give you a right of reply at the end. We'll stay with Councillor Shoemaker. Mr Acting CEO, safety concerns around having a pond of water there?
Yeah, well, I said that.
We'll come back to you at the end, councillor, for right of reply. Yeah, Councillor Shoemaker's question. Can you please address that?
There is a grate over the pond to prevent kids falling in. So it actually goes into a reservoir, but there is a grate, or safety grate, I suppose, to stop kids getting into that thing. So yeah, we'd certainly have to look and make sure that the sizings are adequate and whether, but I don't see that was a big issue.
Yeah. Look, I absolutely agree. Like, Tipperary Flat needs some love and attention. That's why I agreed to transferring $250,000 from Memorial Park, which I absolutely agree also desperately needs some love and attention. I'm probably after some more information as to whether this fit in the existing 250,000 or whether it needs to be an addition. I'm really mindful if we keep just chipping money off of different projects to do different things, we're never going, that's not really the desired outcome. We've just had today a discussion about allocating funds out of our restricted cash for projects that are urgent for the replacement of toilets in other towns so that we could keep $100,000 for the Mergen project. I'm just mindful we just keep chipping away amounts on major projects, and whilst I absolutely believe Tipperary Flat is an important project, I also know how important it is, people for our regional park to have proper seating in it instead of broken concrete seats that we've been putting up with for the last decade. So I'm probably torn about this decision because I can just see us falling into this awful pattern of just shifting funds around to meet our needs. So to be honest, I'd probably rather lay this one on the table until we can clarify where the scoping is at for Tipperary Flat with the existing $250,000 and whether we need an additional allocation for this project, Mr Mayor.
Would you like to move that procedural motion?
Yeah, I'd like to move a procedural motion that we lay this matter on the table until further information can be provided, because it has been brought off the floor today.
We'll just get that on there as a procedural motion. Thank you, staff. Yep. Just let the matter lay on the table. That's fine. Thank you. Okay, that's a procedural motion. Do we have a seconder? Any seconder? Yep. Councillor Potter. Okay, we'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Shoemaker, Councillor Potter, and Councillor Henson. Those against? Okay, Councillor Erkins, Duff, and Otto. What do we do now, Mr. CEO? It's an interesting day, hasn't it?
We go straight to the pub.
We go straight to the hotel.
No, so yeah, as a tied vote, then the mayor has a casting vote.
Right, privilege of it all, hey? Okay, look, so I'll vote against the procedural motion, and that will then be defeated, and we'll continue with the debate in relation to this matter. Would that be correct, Mr. CEO? Continue the debate? Yes, okay. All right, further speakers then. Any further speakers? Councillor Henson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, through you. Yeah, exactly as Councillor Shoemaker. You've heard me say in my passion about anything that's 100 years or 150, let alone 175, I would have liked to have seen it lay on the table in the fact that it might have given community members or organisations a chance to perhaps come to the fore and be able to do something and take a little bit of ownership there in Tipperary Flat. I guess a concern I have with it is, as Councillor Potter, we just keep chipping away at the Memorial Park bucket of money. So if I come and put my hand up and I want $10,000 or $50,000 in Cumbia, I'd be expecting Councillor Shoemaker to probably stand up and say the same thing again. Fully understand that. The one issue I have with replacing or renewing that ponded area is a council somewhere down the track will be replacing it again, because that one's deteriorated and I don't know how long it's lasted. 25 years, yep. Well, who'd know if we got 25 years out of another rebuild there, we might be going pretty well. So it will come back again and it'll have to be refurbished or rebuilt or something. But I think that graded area where the pit is just like a storage manager's load. That's just a virtual reticulation recycling system, that how that operates there. And the water comes from across from under the tank, the bore. Yeah. Yeah, it's all right to say it's only $8,500. Where do we stop with all of this? You know, and I'm fully supportive of Tipperary Flat, and the fact that it's 175 years old, yeah, I'd like to see that. And again, I thought that Councillor Jones had said that we could try and incorporate that within the $250,000, hence a little bit more time and a little bit work on that. And we might have got someone in the community come forward and help us with that. But yeah, I'm disappointed with we just keep taking money out of that bucket. We won't have any money in that Memorial Park bucket if we continue to do this. And I know it's only, when we say only, $8,550, but I'll contemplate that just for a minute. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Potter, did you want to add anything?
Yep. It's actually not only $8,000, it's actually $258,550. So it's not just the $8,000 that we've scavenged from Memorial Park. So, which is something we'd put in for Works for Queensland, and we as a whole, as council, did that for a Works for Queensland one. So I would have liked more. I wasn't expecting this to come. I thought it was just a question on notice that we could sit back, then we could discuss it, you know, at a later date, not now. So I would really like to discuss this further at a later date with regards to funding and how it's going to be funded. But I'm not willing to support this motion right now as it is. I just don't have enough time or enough information.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Probably for me, the reason I wanted to see this progress today is because I think this does need to come to an ordinary meeting of council when we have got all our councillors here and we can fully consider it and make an appropriate decision. If there's any further information to come forward between now and then, can you please bring that forward for council so that we can consider that at the end of the month when we have our ordinary meeting, please, Mr Acting CEO, because clearly councillors would like some more information. And councillors, if you do have any specific questions, let's get them through to our CEO so that we can furnish that, because today is a recommendation. The decision point will be at the ordinary meeting of council. So I'm keen to see this go to the ordinary meeting of council, and that's when the decision should be rightly made. I would also point out to the committee that now that the trees have been removed on Walter Road, it is exposing Walter Road to what I believe is a similar situation to what we see in Tipperary Flat. And as Tipperary Flat is the entry to Nanango, Walter Road is the entry, or one of the main entries, to Kingaroy. And I would like to put the committee on notice that at some point in time we're going to have to look at that as a project, because that is a heavily trafficked road coming into Kingaroy, and I think there will be an expectation from the community in Kingaroy, and rightly so, that we should consider doing something about that at some stage into the future. And I would encourage anyone that hasn't driven through past Walter Road recently to drive and have a look at the water laying in the ponds of land through Walter Road. But anyway, that's just something I think we should all just keep in mind as well in terms of the needs for the entry to Kingaroy, to be fair. So, okay, is there any further speakers before we go? Councillor Duff, have you had an opportunity to speak? You haven't. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
So I'm supporting this motion because the difference with the projects today was that they were actually allocated to specific projects. The Mergen one was an allocation that we didn't even think we had enough money for, and this one, the difference is that there's no, and that's why I talked to General Manager MMA about that Memorial Park money. It's not allocated; it's just a bucket of money that is there for some projects in Memorial Park. So it's not urgent. This project is, I believe, this one is urgent because we've got the 175 years next year. So that's the difference and why I'm supporting this allocation going towards this. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Erkins, to wrap up the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So it is not I believe that when Councillor Jones asked about this, he did say that he felt it was something that the community were very keen on. When we looked there and spoke to the staff on site, there are other things there that need to be done as well. When you talk about seating, it's got old tables and chairs, old timber tables and chairs that are definitely unsafe and unsightly. There are a lot of other things in there that we were hoping that we would be able to get out of that 250,000. As I said, I believe that Councillor Jones was under the impression that the water feature was something that we probably weren't going to be able to afford to do because it was something that was going to be an extra. I believe that's why he got the pricing for this. And I think that we'll have no trouble spending the 250,000 on just bringing up to date the items that are there we're not talking about adding anything else. And I sit here and see the money that's spent in other places. I mean, this is something that is for, as I said before, it's not just that Nanango is the fourth oldest town in Queensland. Nanango is the oldest town in the South Burnett. We're not really asking for a lot. I look at the lighting that's going to be going into the Kingaroy project, and I know that my community would like something nice done for their park in their town as well. So that's why I don't believe, and I understand it's 258,000, it's not just 8,000, but the 250,000, it's not like we're going to not give it back out of the money that's going to come. It's going back into Memorial Park. And when I look, you had $1 million there in Memorial Park. I'm looking for 258 for Nanango, and you're looking for like $1 million. You're talking 20
no, I
million
think whatever
there.
Councillor, it was five. Can we just clarify? It was 560,000, and then as a result of this, it got reduced. I think 580,000 was the original amount. Yeah, if I put it on. But certainly, please continue. But I just need to clarify. It was 580,000, and that's now been reduced to 330,000. Yeah.
Okay, so I just don't think that it is a lot of money to put in to a project that is going to make a huge difference to the entrance into Nanango, and also basically, you come through Blackbutt, which is the entrance to the South Burnett. We go out of it and then come back into it again, and it's right on the road. It's going to be encouraging not only tourism, but it's also a park where the locals, if you've seen any of the writings on Facebook about Tipperary Flat, the locals are very, very upset because it was a park that they used regularly. They went and had photos taken down there. They used to go down there and picnic, and now it's just a big mud hole. But there was also those other facilities down there that they did use. So that's why I'm asking for my fellow councillors to please support this, because it is something, I'm told very plainly that we're here to support the whole South Burnett, not just our division. So I'm asking my fellow councillors to support my division in the whole South Burnett. Thank you.
Okay, that wraps up the debate. We'll go to the vote. Those in favour? Okay, Councillor Erkins, Duff, Councillor Potter and Councillor Otto. Those against? Councillor Shoemaker and Councillor Henson. We got that, Kimberly. Motion carried 4 votes to 2. That concludes the business of the day. And I'll now call the meeting to a close at 6:13 p.m. Thank you all for your attendance and have a lovely evening. Thank you all.